The fairies' chapel farewell, rewards and fairies, good housewives now may say, for now foul sluts in dairies, do fare as well as they, and though they sweep their hearths no less than maids were wont to do, yet who of late, for cleanliness finds sixpence in her shoe. Percy's relics. The ancient mansion of Healey Hall was a cumbrous inconvenient dwelling of timber, but the spirit of improvement having gone forth in the reign of Elizabeth, an ordinary hall house of stone was erected, about the year 1620, by Oliver Chadwick. On the south front was a projecting wing and 3 gables, with a large hall window. The north front had 2 gables only, with a projecting barn. The north entrance, covered by a porch, was a thorough passage, answering to the screens of a college, having on one side the hall and parlour beyond, on the other were the kitchen, buttery, and sea. On the river below was a corn mill, this and a huge barn being necessary appendages to the hospitable mansions and plentiful boards of our forefathers. Over the front door was this inscription, C.C.D.O.C. T.R.C.I.C.A.C.R.B. Ano. Dom. 1168, about the year 1756 the east wall gave way, and a considerable fissure appeared on the outside. This event was considered by many as the usual foretokening that its owner, Charles Chadwick, of Healey and Ridware, would speedily be removed by death from the seat of his ancestors, and so it proved, for in the course of a few months he died at Lichfield, aged 82. His great age, though, will be thought the more probable token, the surer presage of approaching dissolution. On a stone near the top of the building, on the north side, a human head was rudely carved in relief, which tradition affirms to have been a memorial of one of the workmen, accidentally killed while the house was building. In 1773, the existing edifice was built, on the ancient site, by John Chadwick, grandfather to the present owner. In Coys, Lancashire is the following document, furnished by the recent possessor, Charles Chadwick, Esquire. It relates to the foregoing John Chadwick, his father, in 1745, at the rebellion, when the Pretender's son and his Highlanders reached Manchester, having obtained a list of the loyal subscribers, they began, of course, to enforce the payment of the money for their own use. An officer of the Belted Plaid, of the 2nd Division, came to the house of Mr. C, in King Street, whilst the master of it was with his father at Ridware, and, on being told that he was from home, and his lady ill in bed, he went upstairs, and opening the chamber door, where she was then lying in, beckoned her sister to come to him on the stairs, where he told her, in a mild but decided tone, that the money before mentioned must be paid quickly for the use of the prince, who lodged at the house in Market Street, now called the Palace Inn, or the house would be burnt down. In this dilemma, the man midwife calling first, and afterwards the physician, were both consulted by the ladies, when the former, a Tory, advised to send the money after them, whilst the latter, a Whig, thought it better to keep it till called for. Consequently, never being called for in their hasty retreat, the money was not paid. It may be proper to add, Captain Lachlan MacLachlan, of the 1st Division, afterwards one of the proscribed, being quartered in the same house, behaved with the greatest civility and politeness. On a party of horse coming to the door for quarters, he called for a lantern, and, though he had a cold, for which white wine whey was offered him, which he called a very good stuff, walked as far as Salford, and there quartered them. 2 of his Highlanders, in the meantime, were dancing reels in the kitchen, and in the morning gave each of the maids 6pence at parting. The name Healey Dean denotes a valley or dale, convallis, enclosed on both sides with steep hills, Dean being a Saxon word, signifying a narrow valley, with woods and streams of water convenient for the feeding of cattle. Here the river Spodden, which now keeps many fulling mills and engines at work, formerly turned one solitary corn mill only. It was built in the narrow dingle below the hall, for the supply of the hamlet. The feudal owners of most mansions usually erected corn mills, where practicable, within their own domains. After the family had removed to the more mild and temperate climate of Maves in Ridware, in Staffordshire, about the year 1636, Healey Mill was converted into a fulling mill, so that one of the principal features in our story no longer exists. About 2 miles north from Rochdale lies the hamlet of Healey, a high tract of land, as its Saxon derivation seems to imply, high, and lea pasture, signifying the high pasture. Our Saxon ancestors chiefly occupied their lands for grazing purposes, hence the many terminations in ley or lee. Pasturage is still called a ley for cattle in these parts. In this remote hamlet dwelt a family, probably of Saxon origin, whose name, de Helle, from their place of residence, had, in all likelihood, been assumed soon after the Norman conquest. Their descendants, of the same name, continued to reside here until the reign of Edward III. Holding their lands as abbey lands, under the Abbot of Stanlaw, soon after the year 1172, in the reign of Henry II. And subsequently under the Abbot of Whalley, from the year 1296. 58 in 1483, John Chadwick, or Sedovich, from the common appellation Sedi, and Vyc, mansion or ville, signifying Sedi's fort, Peel, or fortified mansion, married Alice, eldest daughter and co-heir of Adam O'Keedan of Hellay, and in her right settled at the mansion of Hellay, or Healy, Hall, then a huge unsightly structure of wood and plaster, built according to the fashion of those days. An ancestor of Adam O'Keedan having married, Harwise, of Thomas de Hellay in the reign of Edward III, became possessed of this inheritance. The origin of surnames would be an interesting inquiry. In the present instance it seems clear that the name and hamlet of Chadwick are derived from Sedi's Vyc, or Chad's Vyc. This mansion, situated on the southern extremity of Spotland, or Spoddenland, bounded on the east by that stream, and southward by the Roche, was built on a bold eminence above the river, where Sedi and his descendants dwelt, like the Jewish patriarchs, occupied in the breeding of sheep and other cattle. But though this hamlet had been named Sedovich, from its subordinate Saxon chief, he himself could not have adopted it for his own surname, because surnames were then scarcely, if at all, known here. He must have continued, therefore, to use his simple Saxon name of Sedi only, and his successors likewise, with the addition of Saxon patronymics even down to the Norman conquest, when the Norman fashion of local names or surnames was first introduced into England. But though the Norman addition of surnames became general amongst the barons, knights, and gentry, soon after the conquest, yet Saxon patronymics long continued in use amongst the common people, and are still not unusual here. Thus, instead of John Ashworth and Robert Butterworth, we hear of Robin o' Bens and John O'Johnnies, meaning Robert the son of Benjamin, and John the son of John, similar to the Norman Fitz, the Welsh Ap, the Scotch Mac, and the Irish O, and this ancient mode of describing an individual sometimes includes several generations, as Thomas O. Dicks, O. Neds, O. Sams, and C. But besides patronymics, nicknames, the Norman sobriquets, have been used in all ages and by all nations, and are still common here, some of them coarse and ludicrous enough, the real surname being seldom noticed, but the nickname sometimes introduced, with an alias, even in a law instrument. And why are not Podun, Mars, Listing, and C. as good as the bald, the fat, the simple, and C. of the French kings, or the unready, the bastard, Lackland, Longshanks, and C. of our own? A lad named Edmund, some generations back, attended his master's sons to Rochdale School, who Latinized his name into Edmundus, then it was contracted into Mundus, by which name his descendants are best known to this day, some probably knowing Tom Mundus well who are ignorant of his real surname. Within late years individuals have been puzzled on hearing themselves inquired after by their own surname. At Whitworth you might have asked in vain for the house of Susanna Taylor, though any child would have taken you straight to the door of Susie O. Yems, O. Fairhoffs at top O. Th. Rake, 59. Another derivation of the surname de Hellay, not at all improbable, has been suggested, viz. that Healy Dean may have been an early corruption of Holy Dean, having formerly belonged to the church, and possibly, in remote ages, dedicated to the religious rites of the Druids. A clear rock spring, in a gloomy dell below the hall, is still called the Spore, and often frequented by youths and maidens on May mornings. Hence some have imagined that this Dean and its Spore may have given to the river running through it the name of Spodden, or Spore Dean. Another spring, higher up, is called Robin Hood's Well, from that celebrated outlaw, who seems to have been the favourite champion of these parts, and who, according to some authorities, lies buried at Kirklaw, in the West Riding of York. 60 such holy wells were, in more superstitious if not happier ages, the supposed haunts of elves, fairies, and other such beings, not unaptly denominated the rabble of mythology. A warm sequestered dingle here conducts the Spodden through a scene of wild, woodland, and picturesque beauty. Drayton, in his Polyolbion, has thus immortalized it: first Roche, a dainty rill, which Spodden from her springs a petty rivulet, as her attendant, brings. From the mansion of Healy, built on an elevated slope above the dell, opens out an extensive prospect. Lyme Park in Cheshire, Cloud End in Staffordshire, with the Derbyshire hills, may be distinctly seen. Over the smoke of Manchester, the banks of the Mersey are visible, and upon the horizon rises up the barn-like ridge of Helsby Tor, 61 in the forest of Delamere. Towards the west may be seen, far out, like a vast barrier, the Welsh mountains, Moel Famau, mother of mountains, with the Vale of Clwyd, like a narrow cleft in the Blue Hills, which extend until the chain of Penmaenmawr and the Isle of Anglesey abruptly terminate in the sea. Few situations, without the toil of a laborious ascent, show so commanding a prospect, while under the very eye of the spectator, nature assumes an aspect of more than ordinary beauty. One wild scene, the subject of our legend, the pencil, not the pen, must describe. It would be impossible, in any other manner, to convey an adequate idea of its extreme loveliness and grandeur. It is here known by its Saxon appellation, the Thruch, or Thrust, signifying a narrow, but deep and rugged channel in the rocks. Through this cleft the Spodden bursts with great force, forming several picturesque falls, which, though of mean height, yet, combined with the surrounding scenery, few behold without an expression of both wonder and delight. The ancient corn mill was here situated, just below the mansion. From the Gristgate, by the main road to Rochdale, a winding horseway, paved with stones set on edge, led down the steep bank and pointed to the sequestered spot where for ages the clack of the hopper and the plash of the mill wheel had usurped a noisy and undisputed possession. In the reign of our 4th Edward, we know not the precise year, an occurrence, forming the basis of the following legend, is supposed to have taken place, when fraud and feud were unredressed, when bigotry and superstition had their perfect work, when barbaric cruelty and high and heroic deeds had their origin in one corrupt and common source, the passions of man being let loose, in wild uproar, throughout the land, when the Wars of the Roses had almost desolated the realm, and England's best blood flowed like a torrent. Such was the aspect of the time to which the following events relate. It was in the beginning of the year, at the close of an unusually severe winter. The miller's craft was nigh useless, the current of the rivulet was almost still. Everything seemed so hard and frostbound, that nature looked as though her fetters were riveted forever. But the dark and sterile aspect she displayed was bedizened with such beauteous frostwork, that light and glory rested upon all, and winter itself lost half its terrors. Ralph Miller often looked out from his dusty, dreary tabernacle, watching the icicles that accumulated on his wheel, and the scanty current beneath, the hard surface of the brook scarcely dribbling out a sufficient supply for his daily wants. Every succeeding morn saw the liquid element becoming less, and the unhappy miller bethought him that he would shut up the mill altogether, until the reign of the frozen king should expire. A 7 weeks' frost was rapidly trenching on the fair proportions of an eighth of these hebdomadal inconveniences, and still continued the same hard, ringing sound and appearance, as if the sky itself nights had been frozen too, fixed and impervious, and the darkness had become already palpable. Yet the moon looked out so calm, so pure and beautiful, and the stars so spark-like and piercing, that it was a holy and a heavenly rapture to gaze upon their glorious forms, and to behold them, fresh and undimmed, as when first launched from the hands of their Creator. Want of occupation breeds mischief, idleness being a thriftless carle that leaves the house empty, and the door open to the next comer, an opportunity of which the enemy is sure to avail himself. The miller felt the hours hang heavily, and he became listless and ill-humoured. "'Tis an ill-natured and cankered disposition this," said he one night, when sitting by the ingle with his drowsy helpmate, watching the sputtering billets devoured, one after another, by the ravening flame. "'Tis an ill-natured disposition that is abroad, I say, that will neither let a man go about his own business, nor grant him a few honest junkets these moonlight nights. I might have throttled a hare or so, or a brace of rabbits, or what dost think, dame, of a couple of moorcocks or a cushat for a pie? Thy liquorish tooth will lead thee into some snare, goodman, ere it harm done watering. What did Master Chadwick say, who is to wed Mistress Alice, our master's daughter, if naught forfend? What did he promise thee but a week ago, should he catch thee at thy old trade again? A murrain light on the snivelling bully. Let him stay at his own homestead, and not take mastership here, to trouble us with his humours ere the portion be his. His younger brother Oliver is worth a whole pack of such down-looked, smooth-faced hypocrites. Oliver Chadwick is the boy for a snug quarrel. His fingers itch for a drubbing, and he scents a feud as a crow scents out carrion. The other, mercy on me, is fit for naught but to be bedridden and priest-ridden like his father and his mother to boot." "Hush, Ralph," said the cautious dame, "let thine hard speeches fall more gently on thy master's son, that is to be. His own parents too, methinks the son of Jordan and Eleanor Chadwick should earn a kinder word and a lighter judgment from thy tongue. Phew! My courteous dame. How now? And so because they are become part of the movables of Holy Church, I trow, they must be handled softly, forsooth. Tut, tut, beldam, they are, let me see, so it runs, the old clerk of St. Chad's rang the naminy in my ears long enough, and I am not like to forget it. They be Trinitarians, said he, of the house of St. Robert near Nesborough, admitted by Brother Robert, the minister of the Holy Trinity, for the redemption of captives imprisoned by the pagans, for the faith of Jesus Christ. Gramercy, what a beadroll of hard words! They say we are like to have a holy war again, when we have settled our own reckonings, and the blood and groats of old England are again to be spent for the purchase of Holy Land. Oh, my halidome, wench, but I would let all the priests and friars fight for it. Cunning rogues! They set us together by the ears, and then run away with the pudding. No doubt this profane speech rendered him easier of access to the tempter and the powers of evil, who, ever watchful for the slips of silly mortals, report such unholy words at headquarters, where Satan and his crew are assembled in full council. The dame groaned deeply at this reply from her graceless husband. Some time or another, said she, thou wilt rue these wicked speeches, and who knows whether these very words of thine may not have been heard in the fairies' chapel, or whispered away beyond the forest to the witches' tryst. I care not for all the imps and warlocks parish, hags, and old women to boot. Let them come face to face. Here am I, honest Ralph the miller, who never took toll from an empty sack, nor e'er missed the mouth of a full one. Toll-de-roll. Here he stood, with arms akimbo, as if daring the whole fellowship of Satan, with their abettors and allies. This speech, too, was doubtless reported at the fairies' chapel hard by, for the dame vowed ever after that she heard, as it were, an echo, or a low swooning sound, ending with an eldritch laugh, amongst the rocks in that direction. This well-known haunt of the elves and fays, ere they had fled before the march of science and civilization, was but a good bowshot from the mill, and would have terrified many a stouter heart, had not familiarity lulled their apprehensions, and habit blunted the edge of their fears. Strangers often wondered that any human being dared to sojourn so near the haunts of the good people, and were sure that, sooner or later, the inhabitants would rue so dangerous a proximity. A few evenings after this foolhardy challenge Ralph had been scrambling away, far up the dingle, for a supply of firewood. The same keen tinkling air was abroad, but the sky, where the sun had thrown his long coronal of rays, was streaked across with a mottled and hazy light, probably the forerunner of a change. Ralph was labouring down the steep with his load, crashing through the boughs, and shaking off their hoary burdens in his progress. Suddenly he heard the shrill and well-known shriek of a hare struggling in the toils. At this joyful and refreshing sound the miller's appetite was wonderfully stimulated, his darling propensities were immediately called forth, he threw down his burden, and, rushing through the brake, he saw, or thought he saw, in the soft twilight, an unfortunate puss in the noose. He threw himself hastily forward expecting to grasp the prize, when lo! Up started the timid animal, and limping away, as if hurt, kept the licorice poacher at her heels, every minute supposing he was sure of his prey. Rueful was the pilgrimage of the unfortunate hunter. The hare doubled, and sprang aside whenever he came within striking distance, then hurtling onward as before. Ralph made a full pause where a wide gap displayed the scanty waterfall, just glimmering through the mist below him. The moon, then riding out brightly in the opposite direction, sparkled on the restless current, tipped with foam. It was the nearest cut to the fairies' chapel, which lies behind, and higher towards the source of the waterfall. The unlucky hare paused too for a moment, as though afraid to leap, but she looked back at her pursuer so bewitchingly that his heart was in his mouth, and, fearless of consequences, he rushed towards her, but he slipped, and fell down the crumbling bank. When sufficiently recovered from the shock, he saw the animal stealing off, between the edge of the stream and the low copsewood by the brink, towards the fairies' chapel. He made one desperate effort to lay hold of her before she set foot upon enchanted ground. He seized her, luckily as he thought, by the scut, when lo! Up started something black and uncanny, with glaring eyes, making mouths, and grinning at him, as though in mockery. He felt stupefied and bewildered. Fascinated by terror, he could not refrain from following this horrible appearance, which, as if delighted to have ensnared him, frisked away with uncouth and fiendish gambols, to the very centre of the fairies' chapel. Ralph, puissant and valorous upon his own hearthstone, felt his courage fast oozing out at elbows when he saw the cold moonlight streaming through the branches above him, and their crawling shadows on the grotesque rocks at his side. He was now alone, shivering from cold and fright. He felt as though undergoing the unpleasant process of being frozen to the spot, consciously metamorphosing into stone, peradventure a sort of ornamental fixture for the fairies' apartment. His great hoofs were already immovable, he felt his hair congealing, his locks hung like icicles, and his whole body seemed like one solid lump of ice, through which the blood crept with a gradually decreasing current. Suddenly he heard a loud yelping, as though the hounds were in full cry. The sound passed right through the midst of the fairies' hall, and almost close to his ear, but there was no visible sign of their presence, except a slight movement, and then a shiver amongst the frostbitten boughs above the rocks. He had not power to bethink him of his paternosters and Ave Marias, which, doubtless, would have dissolved the impious charm. Ralph had so neglected these ordinances that his tongue refused to repeat the usual nostrums for protection against evil spirits. His creed was nigh forgotten, and his salve was not heard. Whilst he was pondering on this occurrence, there started through a crevice a single light, like a glowworm's lantern. Then a tiny thing came forth, clad in white, like a miniature of the human form, and, peeping about cautiously, ran back on beholding the unfortunate miller bolt upright in the narrow glen. Ralph now saw plainly that he had been enticed hither by some evil being for no good. It might be for the malicious purpose of drawing down upon him the puny but fearful vengeance of those irritable creatures the fairies, and soon he saw a whole troop of them issuing out of the crevice. As they came nearer he heard the short sharp tread of this tiny host. One of them mounted the little pillar called the fairies' chair, round which multitudes gathered, as if waiting for the fiat of their king. It was evident that their purpose was to inflict a signal chastisement on him for his intrusion. Ralph watched their movements with a deplorable look. Horrible indeed were his anticipations. The elf on the pillar, a little wrinkled being with a long nose, bottle-green eyes, and shriveled yellowish-green face, in a shrill squeaking tone, addressed him courteously, though with an ill-suppressed sneer, inquiring his business in these regions. But Ralph was too terrified to reply. "How lucky," said the old fairy, "we have a mortal here, just in the nick of time. He will do our bidding rarely, for 'tis the stout miller hard by, who fears neither fiend nor fairy, man nor witch, by his own confession. We'll put his courage to the proof." Ralph was now thawing through terror. "We would have punished this thine impertinent curiosity, had we not other business for thee, friend," said the malicious little devilkin. "Place thy fingers on thy thigh, and swear by Hecate, Merlin, and the fairies' hall, that within 3 days thou wilt fulfill our behest." Ralph assented, with a hideous grimace, glad upon any terms to escape. The whole company disappeared, but a faint, sulphur-like flame hovered for a while over the spot they had left. Soon he heard the following words, in a voice of ravishing sweetness: "Mortal I must cease to be, if no maiden, honestly, plight her virgin troth to me, by yon cold moon's silver shower, in the chill and mystic hour, when the arrowy moonbeams falling the fairies' festive hall. Twice her light shall o'er me pass, then I am what once I was, should no maid, betrothed, but free, plight her virgin vow to me." The music ceased for a short space, then a voice, like the soft whisper of the summer winds, chanted the following lines in a sort of monotonous recitation: "Mortal, take this unstained token, unpledged vows were never broken, lay it where a Byron's hand this message finds from fairyland, fair Eleanor, the lovesick maid, who sighs unto her own soft shade, bid her on this tablet write what lovers wish would e'er indite, then give it to the faithful stream, as bright and pure as love's first dream, that murmurs by, 'twill bring to me the messenger I give to thee. But the maiden thou must bring hither, to our elfin king, ere 3 days are come and gone, when the moon hath kissed the stone by our fairy monarch's throne. Shouldst thou fail, or she refuse, death is thine, or thou mayest choose with us to chase the moonbeams bright around the busy world. Good night." He now felt something slipped into his hand. "Remember," said the voice, "when that shadow is on the pillar, thou must return." Immediately his bodily organs resumed their office, and the astonished miller was not long in regaining his own threshold. But he was a moody and an altered man. The dame could not help shuddering as she saw his ashen visage, and his eyes fixed and almost starting from their sockets. His cheeks were sunken, his head was bare, and his locks covered with rime, and with fragments from the boughs that intercepted his path. "Mercy on me," cried she, lifting up her hands, "what terrible thing has happened? Oh, Ralph, Ralph, thy silly gostering speeches, I do fear me, have had a sting in their tail thou hast little dreamed of." Here she crossed herself with much fervour and solemnity. She then turned to gaze on the doomed wretch, who, groaning heavily, seated himself on the old settle without speaking. "He has seen the fairies or the black dog," said the dame in great terror. "I will not upbraid thee with thy foolish speeches, yet would I thou hadst not spoken so lightly of the good people. But take courage, goodman, thou art never the worse yet for thy mishap, I trow, so tell me what has befallen thee, and ha, done snoring there, like an owl in a barn rigging." A long time elapsed ere the affrighted miller could reveal the nature and extent of his misfortunes. But woman's wits are more fertile in expedients, and therefore more adroit for plots and counterplots than our own. The dame was greatly terrified at the recital, yet not so as to prevent her from being able to counsel her husband as to the plan he should pursue. We now leave our honest miller for a space, while we introduce another personage of great importance to the further development of our story. Oliver Chadwick was the second son of Jordan Chadwick before named, then residing at their fort or peel of the same name, nearly 2 miles from Healy. Oliver had, from his youth, been betrothed to Eleanor Byron, a young and noble dame of great beauty, residing with her uncle, Sir Nicholas Byron, at his mansion, 2 or 3 miles distant. Oliver was a hot-brained, amorous youth, fitted for all weathers, ready either for brotherhood or blows, and would have won his lady love at the lancer's point or by onslaught and hard knocks. Eleanor seemed to suffer his addresses for lack of other occupation. She looked upon him as her future husband, but she would rather have been wooed to be won. The agonies of doubt and suspense, the pangs of jealousy and apprehension, would have been bliss compared to the dull monotony of the betrothed. The lazy current would have sparkled if a few pebbles had been cast into the stream. Her sensitive spirit, likewise, shrank from contact with this fiery and impetuous youth. Her heart yearned for some deep and hallowed affection. Strongly imbued with the witcheries of romance, she would rather have been sought by blandishments than blows, which, from his known prowess in the latter accomplishment, the youthful aspirant had no necessity to detail in the ears of his mistress. She liked not the coarse blunt manner of her gallant, nor the hard gripe and iron tramp for which he was sufficiently distinguished. Yet was Oliver Chadwick reckoned the best-looking cavalier in the neighbourhood, and, moreover, an adherent to the Red Rose, under whose banner he had fought, and, even when very young, had gained distinction for his bravery, no mean recommendation, truly, in those days, when courage was reckoned a sure passport to a lady's favour, the which, it might seem, whoever held out longest and stuck the hardest was sure to win. One evening, about the time of the miller's adventure in the fairies' chapel, Eleanor was looking through her casement listlessly, perhaps unconsciously. She sighed for occupation. The glorious hues of sunset were gone, the moon was rising, and she watched its course from the horizon of long dark hills up to the bare boughs of the sycamores by the banks of the little stream below. Again she sighed, and so heavily that it seemed to be re-echoed from the walls of her chamber. She almost expected the grim panels to start aside as she looked round, half wishing, half afraid that she might discover the intruder. Disappointed, she turned again to the casement, through which the moonbeams, now partially intercepted by the branches, lay in checkered light and darkness on the floor. "I thought thou would hear. Alas! I am unhappy, and I know not why." While she spoke a tear trembled on her dark eyelashes, and as the moonlight shone upon it, the reflection glanced back to the eyeball, and a radiant form apparently glided through the chamber. But the spectre vanished as the eyelid passed over, and swept away the illusion. She leaned her glowing cheek upon a hand white and exquisitely formed as the purest statuary, an image of more perfect loveliness never glanced through a lady's lattice. She carelessly took up her cithern. A few wild chords flew from her touch. She bent her head towards the instrument, as if wooing its melody, the vibrations that crept to her heart. She hummed a low and plaintive descant, mournful and tender as her own thoughts. The tone and feeling of the ballad we attempt to preserve in the following shape, song. 1. It is the stream, singing to the cold moon with babbling tongue, yet, not half so wildly as the song of my heart's dream. Is not my love most beautiful, Thou moon, though pale as hope delayed, methought, beneath his feet the wild flowers played like living hearts in tune. 2. We stood alone, then, as he drew the dark curls from my sight, through his transparent hand an arm of light, the far skies shone. List, 'twas the dove. It seemed the echo of his own fond tone, sweet as the hymn of seraphs round the throne of hope and love. But the moon was not the object of her love. Ladies are little apt to become enamored of such a fit emblem of their own fickle and capricious humours, and yet, somebody she loved, but he was invisible. Probably her wild and fervid imagination had created a form, pictured it to the mind, and endowed it with her own notions of excellence and perfection, precisely the same as love in the ordinary mode, with this difference only, to wit, the object is a living and breathing substance, around which these halos of the imagination are thrown, whereas, in the case of which we are speaking, the lady's ideal image was transferred to a being she had never seen. It was but a short period before the commencement of our narrative that Eleanor Byron was really in love, and for the first time, for though her cousin Oliver, as she usually called him, had stormed, and perchance carried the outworks, yet the citadel was impregnable and unapproached. But she knew not that it was love. A soft and pleasing impression stole insensibly upon her, then dejection and melancholy. Her heart was vacant, and she sighed for an object, and for its possession. It was a silly wish, but so it was, gentle reader, and beware thou fall not in love with thine own dreams, for sure enough it was but a vision, bright, mysterious, and bewitching, that enthralled her. Love weaves his chains of the gossamer's web, as well as of the unyielding adamant, and both are alike binding and inextricable. She saw neither form nor face in her visions, and yet the impalpable and glowing impression stole upon her senses like an odor, or a strain of soft and soul-thrilling music. Her heart was wrapped in a delirium of such voluptuous melody, that she chided the morning when she awoke, and longed for night and her own forgetfulness. Night after night the vision was repeated, and when her lover came, it was as though some chord of feeling had jarred, some tie were broken, some delicious dream were interrupted, and she turned from him with vexation and regret. He chided her caprice, which he endured impatiently, and with little show of forbearance. This did not restore him to her favour, nor render him more winning and attractive, so that the invisible gallant, a rival he little dreamt of, was silently occupying the heart once destined for his own. One evening, Ralph, in pursuance of the commands he had received, arrayed in his best doublet, his brown hose, and a huge waist or undercoat, beneath which lay a heavy and foreboding heart, made his appearance at the house of Sir Nicholas Byron, an irregular and ugly structure of lath and plaster, well ribbed with stout timber, situated in a sheltered nook near the edge of the Beal, a brook running below Belfield, once an establishment of the renowned Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, or Knights Templars. Ralph was ushered into the lady's chamber, and she, as if expecting some more distinguished visitant, looked with an eye of disappointment and impatience upon the intruder as he made his homely salutation. "Thine errand?" inquired she. "Verily, a fool's, lady," replied Ralph, "and a thriftless one, I fear me, into the bargain. Stay thy tongue." "Yet I bethink me now," said she, looking earnestly at him, "thou art from my cousin, a messenger from him, I trow." "Nay," said the ambiguous hind, "'tis from other guess folk, belike, but, who, I, like enough that the Lady Eleanor will go a fortune hunting with such a simpleton as I am." "Go with thee," said the lady in amazement. "Why, I was bid to bring you to the Fairies' Chapel, beyond the waterfall in the wood by Healy, and that ere tomorrow night. But I am a doomed and a dying man, for how should the Lady Eleanor Byron obey this message?" Here the unhappy miller began to weep, but the lady was dumb with astonishment. "Forgive me, lady, in this matter, but I was in a manner bound to accomplish mine errand." "And what if I should accompany thee? Wouldest thou be my champion, my protector from onslaught and evil?" Here he opened his huge grey eyes to such an alarming extent that Eleanor had much ado to refrain from smiling. "If you will go, lady, I shall be a living man, and you, a dead woman," probably he would have said, but the denunciation did not escape his lips, and the joy and surprise of the wary miller were beyond utterance. "But whence thy message, friend?" said the deluded maiden, eyeing him suspiciously. "Why, the message was whispered in my ear. A stranger brought it together with a dismal threat should I not bring you at the time appointed." Here the miller again became uneasy and alarmed. A cold shudder crept over him, and he looked imploringly upon her. "But they say, my trusty miller, that this chapel of the fairies may not be visited, forbidden as it is to all Catholic and devout Christians, after nightfall. At this intimation the peccant miller displayed his broad thumbs, and looked so dolorous and apprehensive, sprawling out his large ungainly proportions, that Eleanor, though not prone to the indulgence of mirth, was mightily moved thereto by the cowardly and dismal aspect he betrayed. "Nay, lady, I beseech you," he stammered out. "I am a dead dog, a piece of useless and unappropriated carrion, if you go not. Ha, pity on your poor knave, and deliver me from my tormentors." "Then tomorrow I will deliver thee," said the maiden, "and break thine enchantment." "But the hour?" "Ere the moonbeam touches the pillar in the fairies' hall." "Agreed, knave. So begone." Yet, an answer truly for thy life, was no pledge, no token, sent with this message. Ralph unwillingly drew forth the token from his belt. Fearful that it might divulge more than he wished, the treacherous messenger had kept back the tablets entrusted to him. He suspected that should she be aware it was the good people who were wanting her, he would have but a slender chance of success. She glanced hastily, anxiously, over the page, though with great surprise. "How now," said she, thoughtfully. "Here is a pretty love billet truly. The page is fair and unspotted, fit emblem of a lover's thoughts. You are to write thereon, lady, your lover's wish, and throw it into the brook here, hard by. The stream, a trusty messenger will carry it back to its owner." Ralph delivered his message with great reluctance, fearful lest she might be alarmed and retract her promise. To his great joy, however, she placed the mystic token in her bosom, and bade him attend on the morrow. This he promised faithfully, and with a light heart he returned to his abode. Eleanor watched his departure with impatience. She took the tablets from her bosom. Horror seemed to fold his icy fingers round her heart. She remembered the injunction. Her mind misgave her, and as she drew towards the lamp it shot forth a tremulous blaze and expired. Yet with desperate haste, bent, it might seem, on her own destruction, she hastily approached the window. The moonbeam shone full upon the page as she scrawled with great trepidation the word, "thine." To her unspeakable horror the letters became a track of fire, but as she gazed a drop of dark blood fell on them and obliterated the writing. "Must the compact be in blood?" said she, evidently shrinking from this unhallowed pledge. "Nay then, farewell. Thou art not of yon bright heaven. My hopes are yet there, whatever be thy doom. If thou art aught within the pale of mercy I am thine, but not in blood." Again, but on another page, she wrote the word, "thine." Again the blood drop effaced the letters. "Never, though I love thee." Why urge this compact? With a trembling hand she retraced her pledge, and the omen was not repeated. She had dared much, but her hope of mercy was yet dearer than her heart's deep and overwhelming passion. With joy she saw the writing was unchanged. Throwing on her hood and kerchief, she stole forth to the brook, and in the rivulet, where it was yet dark and unfrozen, she threw the mystic tablet. The following night she watched the moon, as it rose above the huge crags, breaking the long undulating horizon of Blackstone Edge, called Robin Hood's Bed, or Robin Hood's Chair. 62 One jagged peak, projected upon the moon's limb, looked like some huge spectre issuing from her bright pavilion. She rose, red and angry, from her dark couch. Afterwards a thin haze partially obscured her brightness, her pale, wan beam seemed struggling through a wide and attenuated veil. The wind, too, began to impart that peculiar chill so well understood as the forerunner of a change. A loud sough came shuddering through the frozen bushes, moaning in the grass that rustled by her path. Muffled and alone, she took her adventurous journey to the mill, where she arrived in about an hour from her departure. Ralph was anxiously expecting her, together with his dame. "Good e'en, lady," said the latter with great alacrity, as Eleanor crossed the threshold. She returned the salutation, but her features were lighted up with a wild and deceptive brightness, and her glowing eye betrayed the fierce and raging conflict within. "The shadow will soon point to the hour, and we must be gone," said the impatient miller. "Lead on," replied the courageous maiden, and he shrank from her gaze, conscious of his own treachery and her danger. The hard and icebound waters were dissolving, and might be heard to gurgle in their deep recesses. Drops began to trickle from the trees, the bushes to relax their hold, and shake off their icy trammels. Towards the southwest lay a dense range of clouds, their fleecy tops telling with what message they were charged. Still the moon cast a subdued and lingering light over the scene, from which she was shortly destined to be shut out. Ralph led the way silently and with great caution through the slippery ravine. The moonlight flickered through the leafless branches on the heights above them, their path winding through the shadows by the stream. "We must hasten," said her guide, "or we may miss the signal. We shall soon take leave of the moonlight, and perhaps lose our labor thereby." They crept onwards until they saw the dark rocks in the fairies' chapel. The miller pointed to a long withered bough that flung out its giant arms far over the gulf from a great height. The moon threw down the shadow quite across to the bank on the other side, marking its rude outline on the crags. "The signal," said Ralph, "and by your favor, lady, I must depart. I have redeemed my pledge." "Stay, I prithee, but within hearing," said Eleanor. "I like not the aspect of this place. If I call, hasten instantly to my succor." The miller promised, but with a secret determination not to risk his carcass again for all the bright-eyed dames in Christendom. She listened to his departing footsteps, and her heart seemed to lose its support. An indescribable feeling crept upon her, a consciousness that another was present in this solitude. She was evidently under the control of some invisible agent, the very freedom of her thoughts oppressed and overruled by a power superior to her own. She strove to escape this thraldom, but in vain. She threw round an apprehensive glance, but all was still, the dripping boughs alone breaking the almost insupportable silence that surrounded her. Suddenly she heard a sigh, and a rustling at her ear, and she felt an icy chillness breathing on her. Then a voice, musical but sad, whispered, "Thou hast rejected my suit. Another holds thy pledge." "Another? Who art thou?" said the maiden, forgetting her fears in the first emotion of surprise. "Thou hast been conscious of my presence in thy dreams," replied the mysterious visitor. She felt her terrors dissipated, for the being whom she loved was the guardian of her safety. "I have loved thee, maiden," said the voice, "I have hovered round thee when thou slept, and thou hast answered my every thought. Wherefore hast thou not obeyed? Why not seal thy compact and our happiness together?" "Because it was unhallowed," replied she firmly, though her bosom trembled like the leaf fluttering from its stem. "Another has taken thy pledge. Yet is it not too late? Renew the contract, even with thy blood, and I am thine. Refuse, and thou art his. If this hour pass, I am lost to thee forever." "To whom," inquired Eleanor, "has it been conveyed?" "To thy first, thy betrothed lover. He found the pledge that I would not receive." The maiden hesitated. Her eternal hopes might be compromised by this compliance. But she dreaded the loss of her insidious destroyer. "Who art thou?" "I fear me for the tempter." "And what boots it, lady? But, listen. These elves be my slaves, and yet I am not immortal. My term is nigh run out, though it may be renewed if, before the last hour be past, a maiden plight her hopes, her happiness to me. Ere that shadow creeps on the fairy pillar thou art irrevocably mine, or his whom thou dreadest." Eleanor groaned aloud. She felt a cold hand creeping on her brow. She screamed involuntarily. On a sudden the boughs bent with a loud crash above her head, and a form, rushing down the height, stood before her. This unexpected deliverer was Oliver Chadwick. Alarmed by the cries of a female, as he was returning from the chase, he interposed at the very moment when his mistress was ensnared by the wiles of her seducer. "Rash fool, thou hast earned thy doom. The blood be on thine own head. Thou art the sacrifice." This was said in a voice of terrible and fiendish malignity. A loud tramp, as of a mighty host, was heard passing away, and Oliver now beheld the form of his betrothed. "Eleanor! Here? In this unholy place?" cried her lover. But the maiden was unable to answer. "There's blood upon my hand," said he, holding it up in the now clear and unclouded moonlight. "Art thou wounded, lady?" "I know not," she replied, "I was alone. Yet I felt as though some living thing were nigh, some unseen form, of terrible and appalling attributes. Was it not a dream?" "Nay," said Oliver, pensively, "methought another was beside thee." "I saw him not." "How camest thou hither?" "Let us be gone," said she, trembling. I will tell thee all." She laid her head on his shoulder. It throbbed heavily. "I am now free. The accursed links are broken. I feel as though newly wakened from some horrible dream. Thou hast saved me, Oliver. But if thine own life is the price, fear not, I defy their devilish subtlety, in their very den too, and thus, I renounce the devil and all his works." He spat thrice upon the ground, to show his loathing and contempt. "Oh, say not so," cried Eleanor, looking round in great alarm. Oliver bore her in his arms from that fearful spot. He accompanied her home, and it was near break of day when, exhausted and alone, she again retired to her chamber. By the way, Oliver told her that he had found a mysterious tablet on the edge of the brook the same morning. He had luckily hidden it in his bosom, and he felt as though a talisman or charm had protected him from the spells in the fairies' chapel. Springtide was past, and great was the stir and bustle for the approaching nuptials between Oliver Chadwick and the Lady Eleanor. All the yeomanry, inhabitants of the hamlets of Honorsfield, Butterworth, and Heeley, were invited to the wedding. Dancers and mummers were provided, wrestlers and cudgel players, with games and pastimes of all sorts, were appointed. The feasts were to be holden for 3 days, and masks, motions, and other rare devices, were expected to surpass and eclipse every preceding attempt of the like nature. Eleanor sat in her lonely bower. It was the night before the bridal. Tomorrow would see her depart in pageantry and pomp, an envied bride. Yet was her heart heavy, and she could not refrain from weeping. She sought rest, but sleep was denied. The owl hooted at her window, the bat flapped his leathern wings, the taper burned red and heavily, and its rays were tinged as though with blood, the fire flung out its tiny coffin, the wind sobbed aloud at every cranny, and wailed piteously about the dwelling. "Would that I might read my destiny," thought she. Her natural inclination to forbidden practices was too powerful to withstand. Now there was formerly an ancient superstition, that if, on the night before marriage, a taper were burned, made from the fat of a young sow, and anointed with the blood of the inquirer, after sundry diabolical and cabalistical rites at midnight, a spirit would appear, and pronounce the good or evil destiny of the current. Eleanor had prepared the incantation ere she laid her throbbing head on the pillow. Whether or not she slept, is more than we can divulge. Such, in all probability, was the case, dreams being the echo only of our waking anticipations. She thought there came a rushing wind. The door flapped to and fro, the curtains shook, and the pictures glared horribly from the wall. Suddenly, starting from the panel, with eyes lighted up like balefires, and a malignant scowl on her visage, stalked down one of the family portraits. It was that of a female, a maiden aunt of the house of Byron, painted by one of the court artists, whom the king had brought from France, and patronized at a heavy cost. This venerable dame appeared to gaze at the spectator from whatsoever situation she was beholden. The eyes even seemed to follow you when passing across the chamber. A natural consequence though, and only marvelled at by the ignorant and illiterate. This ancient personage now advanced from her hanging place, and standing at the foot of the bed, opened out a fiery scroll with these ominous words, "Maid, wife, and widow, in one day, this shall be thy destiny." Eleanor struggled hard, but was unable to move. She laboured for utterance, but could not speak. At length, with one desperate effort, a loud cry escaped her, and the vision disappeared. She slept no more, but morning disclosed her haggard cheek and sunken eye, intimating that neither hope nor enjoyment could have been the companion of her slumbers. It was a bright morning in June. The sun rode high and clear in the blue heavens. The birds had sung their matins blithe, ere the bridegroom arrived with his attendants. Merrily did the village choristers acquit themselves in their vocation, while those that were appointed strewed flowers in the way. The bells of St. Chad trolled out their merry notes when the ceremony was over, and the bride, on her snow-white palfrey, passed on, escorted by her husband, at the head of the procession. Gay cavaliers on horseback, and maidens prancing by their side, made the welkin ring with loud and mirthful discourse. The elder Byron rode on his charger by the side of Jordan Chadwick and his eldest son, with whom rode the vicar, Richard Sally, nothing loath to contribute his folly to the festival. As the procession drew nigh to the hall, a messenger rode forward in great haste, whispering to Byron, who, with angry and disordered looks, shouted aloud to Oliver, "Away, away! The cowardly Traffords are at our threshold." They have skulked out, like traitors as they be, knowing our absence at the feast. 'Tis an old feud, and a bloody one. Who is for Byron? Down with the Traffords. The old man here put spurs to his horse, and galloped off with his attendants. A Byron, shouted Oliver, as he followed in full cry, first leaving his wife under a suitable and safe escort. Soon they routed the enemy, but the prediction was complete, for Eleanor became maid, wife, and widow, in one day, her husband being slain during the battle. The blood of man was held of little account in those days, if we may judge by the following award on the occasion, in virtue of a writ of appeal of death, sued out against Sir John Trafford, knight, his tenants and servants. The sum of £60 was deemed to be paid by Trafford to Byron, to be distributed amongst the cousins and friends of the late Oliver C. In the parish church of Manchester, on the award of Sir Thomas Stanley, knight, Lord Stanley, viz. 10 marks at the Nativity of John the Baptist, and 10 marks at St. Martin, yearly, until the whole was paid, and all parties to be fully friends. Dated London, the 24th of March 20 Edward IV. 4018. The luck of Muncaster K. Hen. From Scotland am I stolen, even of pure love, to greet mine own land with my wishful sight. King Henry VI. It shall bless thy bed, it shall bless thy board, they shall prosper by this token, in Muncaster Castle good luck shall be, till the charmed cup is broken. Gamel de Pennington is the first ancestor of the family of whom there is any recorded account. He was a person of great note and property at the time of the Conquest, and the family, having quitted their original seat of Pennington in Lancashire, where the foundation of a square building called the Castle is still visible, he fixed his residence at Mealcaster, now called Muncaster. It is said that the family originally resided nearer the sea, at a place not far from the town of Ravenglass, where at present are the ruins of an old Roman castle, called Walls Castle. The old tower of the present mansion house at Muncaster was built by the Romans, to guard the ford called St. Michael's Ford, over the river Esk, when Agricola went to the north, and to watch also the great passes into the country over the fells, and over Hard Knot, where is the site of another fortress constructed by them, apparent from the traces existing to this day. Muncaster and the manor of Muncaster have long been enjoyed by the Penningtons, who appear to have possessed it about 40 years before the Conquest, and ever since, sometimes collaterally, but for the most part in lineal descent by their issue male, to this very time. There is a room in Muncaster Castle which still goes by the name of Henry VI's room, from the circumstance of his having been concealed in it at the time he was flying from his enemies in 1461, when Sir John Pennington, the then possessor of Muncaster, gave him a secret reception. The posts of the bed in which he slept, which are of handsome carved oak, are also in the same room in good preservation. When the period for the king's departure arrived, before he proceeded on his journey, he addressed Sir John with many kind and courteous acknowledgments for his loyal reception, lamenting, at the same time, that he had nothing of more value to present him with, as a testimony of his goodwill, than the cup out of which he crossed himself. He then gave it into the hands of Sir John, accompanying the present with the following blessing: the family shall prosper as long as they preserve it unbroken, which the superstition of those times imagined would carry good fortune to his descendants. Hence it is called, the luck of Muncaster. It is a curiously wrought glass cup, studded with gold and white enamel spots. The benediction attached to its security being then uppermost in the recollection of the family, it was considered essential to the prosperity of the house at the time of the usurpation that the luck of Muncaster should be deposited in a safe place. It was consequently buried till the cessation of hostilities had rendered all further care and concealment unnecessary. Unfortunately, however, the person commissioned to disinter this precious jewel let the box fall in which it was locked up, which so alarmed the then existing members of the family, that they could not muster courage enough to satisfy their apprehensions. It therefore, according to the traditionary story still preserved in the family, remained unopened for more than 40 years, at the expiration of which period a Pennington, more hardy or more courageous than his predecessors, unlocked the casket and exultingly proclaimed the safety of the luck of Muncaster. When John, Lord Muncaster, the first of the family who obtained a peerage, entered into possession of Muncaster Castle, after his elevation in 1793, he found it still surrounded with a moat, and defended by a strong portcullis. The family having of late years entirely resided upon their estate of Warty in Yorkshire, the house was in so very dilapidated a state that Lord Muncaster was obliged to rebuild it almost entirely, with the exception of Agricola's tower, the walls of which are 9 feet thick. The elevation of the new part is in unison with that of the Roman tower, and forms altogether a handsome castellated building. The situation is eminently striking, and was well chosen for commanding the different passes over the mountains. It is surrounded with mountain scenery on the north, south, and east, while extensive plantations, a rich and cultivated country, with the sea in the distance, makes a combination of scenery than which it is scarcely possible to imagine anything more beautiful or more picturesque. We are tempted to conclude this description with the words of John, Lord Muncaster, who himself so greatly contributed to its renovation. Upon being requested to give an outline of its beauties, he replied that it consisted of wood, park, lawn, valley, river, sea, and mountain. The reason or excuse we give for introducing within our Lancashire series this tradition, of which the occurrences took place in a neighbouring county, is, that the family was originally native to our own. By the village of Pennington, situated about midway between Dalton and Ulverstone, is the Castle Hill, the residence of this family before the Conquest. The area of the castle yard appears to have been an octagon or a square, with obtuse angles, about 45 yards in diameter. The south and east sides have been defended by a ditch about 10 yards wide, and by a vallum of earth, still visible. There are no vestiges of the ancient building. It stood apparently on the verge of a precipice, at the foot of which flows a brook with great rapidity. The side commands an extensive view of the sea-coast and beacons, and was excellently situated for assembling the dependents in cases of emergency. The name is diversely written in ancient writings, as Pennington, 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 and in Domesday Book Penegeton, perhaps from Peneg, in British, a prince or great personage, to which the Saxon termination ton being added, forms Penegeton, since smoothed into Pennington. Part first. Come hither, Sir John de Pennington, come hither, and hearken to me, nor silver, nor gold, nor lady love, nor broad lands I give unto thee. I care not for silver, I care not for gold, nor for broad lands, nor fair lady, but my honour and troth, and my good broadsword are the king's eternally. Come hither, Sir John, thou art loyal and brave, again the monarch spake, in my trouble and thrall, in the hour of pain, thou pity didst on me take. The white rose withers on every bough, and the red rose rears its thorn, but many a maid our strife shall rue, and the babe that is yet unborn. I've charged in the battle with horse and lance, but I've doffed the warrior now, and never again may helmet of steel bind this burning, aching brow. Oh, had I been born of a simple churl, and a serving wench for my mate, I had whistled as blithe as yon knave that sits by Muncaster's castle gate. Would that my crown were a bonnet of blue, and my sceptre yon shepherd's crook, I would honour, dominion, and power eschew in this holy and quiet nook. For England's crown is a girdle of blood, a traitor is every gem, and a murderer's eye each jewel that lurks in that kingly diadem. Hunt on! Hunt on, thou bloodhound keen, I'd rather an outcast be, than wade through all that thou hast done, to pluck that crown from thee. Then tarry, my liege, Sir John replied, in Muncaster's castle gate, no foeman shall enter, while sheltered here from Edward's pride and hate. I may not tarry, thou trusty knight, nor longer with thee abide, ere tomorrow shall rise on these lordly towers, from that gate shall a monarch ride. For a vision came to my lonely bed, and that vision bade me flee, and I must away, ere break of day, o'er the hills to the south country. But take this cup, 'tis a hallowed thing which holy men have blessed, in the church of the Holy Sepulchre this crystal once did rest, and many a martyr, and many a saint around its brim have sate, no water that ere its lips have touched but is hallowed and consecrate. 'Tis thine, Sir John, not an empire's worth, nor wealth of could buy the like, for never was jewel seen of such wondrous potency. It shall bless thy bed, it shall bless thy board, they shall prosper by this token, in Muncaster Castle good luck shall be, till the charmed cup is broken. Sir John he bent him on his knee, and the king's word ne'er did up, for the cup is called, to this blessed hour, the luck of Muncaster. Part second. O haste, Sir William of Liddesleigh my kinsman good at need, the Esque's dark ford thou hast passed by, in Muncaster rest thy steed, and say to my love and my lady bright Indiana Carlisle I must stay, for the foe is come forth from the misty north, and I cannot hence away, but I must keep watch on Carlisle's towers with the banner of Cumberland, then bid her beware of the rebel host, lest they come with sword and brand. But bid her, rather than house or land, take heed of that cup of grace, which King Henry gave to our ancestor, the luck of our noble race. Bid her bury it deep at dead of night, that no eye its hiding see. Now do mine errand, Sir William, as thou wouldst prosperous be. Sir William stayed nor for cloud nor shrine, he stayed not for rest nor bait, till he saw the far gleam on Esse's broad stream, and Moncaster's castle gate. From whence art thou in such fearful haste? The warder wondering said, Hast thou escaped alone from the bloody fight, and the field of the gory dead? I am not from the bloody fight, nor a craven flight I flee, but I am come to my lady's bower, Sir William of Liddesleigh. The knight to the lady's bower is gone, a boon I crave from thee, deny me not, thou lady bright, and he bent him on his knee. I grant thee a boon, the lady said, if it from my husband be, there's a cup of grace, cried the suppliant knight, which thou must give to me. Now foul be for thee, false traitor, that with guile would our treasure win, for ne'er from Sir John of Pennington had such traitorous message been. I crave your guerdon, fair lady, 'twas but your faith to try, that we might know if the luck of this house were safe in such custody. The message was thus, thy husband sent, he hath looked out from Carlisle WA, and he is aware of John Highlandmen come trooping down the Snore, and should this kilted papistry spread hither upon their way, they'll carry hence that cup of grace, though thou shouldst say them nay. And thy lord must wait for the traitor foe by the walls of merry Carlisle, else he would hie to his lady's help, and his lady's fears beguile. Thy lord would rather his house were brent, his goods and his cattle harried, than the cup should be broken, that cup of grace or from Moncaster's house be carried. The kinsman smiled on that fond lady, and his traitor suit he plied, give me the cup, the false knight said, from these foemen fierce to hide. The lady of Moncaster op the box where lay this wondrous thing, Sir William saw its beauteous form, all bright and glistering. The kinsman smiled on that fond lady, and he viewed it o'er and o'er. 'Tis a jewel of price, said that traitor then, and worthy a prince's dower. We'll bury the treasure where ne'er from the sun one ray of gladness shone, where darkness, and light, and day, and night, and summer, and spring are one, beneath the moat we'll bury it straight in its box of the good oak tree, and the cankered Carl, John Highlandman, shall never that jewel see. The kinsman took the casket up, and the lady looked over the wall, if thou break that cup of grace, beware, the pride of our house shall fall. The kinsman smiled as he looked above, and to the lady cried, I'll show thee where thy luck shall be, and the lord of Moncaster's pride. The lady watched this kinsman false, and he lifted the casket high, oh! Look not so, Sir William, and bitterly she did cry. But the traitor knight dashed the casket down to the ground, that blessed token, lie there, then said that false one now, proud Moncaster's charm is broken. The lady shrieked, the lady wailed, while the false knight fled amain, but never durst Moncaster's lord, I trow, ope that blessed shrine again. Part third. The knight of Moncaster went to woo, and he rode with the whirlwind's speed, for the lady was coy, and the lover was proud, and he hotly spurred his steed. He stayed not for bog, he stayed not for briar, nor stayed he for flood or fell, nor ever he slackened his courser's rein, till he stood by the Loder's well. Beside that well was a castle fair, in that castle a fair lady, in that lady's breast was a heart of stone, nor might it softened be. Now smooth that brow of scorn, fair maid, and to my suit give ear, there's never a dame in Cumberland, such a look of scorn doth wear. Haste, haste thee back, the lady cried, for a doomed man art thou, I wed not the heir of Moncaster, thy luck is broken now. Oh say not so, for on my sire th unerring doom was spent, I heir not his ill luck, I trow, nor with his dool am shent. The doom is thine, as thou art his, and to his curse, the heir, but never a luckless babe of mine that fearful curse shall bear. A moody man was the lover then, but homeward as he hied, beside the well at Lord Lothar's gate an ugly dwarf he spied. Out of my sight, thou fearsome thing, out of my sight, I say, or I will fling thine ugly bones to the crows this blessed day. But the elfin dwarf he skipped and ran beside the lover's steed, and ever as Moncaster's lord spurred on, the dwarf held equal speed. The lover he slackened his pace again, and to the goblin cried, What ho, Sir Page, what luckless chance hath buckled thee to my side? Up spake then first that shrivelled thing, and he shook his locks of grey, Why low as the cloud on Moncaster's brow, and the foam tracks his troubled way. There's a lady, the fairest in all this land, the haughty chief replied, But that lady's love in vain I've sought, and I'll woo none other bride. And is there not beauty in other lands, and locks of raven hue, that thou must pine for a maiden cold, whose bosom love ne'er knew? Oh, there is beauty in every land, the sorrowing knight replied, but I'd rather Margaret of Lonsdale wed, than the fairest dame beside. And thou shalt the Lady Margaret wed, said that lowly dwarf again, there's a key in Muncaster Castle can break that maiden's heart in twain. Oh never, thou lying elf, that maiden's word is spoken, the cup of grace left a traitor's hand, proud Muncaster's luck is broken. Then scornfully grinned that elfin dwarf, and aloud he laughed again, there's a key in thy castle, Sir Knight, can break that maiden's heart in twain. The knight he turned him on his steed, and he looked over hill and stream, but he saw not that elfin dwarf again, he had vanished as a dream. The knight came back to his castle hall, and stabled his good grey steed, and he is to his chamber gone, with wild and angry speed. And he saw the oaken casket, where lay hid that cup of grace, since that fearful day, when the traitor foe wrought ruin on his race. Thou cursed thing, he cried in scorn, that ever such luck should be, from Muncaster's house, ill-boding fiend, thou shalt vanish eternally. He kicked the casket o'er and o'er with rage and contumely, when, lo! a tinkling sound was heard, down dropped a glittering key. He remembered well the wondrous speech of the spectre dwarf again, there's a key in Muncaster Castle can break a maiden's heart in twain. He took the key, and he turned the lock, and he opened the casket wide, when the cause of all his agony the lover now espied. The holy cup lay glistering there, and he kissed that blessed token, for its matchless form unharmed lay, the luck had ne'er been broken. The loud halls rung, and the minstrels sung, and glad rolled the Essex bonny tide, when Lonsdale's Lady Margaret was Muncaster's winsome bride. Now prosper long that baron bold, and that bright and blessed token, for Muncaster's luck is constant yet, and the crystal charm unbroken. The peal of Foldry, true, treason never prospers, what's the reason? When treason prospers, 'tis no longer treason. The ancient castle of Peel of Foldry, the island of Fowls, stands a little beyond the southern extremity of the Isle of Walney. The castle and its site belong to the ladies of the Liberty of Furness. The ruins, seen from the heights above Rampside, are beautifully picturesque. Though the sea has wasted part of the outworks, yet the remains exhibit a complete specimen of the principles and plan upon which these ancient defences were usually constructed. It may not be thought out of place to give the reader some account of its present appearance. West, in his Antiquities of Furness, inserts the following account of his visit to this delightful spot, and as it is detailed with a good deal of graphic simplicity, if not elegance of style, we prefer it to our own record of an expedition to this place. Choosing a proper time of the tide, says he, for our excursion, we set out from Dalton, early on a pleasant summer's morning, and having crossed the sands in Walney Channel, we followed the eastern shore of the Isle of Walney from the small village of North Scale, by the chapel, to Biggar. Leaving this hamlet, and crossing over a small neck of land by a narrow lane winding amongst well-cultivated fields, smiling with the prospect of a plenteous harvest of excellent grain, but principally of wheat, which the land in Walney generally produces of a superior quality, we again came to the shore, and having a pretty distinct view of several parts of the ruinous fabric which was the object of our excursion, we took the distant castle for our guide, and entered upon a trackless sand, which, by the route we pursued, is about 2.5 miles over. It is soft and disagreeable travelling in many places, but there is no quicksand. Those, however, who are unacquainted with the road to the Peel of Foldry should take a guide from Biggar. About halfway over the sand, the mouldering castle, with its extensive shattered walls and ruinated towers, makes a solemn, majestic appearance. Having arrived on the island, which is destitute of tree or shrub, except a few blasted thorns and briars, we left our horses at a lonely public house, situated close by the side of the eastern shore, and proceeded to inspect the ruins of the castle. The main tower has been defended by 2 moats, 2 walls, and several small towers. We crossed the exterior fosse or ditch, and entered the outer bale or yard, through a ruinous guard tower, overleaning a steep precipice formed by the surges of the sea. The ancient pass, where the drawbridge over the outer ditch was fixed, has been long washed away. The greater part of the outer wall is also demolished, for in those places which are out of the reach of the tide the stones have been removed for various purposes. The drawbridge over the exterior ditch of these castles used commonly to be defended by a fortification consisting of a strong high wall with turrets, called the barbican or anti-mural. The great gate or entrance into the outer bale or yard was often fortified by a tower on each side, and by a room over the intermediate passage, and the thick folding doors of oak, by which the entrance was closed, were often strengthened with iron, and faced by an iron portcullis or grate, sliding down a groove from the higher part of the building. A chapel commonly stood in the outer bale. Accordingly, Just at our entrance into that part we saw the ruins of a building which is said to have been the chapel belonging to this castle. At the inside of the yard we came to the inner fosse, moat, or ditch, and arriving at the place where the drawbridge had been fixed, we entered the inner bail or court by the ancient passage through the interior wall, the entrance whereof had evidently been secured by a portcullis, and defended by a room over the passage. We now proceeded to the entrance into the main tower or keep, but the doorway into the porch, which precedes it, being walled up, we were obliged to creep into the edifice by a narrow aperture. The entrance has been secured by a portcullis. The main tower has consisted of 3 stories, each divided into 3 oblong apartments by 2 interior side walls being carried from bottom to top. The rooms on the ground floor have been very low, and lighted by long apertures, extremely narrow, at the outside of the walls, but a considerable width in the inside, perhaps so constructed for the use of the bow. The apartments have communicated with each other, and there has been a winding staircase leading from one of them to the rooms above, and to the top of the castle. Under the ground floor of these ancient castles used commonly to be dark and dismal apartments, or dungeons, for the reception of prisoners, but nothing of the kind is known to be here. The porch is called the dungeon. The second floor has been on a level with the first landing at the principal entrance. The rooms have been lofty, and lighted by small pointed windows, and many of them have had fireplaces. The apartments on the third floor have been apparently similar to those on the second. The side apartments have been lighted by several small pointed windows, but those in the middle have been very dark and gloomy. The great door of the castle opens into one of these intermediate apartments. On the left-hand side of the entrance has been a spiral staircase, leading to the rooms above and to the top of the castle, which has had a flat roof, surrounded by a parapet and several turrets. The walls of this tower are very strong and firm, a deep buttress is placed at each corner, and one against the middle of each side wall. A small square tower has stood at the southern corner, but the greater part of it has been thrown down by the sea. The foundation of one side wall is also undermined the whole of its length, and as it in some places overhangs the precipice formed by the waste of the sea, and as the castle is not situated upon a rock, but upon hard loamy soil, this side must inevitably fall in a few years. Many huge fragments of the wasted walls are scattered upon the shore, under the cliff from whence they have fallen, and notwithstanding the concussion they have received in falling from a great height, and the frequent surges of the sea, they are as firm as ever, and in many places exhibit the shape of the edifice. The corners and doorcases of the guard towers, the buttresses, window frames, and several parts of the main tower, are constructed with red freestone, but all the other parts of the walls, which in general are about 6 or 7 feet in thickness, are formed of round stones collected from the adjacent shores. The inside of the walls has been constructed with small stones, and plenty of fluid mortar to fill the interstices. To this mode of construction, to the excellent binding quality of the stones, and to the slow drying of the groutwork in the inside, may be attributed the great tenacity of the walls of this fabric, more than to any uncommon or unknown method of composing the mortar. The roofs of the numerous guardhouses in the surrounding walls of this castle have apparently been flat. Upon these, and along the walls, which in most castles were topped by a parapet and a kind of embrasure called crenels, the defenders of the castle were stationed during a siege, and from thence discharged arrows, darts, stones, and every kind of annoyance they could procure, upon their enemies. There were often subterraneous passages leading from the lowest part of the main tower to a great distance, and by these the besieged could make their escape in time of imminent danger, when the outworks were carried by storm. On the northeast side of the outworks of this castle has been a large pond or reservoir for supplying the ditches with water in cases of sudden emergency. There has also been a fish pond on the northwest side. Though many variations were made in the structure of castles, as the plan was often modified by the architect according to the site occupied by the edifice, yet the most perfect and magnificent were generally constructed with all the different parts we have mentioned. The walls contain no decorations of art, and are equally destitute of all natural embellishments, the rugged outlines of dilapidation, associating with the appearance of past magnificence, are the qualities which chiefly interest the imagination, while comparing the settled tranquility of the present with the turbulent ages that are past, and contemplating the view of this mouldering fabric. The island of Foldry has certainly been much larger at the erection of the castle than it is at present, but the sea, having reduced it to its present small compass, has abated the rapid career of its destruction. It now wastes the western shore of Walney, and forms a new tract out of the ruins, which proves a barrier to its progress upon the Peel of Foldry, and at some future period may be an accession to this island, in place of the land which it has lost. The period when it was reduced to ruins is not well ascertained, but it is probable that this was one of the fortresses which fell under the dismantling orders of the Commonwealth. The port is very large and commodious, and would float a first-rate ship of war at low water. In 1789 a body of commissioners and trustees, appointed to improve the navigation of the River Lune, built a lighthouse on the southeast end of the Isle of Walney. It is an octagonal column, placed upon a circular foundation of a little more than 20 feet in diameter. At the plinth, its diameter is 18 feet, and diminishes gradually with the elevation through 57 feet to 14. The ascent from the bottom to the lantern is by a staircase, consisting of 91 steps, winding up the inside of the pillar. The whole height is about 68 feet. At the base of the column there is a small dwelling for the keeper and his family. It was in the merry month of May, in the year 1487, scarcely 2 years after Richard's overthrow at Bosworth, and Earl Richmond's usurpation of the English crown by the title of King Henry VII, that a great armament, landing on the barren island of Foldry, took possession of the castle, a fortress of great strength commanding the entrance to the Bay of Morecambe, and a position of considerable importance to the invaders. It occupied, with the outworks and defences, nearly the whole area of the island, a few acres only, 2 or 3 fishermen's huts at that time being irregularly scattered on the beach below. Built by the monks of Furness in the first year of Edward III. As a retreat from the ravages of the Scots, and a formidable barrier against their approaches by sea, it was now unexpectedly wrested from its owners, becoming a point of resistance from whence the formidable power of Henry might be withstood, and in the end successfully opposed. A royal banner floated from the battlements. The fortress had been formally taken into possession by the invaders in the name of their king, previously proclaimed at Dublin by the title of Edward VI. The youth was crowned there with a diadem taken from an image of the Virgin, priests and nobles espousing his cause with more than ordinary enthusiasm, and Henry, in the 2nd year of his reign, was threatened, from a source as unexpected as it was deemed contemptible, with the loss of his ill-gotten sovereignty. Lambert Simnel, according to some historians, was the real name of this pretender, but there be others who scruple not to assert that he was in reality the unfortunate Earl of Warwick, son to Clarence, elder brother of Richard III. And that he had made his escape from the Tower, where he long suffered an ignominious confinement by the cruel policy of Henry. The prior claims of this young prince to the English crown could not be doubted, and Margaret, the bold Duchess of Burgundy, sister to Edward IV, had furnished the invaders with a body of 2,000 chosen Flemish troops, commanded by Martin Swartz, a brave and experienced officer. With them came the Earl of Lincoln, related to Edward IV. by intermarriage with Elizabeth, the king's eldest sister. This nobleman had long entertained ambitious views towards the crown, his uncle Richard, it is said, in default of issue to himself, having expressed the intention of declaring Lincoln his successor. The Lord Lovell, too, a bitter enemy of the reigning prince, who had fled to the court of Burgundy before time for protection, was entrusted with a command in the expedition. To these were joined the Earl of Kildare, the king's deputy for Ireland, with several others of the nobility from the sister kingdom. The countenance thus unexpectedly given to the rebellion by persons of the highest rank, and the great accession of military force from abroad, raised the courage and exultation of the Irish to such a pitch that they threatened to overrun England, nothing doubting but their restless and disaffected spirit would be fully met by a similar disposition on the part of those whom they invaded. In supposing that the inhabitants in the north of England, and especially in Lancashire, would immediately join their standard, they had not calculated wisely. The king, in crushing the hopes of the Yorkists, had made himself, at that period, too popular in the county. The reluctance, too, which it may be supposed that Englishmen would feel in identifying themselves with a troop of foreign adventurers, as well as their general animosity against the Irish, to whom the Northerns never bore any goodwill, being too near neighbours to agree, these circumstances taken into account, the ultimate failure of the expedition might have been easily prognosticated. Sir Thomas Broughton, a gentleman of some note in Furness, was the only person of weight and influence in the county who joined their standard, and he soon found himself a loser by his defection. This brief preliminary statement we have thought essential to the right understanding and development of our plot. The evening was dark and lowering, the sky broken into wild irregular masses of red and angry clouds. The sun, after throwing one fierce look over the broad and troubled sea, had sunk behind a hard, huge battlement of cloud, on the round waving edges of which ran a bright burning rim, that looked like a train of fire ignited by the glowing luminary behind. The beach round the little island of Foldry is mostly covered with pebbles thrown up by the tide, occasionally intermingled with rock and patches of dark verdure. A few boats may be seen with their equipments, and 2 or 3 straggling nets upon the shore. A distant sail occasionally glides across the horizon, but the usual aspect is that of solitude, still and uninterrupted, the abode of sterility and sadness. Now, the narrow bay by the island was glittering with gallant streamers. Ships of war, in all their pride and panoply, majestically reposed upon its bosom. All was bustle and impatience. The trumpet note of war brayed fiercely from the battlements. Incessant was the march of troops in various directions. Tents were pitched before the castle. Guards were appointed, and this hitherto peaceful and solitary spot resounded with the din of arms, and the hoarse clang of preparation for the approaching strife. Messengers were constantly passing to and from the mainland. The insignia of royalty were ostentatiously displayed, and the captains and leaders within the fortress fulfilled the duties of this mimic and motley court in honor of their anticipated sovereign. Under a steep cliff, washed by the sea at high water, but of no great height, and above which the higher walls of the castle or keep might be discovered, sat 2 fishermen, the owners, or rather occupiers, of one of the cottages built under the very walls of the fortress, where these peaceful inhabitants had placed their little nests, protected and covered by the wing of their loftier but more exposed and dangerous neighbor. The place they had chosen for their conference was secluded from general observation, and their low and heavy speech was concealed from the prying sentinels above by the hoarse and impetuous voice of the retiring waves. Not many paces distant was the inlet to a subterraneous passage, supposed to lead under the deepest foundations of the castle, but its termination was now a mystery, at any rate, to the present occupiers and inhabitants of the place. Many strange and horrible stories were told and believed, of its uses and destination in times past. Being burdened with a bad name, some uncleansed murder stuck to it, the place ran little risk of disturbance or intruders. When the tides ran high, this outlet was inaccessible, being partly flooded by the sea. From neglect and disuse, an accumulation of sand and pebbles, washed by the violence of the waves into the cavity, was deposited there, so that the entrance, which, according to tradition, was once wide and sufficiently lofty for a person to walk upright, was now dwindled into a narrow and insignificant-looking hole, scarcely big enough to admit an urchin. "Thee hasna seen it thysail," then, said one of the fishermen to his companion. "Nay, I wore it a whose man when it cam, but," the speaker looked wistfully towards the dark entrance we have named, "but I say sure Dick wouldna see say if, Dick's a staring, gowk, and a coward too. I say warrant there war plenty o' room, twixt his carcass and the W.A. That I'd been there I stared. There shouldn't ha' been room to cram a herring tail atween me and the ghost's substance. I would ha' hedged him up thus, and then Master Ghost, taken aback, says, 'Friend, by your sweet leave I would pass, but I make out elbows, and arms this end, facing till him so. Help! Murder!' This sudden change in the voice and attitude of the speaker, this sudden exhalation of his courage, unfortunately arose from the parties having, in the heat and interest of the discourse, turned their backs to the haunted entrance, and, so intent was Davy in accommodating the action to the valiant tenor of his speech, that it was only on turning round, for the purpose of showing to his companion the way in which he would have disputed a passage with the ghost, that he was aware for the first time of the presence of that terrible thing, and within a very few inches too of his own person. They stayed not for any further exemplification of this theory of ghost-laying, but in an instant were beyond observation, bounding over the beach, nor once looking behind them until safe in their little hut, and the door fastened against the fearful intruder. Davy, being foremost in the race, sat down, followed by his companion George, who, maugre his great apprehensions, could not forbear laughing heartily at the sudden melting away of the big-mouthed valour of this cowardly boaster. "Praise be Our Lady of Furness," said the merry taunter, with many interruptions from laughter and want of breath, "thy heels are as glib as thy tongue, for which, oh, I am breathed, blown, dispossessed of my birthright, free quaffing over the air. Ha, ha! I cannot laugh. Oh! What a mouth didst thou make at old Black Sleeves! Gaping so, I wonder he mistook not thy muzzle for one of the vents into his old quarters. a pretty gull thee bst, to swallow yon black porpoise. I tell thee, messmate, returned the other, gravely, thou hast missed thy tack. It wore but a slip, maybe akin, of a sudden start which took me, as they say, by the nape. I jumped back, I own, a foul accident, by which he took advantage. He comes behind me, thou sees, and with a skip that would have seated him upo, the topmost perch o' the castle, he lights whack, thump, fair upo, my shoulders. I ran but to shake the whoreson black slug fro my carcass. Saints ha' mercy, but his legs wore colder than a wet sheet. I soon enshipped my cargo, though, I tumbled him into the sea, made a present of old black sleeves to the fishes. Thou lying chub, said George, angrily, did not I watch thee? Why, thou cub, thou cormorant, thou maker of long lies and quick legs, didst not o'ershoot me, by some fathoms. I followed hard in thy wake, but I see naught of all this bull scuddering of thine. Faith, but thou didst ply thy courses with a wet sail. Go to, Geordie, go to, a juggle, I tell thee, sheer malice of the enemy, foul and fors as he be. Here he spat on the floor to show his detestation and contempt, but George, either too ignorant or too idle to reply, took down a dried fluke from the chimney, and warming it on the glowing turf for a few minutes, was soon occupied in disposing of this dainty and favourite repast. Their hut was of the rudest construction. The walls were of boulder stones from the beach, loosely set up with mud and slime, and in several places decidedly deviating from the perpendicular. The roof was thatched with rushes, and shaped like unto a fish's back, having a marvellous big hump in the middle, upon which grew a fair tuft of long lank herbage, while bunches of the biting yellow stone crop clung in irregular patches of bright green verdure about the extremities. The interior was lighted by a single casement, showing an assemblage of forms the most homely and primitive in their construction. The floor, paved with blue pebbles, the fireplace, a huge hearth flag merely, on which lay a heap of glowing turf, an iron pot depending from a crook above. The smoke, curling lazily through a raft of fish drying a few feet above the flame, and acquiring the requisite flavour, with considerable difficulty reached a hole in the roof, where the adverse and refractory wind not unfrequently disputed its passage, and drove it down again, to assist the colds and rheums by its stimulating propensities. A broken chair, a three-legged stool, and a table with no greater number of supporters, a truckle bed, and an accumulation of nets, oars, and broken implements of the like nature, were the usual deposits about the chamber. The two fishermen were partners in their gainful trade, and not having tasted the bliss of conjugal comforts, enjoyed a sort of negative good from the absence of evil, and lived a tolerably quiet and harmonious life in these outskirts of creation. The few simple and primitive inhabitants of the island had been so bewildered and confounded by the turmoil and disorder consequent upon the invasion of their hitherto peaceful and quiet resting place, that some half-dozen of them, for the first time in their lives, had quitted their homes. Others, secure from their poverty and insignificance, still remained, though much disturbed with wonder and silly surmises, and ready to catch at any stray marvels that fell in their way. The subterraneous and half-concealed passage in the rock, or rather shale, on which the castle stands, always under the ban of some vague and silly apprehension, had been reported of late as manifesting more than equivocal symptoms of supernatural possession. Dick Empson, or Long Neb Dick, a sort of shrewd, half-witted incarnation, it might be, of the goblin or elfin species, a runner of errands from the Abbey of Furness to the castle, and a being whose pranks and propensities to mischief were well known in the neighbourhood, had affirmed, but a few hours before, that he saw a black figure on the previous night issuing from the hole, and that there was no connection or understanding between this ghostly appearance and the present occupiers of the castle, was evident from the mystery and secrecy that attended its movements. This was doubtless the phantom or goblin that, from time immemorial, had been the cause of such sinister dispositions towards the haunted passage. Davy and his friend had unexpectedly stumbled upon its track, for they had not calculated on its appearance, at any rate before midnight. In the castle, peal, or pile of Foldry, on that night too, there was a mighty disturbance, not unaccompanied with vexation and alarm. It was soon after the first watch. The new-made monarch was asleep in his chamber, an ill-furnished apartment on the second floor of the main tower or keep, looking out by a narrow window towards the sea. The next, or middle chamber, was on a level, and communicating with the first landing, or principal entrance. The latter apartment, in which were the guards and others immediately about the king's person, served the purposes of an anteroom to the presence chamber. The room opposite, for there were 3 divisions on each floor, was subdivided into several parts, and occupied by the Earl of Lincoln and his attendants, the rooms above being devoted to Swartz, Lovell, and Fitzgerald, with their trains. Below were the guard rooms and offices assigned to the staff, with the war stores and munitions belonging to the expedition. In the same chamber with the king lay his confessor and chief adviser, one Simon, a wily and ambitious priest, who was the prime agent, if not mover, in this attempt to overturn the reigning power. No other individual was suffered to remain through the night in the king's apartment. It was about the first watch, as before mentioned, when the guards and attendants were alarmed by loud cries from the royal chamber. They hastened to the door, but it was bolted, and their apprehensions for that time were allayed by the voice of the priest assuring them that the king was safe, but that an ugly dream had awakened him. Lincoln, whom this tumult had quickly brought to the spot, retired grumbling at so unseasonable a disturbance. Scarcely had an hour elapsed ere the cries were repeated. Unsheathing his sword, the proud Earl of Lincoln marched angrily to the door, and swore a loud broad oath that he would see the king or burst open the barrier. With him came others from the rooms overhead, so that the priest was forced, however unwillingly, to open the door, and Lincoln, accompanied by his friends, beheld the young pretender in bed, pale, and with a rueful countenance, still retaining the traces of some deadly horror. "What hath disturbed your highness? We would fain know the cause of this alarm, and punish home, the traitor," said Lincoln, darting a furious look at the confessor, to whom he bore no goodwill. "Nay, friends, I shall be well presently. I beseech you be not disturbed. 'Tis a dream, a vision that hath troubled me. I thought I was in the tower, in my prison chamber, and the tyrant came and grasped me by the throat. With that I jumped up, and as heaven is my witness, I saw a dark figure slip through the floor by yon grim buttress, behind which is the private staircase to the summit. Every eye was turned towards the corner of the chamber near the bed, on the outside of which a winding staircase ran up from below, but they were ignorant of any communication from these stairs into the king's chamber. Lincoln examined the buttress with his sword, and Swartz, the Fleming, with his fingers, but there was no apparent opening or crevice that could betoken any outlet or concealment. The floor was examined, and with the same result, so that they were fain to depart, little doubting that the whole was the effect of some mental disturbance. With the morning dawn came Sir Thomas Broughton. A grand council was appointed for that day, in which the final arrangement of their plans was to be discussed. A royal banquet was prepared, and the Flemish gunners were to give a specimen of their craft from the battlements. The forenoon came on chill and squally, with a low scud driving rapidly from the west. A drizzling rain was the result, which increased with the coming tide. The little island was covered with tents, forming an encampment of no mean extent and appearance. Sir Thomas, with a few attendants, after being ferried over the channel which separates the island of Foldry from the mainland, was conducted through avenues of tents and armed men. The Flemish soldiers, fierce and almost motionless, looked like an array of grim statues. The Irish levies, in a state of more lax discipline, were collected in merry groups, whiling away the time in thriftless and noisy discourse. Sir Thomas Broughton, descended from an Anglo-Saxon family of great antiquity, was by virtue of this hereditary and aboriginal descent, of a proud and pompous bearing. Being allied to most of the principal families in these parts, he was won over by solicitation from the Duchess of Burgundy, as one of the confederates in her attempt to restore the line of York to the English crown. Fond of show and careful as to his own personal appearance, he was clad in a steel coat of great beauty, this ponderous form of defence having been brought to great perfection in the preceding reign. His sword belt was so disposed that the weapon remained in front, while a dagger was attached to the right hip. Over his armour he wore a scarlet cloak, and as he strode proudly up the avenues to the gate, he looked as though he felt that on his fiat alone depended the very existence of those he beheld. After he had passed the first drawbridge into the outer court or bail, a band of archers, drawn up in full array, opened their ranks to receive this puissant chieftain. These were the most efficient of the troops, and partly English, having been brought from Ireland by the deputy. They were clad in shirts of chain mail, with wide sleeves, over which was a small vest of red cloth, laced in front. They had tight hose on their legs, and braces on their left arms. Behind them, and on each side, were part of the infantry, consisting of billmen and halberdiers, but the most formidable-looking soldiers were the Flemish gunners, or harquebusiers, so named from the barbarous Latin word arquebusus, evidently derived from the Italian arquebusa, i.e., a bow with a tube or hole. It was made with a stock and trigger, in imitation of the crossbow. The match, no longer applied by the hand to the touch-hole, was fixed into a cock, which was brought down to the pan by the motion of the trigger. This being at the time a recent invention, excited no little curiosity and admiration. At the inner court, and near the main entrance to the keep, Sir Thomas was received in great state by the Earl of Lincoln, whose high, but easy and pleasant bearing, bespoke him to have been long the inmate and follower of courts, while the stiff attitudes and formal demeanour of Sir Thomas were rendered more apparent by the contrast. "Welcome, Sir Thomas, to our court in this fair haven. Your presence, like your fidelity, hath a goodly savour in it, being always before and better than our expectation or our fears. How fareth our cousin, and our pretty dames in Furness? My lord, I thank you for your good word. My poor services are repaid tenfold in their acceptance by the king," said Sir Thomas, bending, but with an ill grace, by reason of little use in that excellent art. "Into our council chamber, Sir Thomas, where you shall render homage to the king in person." This council chamber was none other than the king's bedroom, whither, with great ceremony, Sir Thomas was conducted. In this mimic court there was a marvellous show of ceremony, and a great observance of, and attention to, forms and royal usages, ridiculous enough where a few acres formed the whole of the monarch's territory, and an ugly ill-contrived castle his palace. But his followers behaved as though England's sovereignty were theirs, being well inclined to content themselves with the shadow, having little hold or enjoyment of the substance. Before a long narrow table, near the bed, and on a high-backed oaken chair, sat the young pretender. He was dressed in a richly embroidered gown, the sleeves wide, and hanging down from the wrists like lappets. On his head was a low cap surmounted by long waving feathers, and his manners and appearance were not devoid of grace and gentility. He displayed considerable self-possession, and wore his kingly honours with great assurance. He was of a fair and sanguine complexion, pale rather than clear, and his hair clustered in heavy ringlets on his shoulders. A rapid and somewhat uncertain motion of the eye, and his mouth not well closed, showed that although he might have been schooled to the exhibition, and could wear the outward show of firmness and decision, yet in the hour of emergency, and in the day of trial, his fortitude would in all likelihood forsake him. At his right hand sat the priest in a white cassock and scapulary. A black hood, thrown back upon his shoulders, exhibited the form and disposition of his head to great advantage. His features were large, expressive, and commanding. The fire of a brilliant grey eye was scarcely tempered by his overhanging brows, though at times the spirit seemed to retire behind their grim shadows, to survey more securely and unobservedly the aspect and appearances without. Swartz, the Flemish general, a blunt military chieftain, was at his side. A black bushy beard, some inches in advance of his honest good-humoured face, was placed in strong contrast with the wary, pale, and somewhat dubious aspect of the priest. Kildare, the Irish deputy, and Lovell, with several of the senior officers and captains, were assembled round the table. The room was lofty, lighted by a small pointed window, and contained the luxury of a fireplace, in which lay some blazing embers, a grateful and refreshing sight in that chill and ungenial atmosphere. The needful ceremonies being gone through, Sir Thomas was honoured with a place at the board near to where it rested against the buttress before mentioned, the priest addressing him as follows: "My Lord Abbot of Furness, Sir Thomas, what news of him? Hath he yet signified his adherence to our cause? We hope you bring tidings of such auspicious import." "He doth yet procrastinate, I hear, until he have news from the court," replied Sir Thomas, "yet I trust his want of zeal and obedience will not hinder our march. And the proud nobles of Lancashire, how stand they affected towards our good prospering? Truly, they are, as one may say, neither cold nor hot, but of a moderate temperature, midway, it would seem, which is an indication of neither zeal nor obedience," said Swartz, suddenly cutting short the tedious verbosity of Sir Thomas's intended harangue. "Open enemies before lukewarm friends." "Prithee, General," said the priest, with a placid smile, during which his eyes seemed to shrink within their dim sockets, "be not over hasty. We cannot reasonably hope that they should flock to our standard almost ere we unfurl it for their gathering." "Your speech hath a reasonable property in it," replied Sir Thomas, "and, as we may say, savoureth of great judgment, which, being of an excellent nature in itself, doth thereby control and exercise, in its own capacity, the nature and excellence of all others. This formidable issue of words was delivered with much earnestness of enunciation, but of its use or meaning, probably, the speaker was fully as ignorant as his hearers. Even at the fountainhead his ideas were sufficiently obscure, but when fairly rolling forth from the spring, they sometimes begat such a froth and turbidity in their course, that no reasonable discernment could fathom their depth or bearing. A short silence was the result, which none, for a while, cared to disturb, lest he should betray his lack of understanding in dark sentences. "We know your loyalty," said the king, which hath a sufficient impress on it to pass current without scrutiny. "Your example, Sir Thomas, will be of competent weight, without the casting or imposition of vain words into the scale. We acknowledge your ready zeal in our just cause." "Your Highness' grace, my liege," said Lincoln, ere Sir Thomas could gather words for a fitting reply, "doth honey your confections well. Men swallow them without wincing or wry faces." Sir Thomas would not thus be deprived of his right to a reply, and was just commencing with a suitable attitude for the purpose, when lo! The trenchant knight, who sat on a small stool beside the corner buttress, with a loud cry, suddenly disappeared, and a gaping cavity in the floor sufficiently accounted for the precipitate mode of his departure. Uprising on the ruins of Sir Thomas, started forth a grotesque figure from the chasm, clad in coarse attire, a ludicrous solemnity on his strange and uncouth visage, as, with a shrill and squeaking tone, he cried, masters, but my master will gie me a blessing for the finding o' this mouse nest, and a priest's blessin' is worth a king's curse any time, and so good morrow, knaves." "Stay," said Lincoln, seizing the intruder, none other than our light-witted acquaintance, Langnebbit Dick, whose prying propensities were notorious, and who had taken upon himself, that morning, the arduous task of exploring the subterraneous passage into which he had seen the mysterious figure insinuate itself. After many perils and impediments, he had come to a flight of steps, ascending which, his progress was interrupted by a trapdoor overhead. He soon discovered a wooden bolt, the unloosing of which led to the precipitation of Sir Thomas through the aperture. Dick's light was struck from his hand, escaping himself, however, he left Sir Thomas to his fate, and emerged, as we have seen, into the council chamber. They were much alarmed by this unexpected disturbance, and, looking down, they beheld a narrow flight of steps, at the bottom of which lay the unfortunate knight, sore bruised by his fall. "If the abbot catch ye here," said Dick, with a vacant grin, "he'll gie every one o' ye a taste o' the gyves, and so pray ye gang awa, and let me gang too. As for that calf beastie, that bars so at the bottom, gie me a groat, and I'll gather him up again soon." Here Dick held out a paw that would not have disgraced the extremities of a bruin for size and colour. "Hollo, guards," cried Lincoln, "take this knave to the dungeon by the porch, and keep him safe until we have need of him." The prying vagabond was removed without ceremony, kicking all the way, and bellowing out threats and vengeance against his enemies, while Sir Thomas and his bruises were brought to light. "'Tis the good hand of Providence that hath revealed to us, through the means of this crack-brained intruder, so dangerous an outlet by which our sovereign's life might have been brought into jeopardy. To show unto us that he works not by might nor by strength, does heaven employ the feeblest instruments for our ruin or our deliverance." The priest, after this profane speech, resumed his station at the board, whence the king, with a proper and becoming dignity, had not arisen. But the council did not proceed in their deliberations after this interruption. Contenting themselves with devising precautions against another surprise, they separated, hoping that tomorrow would bring them despatches from abroad, for which they began to feel somewhat anxious and impatient. The sun was now some hours past meridian. The broad sea and the breakers were foaming on. A wide and impetuous phalanx of waves appeared upon the horizon. Gouts of muddy foam were beginning to froth among the blue pebbles on the beach. The tide was rapidly filling the channels, and patches of dark sand were vanishing beneath the waves, when the two fishermen, launching their little boat into a narrow bay between the rocks, prepared for their daily toil. "Lords o' the court they be," said David, to some inquiry from his more ignorant companion, as he generally affected to consider him. Indeed, with but little wit and less valour, he wished to foist himself upon one possessing both, as a being of extraordinary wisdom and fortitude. And truly, if loud words and big lies could have done this, he would have had no lack either of courage or discretion. "Didst never see a lord to his shirt?" continued this indomitable boaster. "Marry, but I've seen 'em to their shifts, for one of M could na lupo t stones here without help. Help thy silly face, thou bst hardly company fit for they that have seen knowledge, as t war, to its vera nakedness. I tell thee I've looked on Lord's flesh, and no more like thine than thee bst like fish. Some of M will cudgel thy leasing out o' thee, I hope. Thou couldst DNA speak truth to save thy neck fro the rope. Didst get any o' the crumbs at the dinner today? For I ken thou throwed up thy greasy cap, and cried out, hurrah for the king. Thy tongue would ever wag faster at a feast than thy fist at a fray. I tell thee, George, wear thy jibes and gallimaufries. A man can but bear what he can, thee knows, and so stop thy din. Let me see, I heard as I cam doon that this same ghost that frightened thee sa appeared to the king and the lords at the feast, and they were fain to run for it, as thee did last night, thee knows, for verifissimness, and, here he looked round, as though fearing a visit of the like nature. They say he came and gobbled up more nor his share, and he sent the guests a-packing like a bream of short-sized kippers from a creel. We looked for our share of the victuals, but they told me old BL, again he hesitated, evidently afraid that some unsonsy thing was behind him. His voice sunk down to a tremulous whisper. They said that old Splitfeet brought a whole bevy of little devilkins with him that cleared decks in the twinkling of a bowsprit. And yet thou durst not say him nay, though thy craw were as empty as my basket. Come, bear a hand, or we shall lose the tide, it is already on the rocks. The invading fleet was still moored in the harbour, yet the fishermen shot past unheeded by these leviathans of the deep. As they came nearer to the opposite shore, they saw an individual making signals, as though he would be taken across. His monkish garb was a passport to their obedience, and the friar was received on board with great reverence and respect. With a sullen air he demanded, rather than requested, to be conveyed to the castle, which the simple fisherman undertook with great alacrity and good humour. Left to the care of the guards below the ramparts, he was speedily forwarded through ranks of iron men, and the barriers flew open at his presence. An embassage from the abbot of Furness was not to be lightly entreated. Again was there a summons that the council should assemble, and the chiefs, already risen from the banquet, prepared to give him audience. With a proud and firm step he approached the table, and though, from habit, he repressed the natural feelings and bias of the temper, yet there was an evident expression of hostility against the intruders, accompanied with a glance of unequivocal meaning towards their sovereign. Simon, rising to receive this ambassador from the abbot, watched his demeanour with a cautious and keen observance, though betraying little of that really intense interest with which his presence was regarded. "Thrice welcome," he cried, "we hail your presence as an omen of good import. How fareth my lord abbot, whom we hope to number with our friends in this glorious cause? The abbot of Furness hath no message of that similitude. He doth ask by what right, privity, or pretence, ye appear within his castle or stronghold upon this island. Upon whose advice or incitement ye have thus taken possession? And furthermore, under whose authority ye do these things?" This short address, uttered in a firm voice, and in a tone of menace rather than inquiry, daunted the hearers, who had hoped for a more propitious message from the Abbey of Furness. Simon, however, without betraying his chagrin, unhesitatingly replied, "The right by which we hold this fortress is the will of our king, and our authority is from him." "I crave your honest regards," returned the monk, looking round with a glance of conscious power and superiority. "This good inheritance is ours, and whosoever disporteth himself here must answer for it to the Lord of Furness, whose delegate and representative I am." Choler was rising in the assembly, but Simon, with that intuitive and inexplicable control which superior minds possess, almost unknowingly, over their associates, quelled the outburst of the flame by a single glance. Another look was directed to the royal pupil at his side, when the latter spoke as follows: "Our presence here, it should seem, is a sufficient answer to the questions of our Lord Abbot. Being lawful heir to the English crown, we might command the allegiance, if not the homage, of your head, but we would rather win with fair entreaty than command our unwilling subjects, and to this end have we sent messengers to the superior of your house, urging his help and submission." This reply was given with a dignity and an assurance denoting that either he was the individual he personated, or that he had been well schooled in his craft. A murmur of applause was heard through the assembly, but the monk was unmoved to any show of recognition or even respect. Waiting until he could be heard, the envoy again inquired, "And who art thou?" And by what pretence claimest thou this right? By hereditary descent. Knowest thou Edward, Earl of Warwick, now thy king? I have heard of him, continued the monk in the same dubious and inflexible tone, but his bodily appearance hath not been vouchsafed unto me. See him here, said the royal claimant, rising with great majesty and condescension. But the churchman neither did homage, nor in any way testified his loyalty to, or apprehension of, so exalted a personage. Truly it is a marvellous thing, replied he, that the Earl of Warwick should so order his appearance, at one and the same time, both in London and at our good fortress here in Foldry. A slight curl of the lip was visible as he spoke. The Earl of Warwick, said Simon, cannot now be abiding where thou sayest, insomuch as the bodily tabernacle, his dwelling in the flesh, is before thee. But we have a messenger from thence, even with a writing from the hands of the holy prior of St. Albans, who sendeth us the news, lest we should be beguiled. Father Anselm hath seen the Earl, who was brought forth from the Tower by command of the King, being conducted publicly through the principal thoroughfares of the city, that the people should behold, and not in any wise be led astray through the evil reports and machinations of the King's enemies. Here he paused, folding his arms with a haughty and reserved look, but Simon, no wise disconcerted by this terrible, unexpected, and apparently fatal exposure of their plot, replied with a smile of the most intrepid assurance, we knew of this, and were prepared for the wiles of the usurper. Know then, that, through the agency and good offices of that renowned princess, Margaret, Duchess of Burgundy, the king's escape from the Tower was accomplished, but not by might, nor by human power nor device, but by faith and prayer, was the work wrought out, which Holy Communion her enemies do maliciously report as the practice of sorcery and the forbidden art. He drew a phial from his bosom. One drop of this precious elixir, continued he, if it touch the form of yon changeling, will dissolve the charm, on the real person of the king it becomes harmless. Truly, 'tis a proof not to be gainsaid, but overlong in the making, and too far for the fetching, replied the monk scornfully. 'Tis bootless to attempt the salvation of those who will not believe, nevertheless, they shall perish through their own devices, and be caught in their own snares. Simon threw a threatening glance at the monk, which he received with a cool and undaunted aspect. Verily, your blood be on your own heads, cried Simon, with a loud voice, and your reward in your right hand. Behold, thou scorner, and tremble, for your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, and he in whom you trust shall be as the stubble which the fire devoureth. The enthusiast, as he spoke, struck a heavy blow on the floor with his foot, when there came a low rumbling sound like the roar of the wind through some subterraneous abyss, or the distant moan of the sea, driven on by the rushing tempest. The whole assembly stood aghast, save the king and the two disputants. Shall I strike once more? Do as seemeth to thee good, said the monk deliberately, but think not to intimidate me with thy fooleries. Then beware. I obey, but it is with awe and reluctance. It is said that Simon's heart failed him as he gave the blow, or the effects would have been more terrific. But the castle shook as with an earthquake, even the incredulous monk looked amazed and confounded. Shall I repeat the stroke, said Simon, when the disturbance had in some measure subsided. But remember, I will not answer for the result. Only in cases of the greatest difficulty and trial it was that the Duchess made me resort to so dangerous a resource. Most of his hearers besought him to desist. Simon yielded at once to their entreaties, and the uplifted foot fell softly on the floor. Soft and noiseless though it was, yet they saw a lurid mist roll upward, and a form, apparently of gigantic size, was faintly visible in the dark vapor, as it swept slowly through the apartment. Even Simon and his royal pupil showed symptoms of agitation and alarm. The assembly was suddenly dissolved. The proud ambassador of a prouder prelate was astonished and bewildered, and hastily took his leave to report these occurrences to his master. The whole of these proceedings, in all probability, were but the artful contrivance of an ambitious priest, and yet, connected as they were with a female whose well-known predilection for the occult sciences, and herself no mean adept therein, they assumed in those ages of credulity and superstition more the character of miraculous events than as happening in the common course and established order of nature. The alarm of the king, too, evidently at the appearance of the figure, caused some to say that it was the arch-enemy himself to whom these conspirators had sold themselves. In the meantime, Dick, having been delivered over to the tormentors, was transferred to the prison or dungeon by the porch. He bore his mishap with wondrous fortitude and equanimity. Many a strange inquiry and silly speech did he make as he heard the sound of footsteps pass the door, through which a few chinks admitted a doubtful glimmer into his cell. "I see, he is to me, lad," shouted he to a gruff Fleming, as he passed to and fro before the entrance to his prison house, but the guard heeded him not. Dick listened, then, repeating his demand, muttered certain conventional expressions, not over nice either in their form or application. He then began to sing, performing a series of cantabile movements in the most ludicrous manner possible, sometimes chanting a miserere or an ave, then breaking into some wild northern ballad or roundelay of unintelligible import. It was in the midst of a cadence which he was terminating with great earnestness and effect that the first deep rumble, the result of Simon's appeal to the truth and justice of their cause, interrupted Dick's vocal dispositions for a while, but when the second concussion took place, shaking the very stones in their sockets and the hard floor under his feet, Dick ran whooping and bellowing round his den as though he had been possessed, laughing, amid the wild uproar, like some demon sporting fearlessly in the fierce turmoil of the troubled elements. The sentinel ran, terrified, from the door, and the whole camp and garrison were flying to arms, in fear and consternation. Dick, drumming with his fist, found the door yield to his efforts, and he marched forth without let or molestation. His besetting sin was curiosity, which oftentimes led him into difficulties and mishaps. Though just now a prisoner, and escaping by means little less than miraculous, yet, instead of making the best use of this opportunity for escape, he commenced a sort of prying adventure on his own account, a temptation he could not resist, by walking, or rather shuffling, into the guard-room, where his own peculiar crab-like sinuosities were particularly available. A number of soldiers were jabbering some unintelligible jargon, too much occupied with their own clamour to notice Dick's proceedings. Through a confused jumble of warlike implements, intermingled with camp kettles and cooking utensils, some steaming with savoury preparations for the evening's repast, and others nearly ready for the service, Dick insinuated himself, until he came to a little door in the corner, the entrance to a staircase communicating with the leads above. Through this door marched the incorrigible intruder, the sentry from the summit having just issued therefrom, fearful lest the castle should tumble about his ears. Dick's course was therefore unimpeded, and after sundry gyrations and stoppages, now and then, to peep through the loopholes, he emerged into broad daylight on the roof of the tower. Here he paused for some time, entranced with the sudden change he beheld. The bustle and animation around and below him, the vessels, with their brave and gallant equipments, anchored in the bay, all this amused Dick vastly for a while. But the most heart-ravishing delights end ultimately in satiety and disgust, greater, and probably more keenly felt, the more they have been relished and enjoyed. Dick began to feel listless and tired with his day's work. He laid his head upon a groove or niche in the battlements, and fell fast asleep. It seems the sentinel did not return, for Dick remained undisturbed, and when he awoke it was completely dark, save that there was a wan gleam from a dull watery moon, just dipping into a stratum of dark clouds over the sea. His ideas, not overlucid in broad daylight, would necessarily be still more hazy and obscure in his present situation. Unable to extricate them, he rubbed his eyes and made faces, yawned and groped about for his usual dormitory, in a little cell behind the kitchen at the Abbey. But the vision of the moon, which, by reason of the confined glen wherein the Abbey was built, rarely blessed the sight of a night watcher, was a wondrous and puzzling appearance. He had some confused recollection that he had mounted a flight of steps, and that, by contrary motion, descending would be the next consequent movement. To this end he diligently sought an opening, and, naturally enough, took the first that presented itself. Creeping round the angle of a turret, he came to a flight of steps, which he descended. It was not long ere he perceived a faint light through an aperture or chink in the wall. He pressed against the side cautiously, when the wall itself appeared to give way, and he entered, through a narrow door, into a large room, lighted by a few turf embers, that flickered dimly on the hearth. A tester bed was near him, whose grim shadow concealed the objects under its huge canopy. It was the king's chamber, but so softly and cautiously was the entrance effected that Dick's footsteps did not awake him. He was heard, nevertheless, by the priest Simon, who, being concealed by the curtains on the other side, was not seen by the intruder. Dick stood still, on being addressed in a low and suppressed voice as follows: "Thou art early, Maurice, but thy despatches are ready. They are on the chair at thy right hand. Thou hast had thy instructions. Be speedy and discreet. On the third day, ere sunset, we look for thy return. Dick put out his hand and laid hold of a sealed packet, which he took with becoming gravity, and luckily in silence. The same password, Warwick, will convey thee hence. A boat is in waiting, and so Godspeed, said the priest. Dick returned by the way he came, and descending the turret staircase, found a sentry standing at the outlet into the guard chamber. It was dark, and Dick's person was not recognized. With a sort of blundering instinct, he gave the word and passed on. This magic sound conveyed him safely through bars, bolts, and all other impediments. The drawbridge was lowered, and Dick, in a little time, found himself again upon the beach, where a boat was waiting to carry him to the opposite shore. "Who goes there?" inquired a gruff voice from the skiff. "Why, Dick, Warwick," cried the blundering knave, nigh mistaking his cue. "Hang thee," said the ferryman, "what art ganging o' this gate for? If I kenned it war thee that I'd orders to lie by in shore for, thou might ha' waited a wee for aught that I'd ha' brought." "Hush," said Dick, full of importance from his newly acquired diplomatic functions, "I'm message to the king yonder." "You'll betides him that has need o' thee," said the boatman, surlily. "Come, jump in. They'd need of a hawk, marry, to catch a buzzard." Just as Dick was preparing to step in, a low, slight-made figure passed by whom the boatman immediately challenged. "Warwick," said he, and would have passed on. Nay, said Dick, "I'm Warwick, Massachusetts lad. There's no TWA on us, they jied me that name I at the castle yon, just now. I say buttered if thou shall hearty too." Dick was a powerful fellow, and he collared the other in a twinkling. "Thou art a rogue, I tell thee, and about no good, and I've orders from the governor yonder to tack thee. Bear a hand, Boatai, and in WI him. There. Spite of his struggles and imprecations, the stranger was impounded in the boat, and Dick soon forced him to be quiet. They pushed off, and in a short time gained the other shore. Here Dick, with that almost instinctive sagacity which sometimes accompanies a disturbed state of the intellects, would not allow his prisoner either to go back to the island or remain in the boatman's custody, but secured him to his own person, setting off at a brisk pace towards the abbey. In vain the stranger told him that he had business of great moment at the castle, that he was a page of the court, and on the eve of a secret mission from the priest, who was now waiting for him with the despatches. Dick resolved, with his usual cunning it seems, to conceal his possession of these documents, and, at the same time, to prevent the real messenger from revealing the deception by his appearance at the castle. It was past midnight, yet the abbot and several of the brethren were still assembled in close council. The importance of the events that were unfolding, and in which their own line of conduct was to be firmly marked out and adhered to, necessarily involving much deliberation and discussion, had kept them beyond their usual hour of retirement. A bell rung at the outer gate, and shortly afterwards one of the brotherhood in waiting announced that two men were without, craving audience, and that one of them, when asked his name, answered, "Warwick." "Ah," said the bewildered abbot, with a sudden gleam of wonder and gladness on his countenance, "does he come hither? Then is our deliverance nearer than we hoped for, even from the special favor and interference of heaven. Admit them instantly." But in a little while the messenger came back in great dudgeon to say that the knave who had demanded admittance with such a peremptory message was none other than Dick Empson, the errand boy to the abbey. "What can possess him?" continued the monk, "I greatly marvel, for he still persists in demanding audience, saying that he is Warwick. He refers to some message from the castle with which he is charged, but he refuses to deliver it save into the hands of the reverend abbot himself. Furthermore, he has brought a prisoner, he saith, and will have him taken into safe custody." "Why, bring him hither," said the abbot, "there's little harm can come by it. He has a shrewd and quick apprehension at times, under that silly mask, which I have thought he wears but for purposes of knavery and concealment." The monk folded his hands and retired. Returning, he was followed by Dick, who assumed a very grave and solemn demeanor before this august and reverend assembly. "Why art thou abroad in these evil times, and at such improper hours too? To the meanest of our servants it is not permitted. Speak. Thine errand?" The abbot looked towards the offender with an air of displeasure, but Dick, hitching up his hosen with prodigious fervor, gave a loud and expressive grunt. "Dick is a fool," said he, "but he ne'er begged benison of an abbot, a bone from a starved dog, or a tie-pick from a parson." What is the message wherewith thou hast presumed upon our audience? If ye rear your back to a door, see to it that it be greatly tined, or ye may get a broken head for trust. And is this thy message, sirrah? Hark ye, let this fool be put in the stocks, and well whipped. And who'll be the fuel body then? Said Dick, leering. I ken ye be readier a taste o' the jives than oatmeal bannocks, and sae I say gang awa to my mither. Thou shalt go to the whipping post first. Hold off, shouted Dick, who flung aside the person that would have seized him with the most consummate ease, at the same time placing himself in the attitude of defence. Hold off, as ye are true men, said he, I'm cousin to the king, and I charge ye with high treason. Enough, said the abbot, we may pity his infirmity, but let him be sent to the mill for punishment. Now to business, which I fear me hath suffered by this untimely interruption. Happen you'll let me be one of the guests, said the incorrigible Dick, thrusting himself forward, even to the abbot's chair, which so discomposed his reverence that he cried in a loud and authoritative tone, Will none of ye rid me of this pestilence? By the beard of St. Cuthbert, I will dispose of him, and that presently. Seizing him by the shoulder, the abbot would have thrust him forth, but Dick slipped dexterously aside. Taking out the packet, he broke open the seals, and immediately began to tumble about the contents, seating himself at the same time in the vacant chair of the abbot, with great solemnity, and an air of marvellous profundity in his demeanour. It was the work of a few moments only. A pause of silent astonishment ensued, when the abbot's eye, catching, from their appearance, something of the nature of the documents, he started forward with great eagerness and surprise. He snatched them from the hands of their crack-brained possessor, and soon all other matters were forgotten. The abbot in breathless haste ran through the contents. The assembly was all eye and ear, and some were absolutely paralyzed with wonder. There was not an indifferent observer but Dick, who, with a chuckling laugh, rubbed his hands, and fidgeted about in the chair with a look of almost infantile delight. I've done it brawly, HNTI. Dick W.I. the lang neb. And I'll ha' 2 messes o' porridge and sour milk, and a barley cake. I'm wee some hungry I the warm here. The abbot was too deeply involved in the subject before him to heed a craving appetite. Dick's stomach, however, was not to be silenced by diplomatic food. Not having tasted anything for a considerable time, his wants immediately assumed the language of inquiry. Old Dad, ha' ye any bones to pick? I'd like to have a lick at the trencher. The abbot made signals that he should not be disturbed, but Dick was not to be put off or convinced by such unsubstantial arguments, and they were fain to rid themselves from further annoyance by ordering him into the kitchen, where he was speedily absorbed in devouring a pan of browis, left there for morning use, the breakfast of the labourers about the abbey. During this interval matters of the deepest importance were discussed, the contents of the packet having furnished abundant materials for deliberation. When the bearer was effectually replenished, he was led into the council chamber again, where the abbot, in a tone of deep and serious thought, thus addressed him, Who gave thee these despatches? It is plain they were not meant for our eyes, but heaven, by the weakest instrument, often works the mightiest and most important events. Where and how came they into thy keeping? Dick looked cunningly round the apartment ere he replied, surveying the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. Even the groinings of the roof did not escape a minute and accurate examination. Whether to give time for the contriving of a suitable reply, or merely to gratify his own peevish humour, is of little consequence that we should inquire. After a long and anxious silence on the part of his auditors, he replied, I told ye when ye spied afore. Another pause. The abbot was fearful that Dick's ideas, if not carefully handled, might get so entangled and confused that he would be unable to give any intelligible account of the matter. He therefore addressed him coaxingly as follows, Nay, nay, Dickon, thou hast not, answer me now, and thou shalt have the fat from the roast tomorrow, and a sop to season it withal. Dick leered again at this prospective dainty, as he replied, I tued ye, and ye heeded not, belike, and who's the fool now? Come, I'll set you my riddle again. If ye set your back to a door, see that it be tined, or ye may get a broken head, and then, here he paused, and looked round with a vacant eye, but they wisely forbore to interrupt the current of his ideas, hoping that ere long they might trickle into the right channel. There was a big room, and a bed in it, he continued, and a priest, which the fuel body has cheated. A fool's wit is worth more nor a wise man's folly. A vague apprehension of the truth crossed the abbot's mind. Being now on the right scent, he no longer forbore to follow up the chase, but endeavored to hasten the development by a gentle stimulating of his pace in the required direction. "The priest yonder at the castle gave it thee," said the abbot carelessly. "Well, and if he did," replied Dick sharply, "he didna ken I was a-peeping into his chamber, as I've done many an unlucky time here in the abbey, and gotten a good licking for my pains." "To whom was it sent?" "Ask the bairn yon, that I ha' brought by Th. Scut o' Th. neck. He woudna come bout tugging for." "Was he the messenger?" asked Roger, the abbot's secretary and prime agent. "Help thine ignorant face, father, I was peeping about, you see, in the dark. The priest thought it wore the laddie yonder, a-coming for his bag, so he jied it me, and tued me to carry it safe, but forgot to grease my pate for by wi the direction. I kenned ye could read aught at the abbey here, and so ye may e'en run wi it to the right owner for yer pains." The cunning knave glossed over his treachery with this excuse, for he evidently knew better, and had a notion that he should serve his masters by this piece of diplomatic craft. "Thou mayest depart, and ere morrow we will give thee a largesse for thy dexterity." Dick did not care to be long snuffing the chill air of the vaults and passages after his dismissal, but in a warm cell near the kitchen fire he was soon wrapped in the delights of oblivion. Such, however, was the importance of the documents he had so strangely intercepted, that a messenger was immediately despatched to London with a packet for the Privy Council. The same morning, with the early dawn, the abbot and his secretary were together in the cloisters. It was a fitting place and opportunity either for intrigue or devotion, and many a masterstroke of church policy has issued from those dim and sepulchral arches in the glen of the deadly nightshade. "Craft is needful, yea laudable," said the abbot, "when we would cope with worldly adversaries, unless we could work miracles for our deliverance. But since in these degenerate ages of the church they have, I fear me, ceased, we must e'en employ the means that heaven has put into our hands, and if I mistake not, this envoy of ours will be a skilful craftsman for the purpose. Under that garb of silly speech there's a cunning and a wary spirit. Thou didst note well his ready-witted contrivance last night. Yea, and the skill too with which he compassed his expedients, and the ingenuity that prevented the disclosure of his treachery, in arresting the real messenger, and thus keeping them in the dark at the castle yonder until we have had time to countervail their plots. Could he be made to play his part according to our instructions, an agent like him were worth having. Besides, he knows every chink and cranny about the castle, so that he could jump on them unawares." "I am not much given to implicit credence in supernatural devices," said the abbot, "or visible manifestations of the archenemy, yet have our chronicles not scrupled to give their testimony to the truth of such appearances, and it is, moreover, plain, from the papers we have read, that the conspirators themselves believe in the existence of some supernatural presence amongst them, by which they are holpen." He drew a billet from his bosom. "I have kept this writing alone, as thou knowest," continued the abbot, "for our guidance. Listen again to the confessions of yonder rebellious and it may be credulous priest, we are sure of success. The noble Margaret hath, by her wondrous art, together with the exercise of prayer and fasting, fenced us about as with a triple barrier, that no earthly might shall overcome. A power attends us that will magnify our cause, and lay our foes prostrate. 'Tis a mystery even to us, but a being appears unexpectedly at times, and by his counsels we are guided. We know not whence he comes, nor whither he goes, but his path is with us, and his presence, though generally invisible, not without terror, even to ourselves. 'Tis a strange delusion this, if it be one, for it is plain they have been ably counselled. Whilst they retain the castle their position may be reckoned as impregnable. It is a powerful support, on which they have placed the lever of their rebellion. And in what way purpose you to entice them from it? Methinks it were in vain to make the attempt, if guarded and counselled by supernatural advisers. I believe in no such improbabilities. Listen. We have heard, as thou knowest, that a strange figure, muffled in close garments, steals forth, at times, by the southern cliff into the passage there, under the foundations. This, doubtless, will be the emissary referred to in the despatch. 'Tis of a surety some person about the camp, concealed, in all likelihood, even from the leaders themselves, but employed by yonder ambitious restless woman, to control and direct their operations by a pretendedly miraculous and supernatural influence. It is the way in which the vulgar and the superstitious are most easily led. Fanaticism is a powerful engine wherewith to combine and wield the scattered energies of the multitude. Besides, their plans are well laid, as we have seen by the despatches, and many and powerful are the helps by which they hope to accomplish their designs. Should they succeed, our destruction is certain. Yet could we draw them forth from our fortress, we might look to the issue undisturbed. The king will then dispose of them, and few will dare to interrupt us in the quiet possession of our privileges. How purpose you to entice them forth? Again inquired the secretary. If properly tutored, our messenger from the kitchen, Dick Empson, will doubtless be a fitting agent for this deed. He must be well furnished with means and appliances against discovery. Leave him to my care. I can work with untoward tools, and make them useful too upon occasion. The prisoner, whom he so craftily seized and brought hither, is yet safe in the dungeon. He is, my lord. There he must lie, at any rate, until our plans be accomplished. We know not yet unto whom these communications were to have been conveyed. No, but doubtless, from their tenor, to some person of great note. It may have been to one even about the person of royalty itself, for this treason hath deep root, and its branches are widely spread throughout the land. Shall we put him to the question? Nay, let present difficulties be brought to issue first, afterwards we shall be able to inquire, and with more certainty, as to the line of examination we should pursue. The speakers separated, one to communicate with Dick Empson, and prepare him for the important functions he would have to perform, the other to his lodgings, where he might ruminate undisturbed on the events then about to transpire, and of which he hoped, finally, to reap the advantage. It was past midnight, and the flickering embers threw a doubtful and uncertain gleam, at intervals, through the royal chamber, as it was then called, in the castle of Foldry. All around was so still that the tramp of the sentry sounded like the tread of an armed host, sounds being magnified to a degree almost terrific, in the absence of others by which their intensity may be compared. Even the dash of the waves below the walls was heard in the deep and awful stillness of that portentous night. Simon started from the pallet whereon he lay, beside the couch of his master, at times looking widely round, as though just rousing from some unquiet slumber, expecting, yet fearful of alarm. He lay down again with a deep sigh, muttering an Ave or a Paternoster as he closed his eyes. Again he raised his head, and a dark figure stood before him. "What wouldest thou?" inquired he, with great awe and reverence. "Ye must depart," said a voice, deep and sepulchral. "Depart," repeated the priest, with an expression of doubt and alarm. "Yes," said the mysterious figure, "wherefore dost thou inquire?" "Our only resting place, our point of support, our sustenance, and our refuge. Are we to leave this, and buffet with the winds and waves of misfortune, without a haven or a hiding place? Surely, I have said it, and tomorrow ye must depart." "Whither?" inquired the priest, his opinion evidently controlled by the belief that a being of a superior nature was before him. "Beyond the Abbey of Furness. Choose a fitting place for your encampment, and there abide until I come." "It doth appear to my weak and unassisted sense," said the priest, in great agony of spirit, arising from his doubt and unbelief, "that it were the very utmost of madness and folly to give up this strong and almost impregnable position for one where our little army may be outflanked, and even surrounded by superior strength and numbers. Disobey, and thy life, and all that are with thee, shall be cut off. And tomorrow, ere we have news from our partisans in the south, Maurice will be here the third day at the latest." "I have said it," replied the figure, peremptorily, when suddenly, and, as it were, formed immediately at his side, appeared another figure, similar to the first, assuming nearly the same attitude and manner, save that the latter looked something taller and more majestic. "St. Mary's Grace and the Abbots, there stwa of us," cried the first figure, no less a personage than Dick Empson, who had been daring enough to adopt this disguise, according to the instructions he had received at the Abbey. He uttered the words in a tone of thrilling and horrible apprehension, like the last shriek of the victim writhing in the fangs of his destroyer. The terrible apparition cried out to his surreptitious representative, "Nay, miscreant, but one. This thou shalt know, and feel too. Fool and impostor, thy last hour is come." As he spake he seized on the miserable wretch in their presence, swinging him round by the waist like an infant, and bore him off, up the turret stairs, to the summit. Ere he disappeared he uttered this terrible denunciation, "Your ruin is at hand. Flee. This fool hath betrayed ye, and I return no more. Darting up the staircase, the shrieks of Dick Empson were heard, as if rapidly ascending to the summit. A wilder and more desperate struggle, then a heavy plunge, and the waters closed over their prey. Dick's body was cast up by the waves, but the terrible unknown did not return, nor was he ever seen or heard of again, save, it is said, that when the priest received his death wound, soon afterwards, on the field of battle, this awful form appeared to rise up before him, and with scoff and taunt upbraided him as the cause of his own ruin, and the downfall of his hopes. The next day, from whatever cause, the troops began to move from their post. Ere the second evening, they had completely evacuated the castle and the island, which the wary abbot of Furness soon turned to his own advantage, occupying the place with some of his armed vassals. The rebels, proved to be such by their ill success, took up a tolerably advantageous position upon Swartsmoor, in the neighbourhood of Ulverstone, where, waiting in vain for the expected reinforcements, they found themselves obliged to move forward, or be utterly without the means either of subsistence or defence. Sir Thomas Broughton, and a few more of little note, accompanied them to Stokeford, near Newark, where, engaging the king's forces on the 6th of June 1487, they maintained an obstinate and bloody engagement, disputed with more bravery than could have been expected from the inequality of their forces. The leaders were resolved to conquer or to perish, and their troops were animated with the same resolution. The Flemings, too, being veteran and experienced soldiers, kept the event long doubtful, and even the Irish, though ill-armed and almost defenceless, showed themselves not deficient in spirit and bravery. The king's victory was purchased with great loss, but was entirely decisive. Lincoln, Swartz, and, according to some accounts, Sir Thomas Broughton, perished on the field of battle, with 4,000 of their followers. As Lovell was never more heard of, he was supposed to have undergone the same fate. Simnel, apart from his followers, was too contemptible to be an object either of apprehension or resentment on the part of the king. He was pardoned, and, it is said, made a scullion in the royal kitchen, from which menial office he was afterwards advanced to the rank of falconer. Thus ended this strange rebellion, which only served to seat Henry more securely on his throne, extinguishing, finally, the intrigues and anticipations of the House of York. A legend of Busey. Yestreen I dreamed a doleful dream, I fear there will be sorrow, I dreamed I pursued the heather green with my true love on Yarrow. She kissed his cheek, she kymmed his hair, she searched his wounds all thorough, she kissed them till her lips grew red, on the dowie hounds of Yarrow. Warrington is described by Camden as remarkable for its lords, surnamed Butler, or Boatler, of Busey. This name was derived from their office, Robert le Pincerner having discharged the duties of that station under Ranulph, Earl of Chester, in 1158, hence taking the surname. Almeric Butler, his descendant, having married Beatrice, daughter and co-heir of Matthew Viers, Lord of Warrington, became possessed of the barony. A Ms. in the Bodleian Library gives the following statement, which, though manifestly incorrect in respect of names and particulars, may yet be relied on with regard to the main facts, corroborated by tradition, which still preserves the memory of this horrible event. Sir John Butler, K.N.T., was slain in his beddy by the procurement of the Lord Stanley, Sir Piers Lee and Mr. William Savage joining with him in that action, corrupting his servants, his porter setting a light in a window to give knowledge upon the water that was about his house at Busey, where your way to comes. They came over the moat in Lethia boats, and so to his chamber, where one of his servants, named Holcroft, was slain, being his chamberlain, the other basely betrayed his master, they paid him a great reward, and so coming away with him, they hanged him at a tree in Busey Park. After this Sir John Butler's lady prosecuted those that slew her husband, and £20 for that sweet, but, being married to Lord Grey, he made her sweet void, for which reason she parted from her husband and came into Lancashire, saying, If my lord will not let me have my will of my husband's enemies, yet shall my body be buried by him, and she caused a tomb of alabaster to be made, where she lieth on the hand of her husband, Sir John Butler. It is further stated in the Ms. that the occasion of this murder was because of a request from Earl Derby that Sir John would make one of the train which followed him on his going to meet King Henry VII, and which request was discourteously refused. The following extract from Froissart may not be deemed uninteresting, as a record of one of our Lancashire worthies, Sir John Butler of Busey, relating how he was rescued from the hands of those who sought his life at the siege of Hennebon. The Lord Louis of Spain came one day into the tent of Lord Charles of Blois, where were numbers of the French nobility, and requested of him a boon for all the services done to him, and as a recompense for them the Lord Charles promised to grant whatever he should ask, as he held himself under many obligations to him. Upon which the Lord Lewis desired that the two prisoners, Sir John Boteler and Sir M.W. Trelawney, who were in prison at the castle of Fowett, might be sent for, and delivered up to him, to do with them as should please him best. This is the boon I ask, for they have discomfited, pursued, and wounded me, have also slain the Lord Alfonso, my nephew, and I have no other way to be revenged on them than to have them beheaded in sight of their friends who are shut up in Hennebon. The Lord Charles was much amazed at this request, and replied, I will certainly give you the prisoners since you have asked for them, but you will be very cruel, and much to blame, if you put to death two such valiant men, and our enemies will have an equal right to do the same to any of our friends whom they may capture, for we are not clear what may happen to any one of us every day. I therefore entreat, dear sir and sweet cousin, that you would be better advised. Lord Lewis said that if he did not keep his promise he would quit the army, and never serve or love him as long as he lived. When the Lord Charles saw that he must comply, he sent off messengers to the castle of Fowett, who returned with the two prisoners, and carried them to the tent of Lord Charles. Neither tears nor entreaties could prevail on Lord Lewis to desist from his purpose of having them beheaded after dinner, so much was he enraged against them. All the conversation, and everything that passed between the Lord Charles and Lord Lewis, relative to these two prisoners, was told to Sir Walter Manny and Sir Amory de Clisson, by friends and spies, who represented the danger in which the two knights were. They bethought themselves what was best to be done, but after considering schemes, could fix on none. At last Sir Walter said, Gentlemen, it would do us great honour if we could rescue these two knights. If we should adventure it and should fail, King Edward would himself be obliged to us, and all wise men who may hear of it in times to come will thank us, and say we had done our duty. I will tell you my plan, and you are able to undertake it, for I think we are bound to risk our lives in endeavouring to save those of two such gallant knights. I propose, therefore, if it be agreeable to you, that we arm immediately, and form ourselves into two divisions. One shall set off, as soon after dinner as possible, by this gate, and draw up near the ditch, to skirmish with and alarm the enemy, who, you may believe, will soon muster to that part, and, if you please, you, Sir Amory de Clisson, shall have the command of it, and shall take with you 1,000 good archers to make those that may come to you retreat back again, and 300 men-at-arms. I will have with me 100 of my companions, and 500 archers, and will sally out at the postern on the opposite side, privately, and coming behind them will fall upon their camp, which we shall find unguarded. I will take with me those who are acquainted with the road to Lord Charles's tent, where the two prisoners are, and will make for that part of the camp. I can assure you that I and my companions will do everything in our power to bring back in safety these two knights, if it please God. This proposal was agreeable to all, and they directly separated to arm and prepare themselves. About an hour after dinner Sir Amory and his party set off, and having had the principal gate of Hennebon opened for them, which led to the road that went straight to the army of Lord Charles, they rushed forward, making great cries and noise, to the tents and huts, which they cut down, and killed all that came in their way. The enemy was much alarmed, and putting themselves in motion, got armed as quickly as possible, and advanced towards the English and Bretons, who received them very warmly. The skirmish was sharp, and many on each side were slain. When Sir Amory perceived that almost the whole of the army was in motion and drawn out, he retreated very handsomely, fighting all the time, to the barriers of the town, when he suddenly halted. Then the archers, who had been posted on each side of the ditch beforehand, made such good use of their bows that the engagement was very hot, and all the army of the enemy ran thither except the servants. During this time Sir Walter Manny, with his company, issued out privily by the postern, and, making a circuit, came upon the rear of the enemy's camp. They were not perceived by any one, for all were gone to the skirmish upon the ditch. Sir Walter made straight for the tent of Lord Charles, where he found the two knights, Sir John Boteler and Sir M.W. Trelawney, whom he immediately mounted on two coursers which he had ordered to be brought for them, and retiring as fast as possible, entered Hennebon by the same way as he sallied forth. The Countess of Montfort came to see them, and received them with great joy. Froissart, by Colonel Johns, Volume 2. Page 9. The Butlers continued to occupy Busey till the year 1603, when Edward Butler sold this estate to the islands of Hale. It then passed from the islands to the Athertons, and is now enjoyed by Thomas Powys, Lord Lilford, of Lilford, Northamptonshire, in virtue of the marriage of his father, in the year 1797, with Henrietta Maria, daughter and heiress of Robert Vernon Atherton, of Atherton Hall, Esquire, Videy Baines's Lancashire. Oh, listen to my roundelay, oh, listen a while to me, and I'll tell ye of a deadly feud that fell out in the north country. The summer leaves were fresh and green when Earl Derby forth would ride, for King Henry and his company to Lathom briskly hied. A bridge he had builded fair and strong, with wondrous cost and pain, on Mersey's stream, by Warrington, for to meet that royal train. 63 and lord, and knight, and baron bold, that dwelt in this fair country, with the Derby train a-riding were, save Sir John of proud Busey. Now foul beaver, that scorn few, knight, cried Stanley in his pride, for he hath my just and honest suit discourteously denied, such hatred of our high estate, this traitor sore shall rue, I'll be avenged, or this good sword shall rot the scabbard through. He swore a furious oath, I trow, and clenched his iron hand, as he rode forth to meet his son, the monarch of merry England. The summer leaves were over and gone, but the ivy and yew were green, when to Busey Hall came a jovial crew on the merry Christmas e'en. It was mirth and feasting in hall and bower on that blessed and holy tide, but ere the morning light arose, there was darkness on all their pride, dark won the night, and the revellers gay from the laughing halls are gone, the clock from the turret, old and grey, with solemn tongue told one. The blast was moaning down the glen, through the pitch-like gloom it came, like a spirit borne upon demon wings to the pit of gnawing flame, but Sir John was at rest, with his lady love, in a pleasant sleep they lay, nor felt the soothing, shuddering wind round the grim, wide welkin play. Their little babe, unconscious now, lay slumbering hard by, and he smiled as the loud, loud tempest rocked his cradle wondrously. There comes a gleam on the billowy moat like a deathlight on its wave, it streams from the ivied lattice, where sits a grim false-hearted knave. He saw it on the soft white snow, and across the moat it passed, 'tis well, said that false and grim porter, and a fearsome look he cast. A look he cast so wild and grim, and he uttered a deadly vow, for thy duel and thy doom this light shall be, thy foes are hastening now. Sleep on, thou art weary, Sir John, thy last sleep shall it be, sleep on, with thy next good sleep thou shalt rest eternally. The traitor watched the waters dance, in the taper's treacherous gleam, and they hissed, and they rose, by the tempest tossed through that pale and lonely beam. What hideous thing comes swift and dark athwart that flickering wave? A spectre boat there seems to glide, with many an uplift glaive. The bolts are unslid by that grim porter, and a gladsome man was he, when three foemen fierce strode up the stair, all trim and cautiously. Now who be ye, cried the chamberlain, that come with stealth and store? We come to bid thy lord good den, so open to us the door. Ere I will open to thieves like ye, my limbs ye shall hew and hack. Awake, Sir John. Awake and flee, these bloodhounds are on thy track. We'll stop thy crowing, pretty bird, now flutter thy wings again, with that they laid him a ghastly corpse, and the red blood ran amain. Oh help, the lady shrieked aloud, arise, Sir John, and flee, oh heard you not yon cry of pain like some mortal agony? I hear it not, Sir John replied, for his sleep was wondrous strong, but see yon flashing weapons, sure to foemen they belong. The knight from his bed leaped forth to flee, but they've pierced his body through, and with wicked hands, and weapons keen, him piteously they slew, but that porter grim, strict watch he kept, beside the stair sate he, when lo! Comes tripping down a page with a basket deftily. Now whither away, thou little page, now whither away so fast? They have slain Sir John, said the little page, and his head in this wicker cast. And whither goest thou with that grisly head? Cried the grim porter again, to Warrington Bridge they bade me run, and set it up amain. There may it hang, cried that loathly knave, and grin till its teeth be dry, while every day with jeer and taunt will I mock it till I die. The porter opened the wicket straight, and the messenger went his way, for he little guessed of the head that now in that basket of wicker lay. We've killed the bird, but where's the egg? Then cried those ruffians three. Where is thy child? The lady moaned, but never a word spake she. But, swift as an arrow, to his bed the lady in terror sprung, when, oh! A sorrowful dame was she, and her hands she madly wrung. The babe is gone. Oh, spare my child, and strike my heart in twain. To those ruthless men the lady knelt, but her piteous suit was vain. Traitor, they cried to that grim porter, whom hast thou suffered forth? If thou to us art false, good lack, thy life is little worth. There's naught gone forth from this wicket yet, said that grim and grisly knave, but a little foot page, with his master's head, that ye to his charges gave. Thou liest, thou grim and false traitor! Cried out those murderers three, the head is on his carcass yet, as thou mayest plainly see. When the lady heard this angry speech, her heart waxed wondrous fain, for she knew the page was a trusty child, and her babe in his arms had lain. Where is the gowd, said that grim porter, the gowd ye swear unto me? We'll give thee all thine hire, said they, we play not false like thee. They counted down the red gold, and the porter laughed outright. Now we have paid thy service well, for thy master's blood this night, for thy master's blood thou hast betrayed, we've paid thee thy desire, but for thy treachery unto us, thou hast not had thine hire. They've tie ye in a cord, both stiff and strong, and they sought a goodly tree, and from its boughs the traitor swung, so hung all knaves like he, but the lady found her pretty babe, ere the morning light was nigh, to the hermit's cell 64 that little page had borne him craftily. And the mass was said, and the requiem sung, and the priests, with book and stole, the body bore to its cold still bed, gramercy on his soul. The blessing, I had most need of blessing, and amen stuck in my throat. Macbeth. We have been unable to identify the spot where the occurrence took place, the subject of the following ballad. It is in all likelihood one of those wild and monkish legends that may be fitted or applied to any situation, according to the whim of the narrator. Many such legends, though the number is lessening daily, are still preserved, and an amusing volume might be made of these unappropriated wanderers that possess neither a local habitation nor a name. The chase was done, the feast was begun, when the Baron sat proudly by, and the revelry rode on the clamouring wind, that swept through the hurtling sky. No lordly guest that feast had blessed, no solemn prayer was said, but with ravenous hands, thankfully, they brake their daily bread. The chase was done, the feast was begun, when a palmer sat in that hall, yet his pale dim eye from its rest ne'er rose, to gaze on that festival, the crackling blaze on his wan cheek plays, and athwart his gloomy brow, while his hands are spread to the rising flame, and his feet to the embers glow. For the blast was chill, o'er the mist-covered hill, and the palmer's limbs were old, and weary the way his feet had trod, since the matin bell had tolled. The Baron spake, this morsel take, and yon pilgrim greet from me, tell him we may not forget to share the joys of our revelry. Then thus began that holy man, as he lowly bent his knee, I may not taste of the meat unblessed, I would it twere so with thee. Then mumble thy charm o'er the embers warm, that Baron proud replied, no boon from my hand shalt thou receive, nor foaming cup from my side. The palmer bowed, the giddy crowd, with mirth and unseemly jest, his meekness taunt, when he answered not the jibe of each courtly guest. The minstrel sang, the clarions rang, and the Baron sat proudly there, and louder the revelry rode on the wind, that swept through the hurtling air. What tidings for me from the east country, what news from the Paynim land? As the Baron spake, his goblet bright he raised in his outstretched hand. There's tidings for thee from the east country, the pilgrim straight replied, a mighty chief, at a mighty feast, there sat in all his pride. 'Twas wondrous well, and what befell this chief at his lordly feast? A goblet was filled with the red grape's blood, and he pledged each rising guest. 'Tis gladsome news, but did they refuse the pledge they loved so well? Oh no, for each cup mantling forth to the brim, did the harp and the clarion tell. And where didst thou such tidings know? A pilgrim told it me, and he sat on the hearth at this unblessed feast, where he shared not the revelry, for ere was quaffed each sparkling draught, or the foam from the ruby wine, he dashed the cup from that Baron's lip, as now I do from thine. And the palmer passed by, as each goblet on high was waved at their chief's command, but ere the cup had touched his lip, it was dashed from his lifted hand. A boon from thee, on my bended knee, the palmer boldly cried, seize first with speed yon traitor page who bore the cup to thy side. And the page they have bound on the cold ground, and his treason he hath confessed, he had poisoned the cup with one subtle drop, which he drew from his crimson vest. And the palmer grey his treachery had watched, when all beside in the feast were gaily revelling, nor danger there espied. Say, where didst thou the treason know? The troubled chieftain cried, I had blessed thy bread, I had blessed thy bowl, the hoary man replied. And the blessing was given, the boon from heaven, or this night from thy lordly bed thy spirit had passed with the shuddering blast, with the loud, shrill shriek of the dead. Oh! Never taste the meat unblessed, remember the palmer grey, though he wander afar from thy castle gate, yet forget not thy feast today. And the pilgrim is gone from that gate alone, when prayer and vow were said, and the blessing thenceforth from that house was heard ere they broke their daily bread. The jeweller UPO, done, way is me, on soul and body old Horny has lifted his paw, man, and the carle will come, and gallop me hame, and I mourn gay pipe in his ha, man. Old Ballad. For the tradition upon which the following tale is founded, the author is indebted to the Kaleidoscope, an interesting weekly miscellany, published by Messrs. Smith & Son at Liverpool. Barely 3 miles from Clitheroe, as you enter a small village on the right of the high road to Gisburn, stands a public house, having for its sign the title of our story. On it is depicted His Satanic Majesty, curiously mounted upon a scraggy dun horse, without saddle, bridle, of any sort of equipments whatsoever, the terrified steed being off and away at full gallop from the door, where a small hilarious tailor, with shears and measures, appears to view the departure of him of the cloven foot with anything but grief or disapprobation. The house itself is one of those ancient, gabled, black and white edifices, now fast disappearing under the giant march of improvement, which tramples down alike the palace and the cottage, the peasant's hut and the patrician's dwelling. Many windows, of little lozenge-shaped panes set in lead, might be seen here in all the various stages of renovation and decay, some stuffed with clouts, parti-coloured and various, others, where the work of devastation had been more complete, were wholly darkened by brickbats, cobblestones, and many other ingenious substitutes and expedients to keep out the weather. But our tale hath a particular bearing to other and more terrific days, the olden time, so fruitful in marvels and extravagances, the very poetry of the black art, when Satan communed visibly and audibly with the children of men, thanks to the invokers of relics and the tellers of beads, and was so familiar and reasonable withal, as to argue and persuade men touching the propriety of submitting themselves to him, as rational and intelligent creatures, and even was silly enough, at times, to suffer himself to be outwitted by the greater sagacity and address of his intended victims. For proof, we cite the following veracious narrative, which bears within it every internal mark of truth, and matter for grave and serious reflection. Little Mike, or more properly Michael Waddington, was a merry tailor of some note in his day, who formerly, that is to say, some 8 or 9 score years ago, dwelt in this very tenement, where he followed his profession, except when enticed by the smell of good liquor to the village alehouse, the detriment, and even ruin, of many a goodly piece of raiment, which at times he clipped and shaped in such wise as redounded but little to the credit of either wearer or artificer. Mike was more alive to a merry troll and graceless story, in the kitchen of mine host, at the inn, than to the detail of his own shop-board, with the implements of his craft about him, making and mending the oddly assorted adjuncts of the village churls. Such was his liking for pastime and good company that the greater part of his earnings went through the tapster's melting pot, and grieved are we, as veritable chroniclers, to state that it was not until even credit failed him, that he settled to work for another supply of the elixir vitae, the pabulum of his being. It may be supposed that matters went on but indifferently at home, where want and poverty had left indelible traces of their presence. Mattie Waddington, his spouse, would have had hard work to make both ends meet had she not been able to scrape together a few pence and broken victuals by selling firewood, and helping her neighbours with any extra work that was going forward. Yet, in general, she bore all her troubles and privations with great patience and good humour, at any rate in the presence of her husband, who, though an idler and a spendthrift, was, to say the truth, not viciously disposed towards her, like many beastly sots, but, on the contrary, he usually behaved with great deference and kindness to his unfortunate helpmate in all things but that of yielding to his besetting sin, having an unquenchable thirst for good liquor which all his resolutions and vows of amendment could not withstand. One evening the little hero of our story was at his usual pastime in the public house, but his cup was run low, and his credit still lower. In fact, both cash and credit were finished, his liquor was within a short pull from the bottom, and he sat ruminating on the doleful emergencies to which he was subject, and the horrible spectres that would assail him on the morrow, in the shape of sundry riven doublets and hose, beside rents and repairs innumerable, which had been accumulating for some weeks, to the no small inconvenience and exposure of their owners and former occupiers. I wish I were the squire's footman, or e'en his errand boy, and could get a sup of good liquor without riving and tug gin, 40, thought he aloud. Scarce were the words uttered, when there came a mighty civil stranger into the company, consisting of village professors of the arts, such as the barber, the blacksmith, and the bell-ringer, together with our knight of the iron thimble. The newcomer was dressed in a respectable suit of black, a wig of the same colour adorned his wide and ample head, which was again surmounted by a peaked hat, having a band and buckle above its brim, and a black rose in front. He looked an elderly and well-ordered gentleman, mighty spruce, and full of courtesy, and his cane was black as ebony, with a yellow knob that glittered like gold. He had a huge beaked nose, and a little black ferrety eye which almost pierced what it gazed upon. Every one made way for the stranger, who sat down, not in the full glare of the fire to be sure, but rather on one side, so that he might have a distinct view of the company, without being himself subject to any scrutinizing observances. "Pleasant night abroad," said the newcomer. "Pleasanter within though," responded every thought. "It's moonlight, I reckon," said Mike, who was just meditating over his last draught, and his consequent departure from this bibacious paradise. "Nay, friend," said the black gentleman, "but the stars shine out rarely, and the snow lies so bright and crisp like, ye may see everything afore ye as plain as Pendle. Landlord, bring me a cup of the best, and put a little on the fire to warm, with some sugar, for it's as cold as a raw turnip to one's stomach." "Humph," said mine host, testily, "it's a good-for-nothing belly that'll not warm cold ale." "It's good-for-nothing ale, Giles, thee means, that'll not warm a cowed belly," said one of the wits of the party, a jolly young blacksmith, an especial favourite amongst the lasses and good fellows of the neighbourhood. "Nay, the dickens," said another, "Giles Chapburn's ale would warm the seat of old Clovenfoot himself," and with that there were roars of laughing, in which, however, the stranger did not participate. Mike wondered that so good a joke should not have its due effect upon him, and many other notable things were said and done which we have neither space nor inclination to record, but the stranger still maintained his grave and unaccountable demeanour. Mike ever and anon cast a glance towards him, and he always observed that the stranger's eye was fixed upon his own. A dark, bright, burning eye, such as made the recreant tailor immediately look aside, for he could not endure its brightness. Mike began to grow restless and uncomfortable. He changed his place, but the glance of the stranger followed him. It was like the gaze of a portrait, which, in whatever situation the beholder may be placed, is always turned towards him. It may readily be supposed that Michael Waddington, though not averse to being looked at in the ordinary way, did not relish this continued and searching sort of disposition on the part of the gentleman in black. Several times he was on the point of speaking, but his heart always failed him as the word reached his lip. His liquor was now done, but he was not loath to depart as before time, for at any rate, he should be quit of the annoyance he had so long endured. He arose with less regret assuredly than usual, and just as he was passing the doorway he cast a look round over his shoulder, and beheld the same fixed, unflinching eye gazing on him. He jumped hastily over the threshold, and was immediately on his road home. He had not been gone more than a few minutes when he heard a sharp footstep on the crisp snow behind him. Turning round, he saw the dark tall peak of the stranger's hat, looking tenfold darker, almost preternaturally black, on the white background, as he approached. Mike felt his hair bristling through terror. His knees, usually bent somewhat inwards, now fairly smote together, so that he could not accelerate his pace, and the stranger was quickly at his side. "Thou art travelling homewards, I trow," said he of the black peak. Mike made some barely intelligible reply. "I know it," returned the other. "But why art thou leaving so soon?" "My money's done, and credit too, for that matter," tardily replied the tailor. "And whose fault's that?" returned his companion. "Thou mayest have riches, and everything else, if thou wilt be advised by me." Mike stared, as well he might, at the dark figure by his side. The idea of wealth without labour was perfectly new to him, and he ventured to ask how this very desirable object might be accomplished. "Listen. Thou art a poor miserable wretch, and canst hardly earn a livelihood with all thy toil. Is it not a pleasant thing and a desirable, however procured, to obtain wealth at will, and every happiness and delight that man can enjoy?" Michael's thirsty lips watered at the prospect, notwithstanding his dread of the black gentleman at his elbow. "I was once poor and wretched as thou. But I grew wiser, and unlimited wealth is now at my command. There was an awful pause, the stranger apparently wishful to know the effect of this mysterious communication. The licorice tailor listened greedily, expecting to hear of the means whereby his condition would be so wonderfully amended. Hast thou never heard of those who have been helped by the powers of darkness to save us, Messie? Hold, said the peremptory stranger, seizing Mike rudely by the wrist. Another such outcry, and I will leave thee to thy scenes and patches, to starve, or linger on, as best thou mayst. Michael promised obedience, and his companion continued, there is no such great harm or wickedness in it as people suppose. Quite an ordinary sort of proceeding, I assure thee, and such an one as thou mayst accomplish in a few minutes, with little trouble or inconvenience. Tell me the wondrous secret, said Michael eagerly, who, in the glowing prospect thus opened out to him, felt all fear of his companion giving way. Well, then, thou mayst say 2 Aves, the Creed, and thy Paternoster backwards thrice, and call upon the invisible demon to appear, when he will tell thee what thou shalt do. Michael felt a strange thrill come over him at these fearful words. He looked at his companion, but saw not anything more notable than the high-peaked hat, and the huge beaked nose, as before. By this time they were close upon his own threshold, and Michael was just debating within himself upon the propriety of asking his companion to enter, when his deliberations were cut short by the other saying he had business of importance a little farther, and with that he bade him good night. Michael spent the remaining hours of darkness in tossing and rumination, but in the end the gratifying alternative between wealth and poverty brought his deliberations to a close. He determined to follow the advice and directions of the stranger. There could be no harm in it. He only intended to inquire how such wealth might be possessed, but if in any way diabolical or wicked, he would not need to have anything further to do in the matter. Thus reasoning, and thus predetermined how to act, our self-deluded stitcher of seams bent his way, on the following forenoon, to a solitary place near the river, where he intended to perform the mighty incantation. Yet, when he tried to begin, his stomach felt wondrous heavy and oppressed. He trembled from head to foot, and sat down for some time to recruit his courage. The words of the stranger emboldened him. Quite an ordinary business, said he, and Mike went to work with his lesson, which he had been conning as he went. Scarcely was the last word of this impious incantation uttered, when a roaring clap of thunder burst above him, and the arch-enemy of mankind stood before the panic-stricken tailor. Why hast thou summoned me hither? Said the infernal monarch, in a voice like the rushing wind or the roar of the coming tempest. But Michael could not speak before the fiend. Answer me, and truly, said the demon. This miserable fraction of a man now fell on his knees, and in a most piteous accent exclaimed, Oh! Oh! Mercy! I did not, I want nothing. Base, audacious slave! Thou art telling me an untruth, and thou knowest it. Show me thy business instantly, or I will carry thee off to my dominions without further ado. At this threat the miserable mortal prostrated himself, a tardy confession being wrung from him. Oh! Pardon! Thou knowest my poverty and my distress. I want riches, and good, said the demon, with a horrible smile. 'Tis what ye are ever hankering after. Every child of Adam doth cry with insatiate thirst, Give, give. But hark thee, 'tis thine own fault if thou art not rich, and that speedily. I will grant thee 3 wishes, use them as thou wilt. Now the rogue was glad when he heard this gracious speech, and in the fullness of his joy exclaimed, Bodikins! But I know what my first wish will be, and I say not want other 2. How knowest thou that? Said the demon, with a look of contumely and scorn so wild and withering that Michael started back in great terror. Before this favour is granted though, continued the fiend, there is a small matter by way of preliminary to be settled. What is that? Inquired the trembling novice with increasing disquietude and alarm. A contract must be signed, and delivered too. A contract? Dear me, and for what? For form's sake merely, no more, I do assure thee, a slight acknowledgment for the vast benefits I am bound to confer. To wit, that at the end of 7 years thou wilt bear me company. Me, cried the terrified wretch, nay, then, keep thy gifts to thyself, I'll none owe them on this condition. Wretched fool, roared the infuriate fiend, at the sound of which the culprit fairly tumbled backward. Sign this contract, or thou shalt accompany me instantly. this very minute, for know, that every one who calls on me is delivered into my power, and think thyself well dealt with when I offer thee an alternative. Thou hast the chance of wealth, honor, and prosperity if thou sign this bond. If thou do not, I will have thee whether or no, that's all. What sayest thou? And the apostate angel spread forth his dark wings, and seemed as though ready to pounce upon his unresisting victim. In a twinkling, Michael decided that it would be much better to sign the bond and have the possession of riches, with 7 years to enjoy them in, than be dragged off to the burning pit immediately, without any previous enjoyment whatsoever. Besides, in that 7 years who knew what might turn up in his favor? I consent, said he, and the archenemy produced his bond. A drop of blood, squeezed from the hand of his victim, was the medium of this fearful transfer, and instantly on its execution another clap of thunder announced the departure of Satan with the price of another soul in his grasp. Michael was now alone. He could hardly persuade himself that he had not been dreaming. He looked at his finger, where a slight wound was still visible, from which a drop of blood still hung, a terrible confirmation of his fears. Returning home, sad and solitary, he attempted to mount to his usual place, but even this exertion was more than he could accomplish. One black and burning thought tormented him, and he sat down by his own cheerless hearth, more cheerless than he had ever felt before. Mattie was preparing dinner, but it was a meagre and homely fare, a little oaten bread, and one spare collop which had been given her by a neighbor. Scanty as was the meal, it was better than the humble viands which sometimes supplied their board. Mattie knew not the real cause of her husband's dumps, supposing it to be the usual workings of remorse, if not repentance, to which Mike was subject whenever his pocket was empty and the burning spark in his throat unquenched. She invited him to partake, but he could not eat. He sat with eyes half shut, fixed on the perishing embers, and replied not to the remonstrances of his dame. "Why, Mike, I say," cried the kind-hearted woman, "what ails thee? Cheer up, man, and finish thy collop. Thou mayest fret about it as thou likes, but thou cannot undo a bad stitch by wishing. If it will make thee better for time to come, though, I'll not grumble. Come, come, goodman, if one collop winna content thee, I wish with 2, that's all." Scarce was the last word from her lips, when lo! A savoury and smoking rasher was laid on the table by some invisible hand. Michael was roused from his lethargy by this unlucky wish. Darting a terrified look on the morsel, he cried out, "Woman, woman! What hast thou done? I wish thou wert far enough for thy pains." Immediately she disappeared, whisked off by the same invisible hands, but whither he could not tell. "Oh me, cried the afflicted tailor at this double mishap, "what shall I do now? I shall assuredly starve, and yet I've one wish left. Humph, I'd better be wary in making it though. Best take time to consider, lest I throw this needlessly after the rest." Mike could not make up his mind as to what he would have, nor indeed could he bend down his thoughts steadfastly to any subject. He was in a continual flutter. His brain was in a whirl. He looked round for some relief. The house was in sad disorder, and he thought on his absent wife. "Dear me," thought he, as he fetched a scrap of wood to the fire, "I wish Mattie were here," and his wife was immediately at his side. Mike, now grown desperate, revealed to her the fearful cause of these disasters, and the utter failure of any beneficial results from the 3 wishes. "We be just as we were," said he, "save that I've sold missile, body, and soul, to the evil one." Here he began to weep and lament very sore, and his wife was so much overcome at the recital that she was nigh speechless through the anguish she endured. At length her tears began to lose their bitterness. "It's no use greeting at this gate," said she, "hie thee to the parson, Michael, and see if he can acquit thee o' this bond." "Verily," said the poor tailor, with a piteous sigh, "that would be leaping out o' t gutter into t ditch. I should be burnt for a he-witch and a limb o' the do Illinois. I've yet 7 years respite from torment, and that would be to throw even these precious morsels away. E'en let's tarry as we are, and make the best on't. This comes of idleness and drink, but if ever I put foot across Giles's doorstone again, I wish, nay, it's no use wishing now, I've had enough o' sich thriftless work for a bit. But I'll be sober and mind my work, and spend nothing idly, and who knows but some plan or another may be hit on to escape. Now his disconsolate wife was much rejoiced at this determination, and could not help saying, "Who knows? Perhaps it was for good, Mike, that this distress happened thee." He shook his head, but his resolution was made, and he adhered to it in spite of the sneers and temptations of his former associates, who often tried to lead him on to the same vicious courses again. He had received a warning that he never forgot. The memory of it stuck to him night and day, and he would as soon have thought of thrusting his hand into the glowing coals as have entered Giles Chapburn's hovel again. He was truly an altered man, but his wife was the first to feel benefited by the change. He had plenty of work, and money came in apace. The house was cleaned and garnished. There was abundance of victuals, and a jug of their own brewing. He rarely stirred out but to wait upon his customers, and then he came home as soon as the job was completed. But there was an appearance of melancholy and dejection continually about him. He looked wan and dispirited. Time was rapidly passing by, and the last of the 7 years was now ebbing away. One night, as they were sitting a while after supper, he fetched a heavy sigh. "It is but a short time I have to live," said he. "Nay," said the dame, "let's hope that heaven will not let thee fall a prey to his enemy and ours. Besides, thou hast gotten nothing from him for thy bargain. It cannot be expected, therefore, that the old deceiver can claim any recompense." Mike shook his head, and looked incredulous. "Sure as there's wind I am Meg's entry he'll come for his own. I've been considering that I'd best go to the old man that lives in the cave by Sally. He'll maybe give me some advice how to act when the time comes." This suggestion met with his wife's approval, and the next morning our disconsolate hero was on his way to the hermit of the cave. The holy recluse had been long famed through that region for his kindness and attention to the wants of those who sought help and counsel, and Michael thought no harm could come of it, even though he might be unable to circumvent the designs of the archenemy. His dwelling was by the riverside, in a little hut, the back of which, the goodman's oratory, was scooped out in a circular form from the bank. "Holy Father," said the tailor, on entering the cell, "I crave thy benison." The anchorite, who was on his knees before a crucifix, did not speak until he had finished his devotions. He then rose and pronounced the usual benedictory welcome. "So far all is well," thought Mike, "I've got one blow at the devil anyhow." The Holy Father was very old, but he was hale and active. His white silky beard almost touched his girdle, and his sharp though rheumy eyes peered inquisitively on the person of his guest. "What is thine errand, my son?" inquired the recluse. "I have fallen into a grievous temptation, and would crave your succor and advice. Heaven wills it oft, my son, that we fall into divers extremities to humble us, and to show the folly and weakness of our hearts. What is thy trouble and thy petition?" "Alas," said the other, weeping, "I have been face to face with the father of lies, and I have suffered much damage therefrom." "Thou hast not been tampering with forbidden arts, I hope?" "Truly, that have I, and to my soul's cost, I fear," said the tailor, with a groan of heartrending despair. "Thy sin is great, my son, but so likewise is the remedy. Heaven willeth not a sinner's death, if he turn again to him with repentance and contrition of spirit. I trust thou hast not trifled with thy soul's welfare by taking and using any of the gifts whereby the old serpent layeth hold on the souls of men." "Verily, nay, but he frightened me into the signing of a terrible bond, wherein I promised, that after 7 years were past and gone I would be his." "Thy danger is terrible indeed. But he gave thee some equivalent for the bargain?" "Thou didst not sell thyself for naught," said the hermit, fixing his eye sternly on the trembling penitent, "and now, when thou hast wasted the price of thy condemnation, thou comest for help, and thou wouldest even play at cheatery with the devil." "Nay, most reverend father," said Michael, wiping his eyes, "never a gift have I had from the foul fiend, save a bacon collop, and that was cast out untouched." And with that he told of the manner in which he was inveigled, and the scurvy trick which the deceiver had played him. "Verily, there is hope," said the holy man, after musing a while, "yet is it a perilous case, and only to be overcome by prayer and fasting. If thou seek help sincerely, I doubt not that a way will be made for thine escape. Listen, it is never permitted that the enemy of our race should reap the full benefit of the advantage which otherwise his superior duplicity and intelligence would enable him to obtain. There was never yet bond or bargain made by him, but, in one way or another, it might be set aside, and the foul fiend discomfited. It may be difficult, I own, and advice is not easily rendered in this matter, but trust in the power of the All-Powerful, and thou shalt not be overcome. Wisdom, I doubt not, shall be vouchsafed in this extremity, if thou apply anxiously and earnestly for it, seeking deliverance, and repenting of thy great wickedness which thou hast committed. With these and many other gracious words did the benevolent enthusiast encourage this doomed mortal, and though heavy and disconsolate enough, he returned more light-hearted than he came. The time now drew near. The very week, the day, the hour, was come, and when the sun should have climbed to the meridian, Michael knew that he would have to face the cunning foe who had beguiled him. His wife would have tarried, but he peremptorily forbade. He would not be disturbed in his intercessions. All that morning, without intermission, he supplicated for wisdom and strength in the ensuing conflict. He had retired to a little chamber at one end of the house, and here he secured himself to prevent intrusion. Noon was scarcely come when, true to the engagement, a loud thunderclap announced the approach and presence of this terrific being. "I am glad to find," said he, "that thou art ready." "I am not ready," replied the trembling victim. "How," roared the sable chief, with a voice that shook the whole house, like the passage of an earthquake, "dost thou deny the pledge? Darest thou gainsay this bond?" "True enough," replied the debtor, "I signed that contract, but it was won from me by fraud and dishonest pretenses." "Base, equivocating slave! How darest thou mock me thus? Thou hadst thy wishes, the conditions have been fulfilled, to the letter." "I fear me," again said the victim, who felt his courage wonderfully supported, "that thou knewest I should never be a pin the richer or better for thy gifts, and thine aim was but to flatter and to cheat. It is not in thy power, I do verily believe, to grant me riches or any great thing that I might wish, so thou didst prompt, and, in a manner, force me to those vain wishes, unthinkingly, by which I have been beguiled. Dost thou doubt, then, my ability in this matter? Know that thy most unbounded wishes would have been accomplished, else I release thee from this bond. I say, and will vouch for that all thy promises are lying cheats, and that thou couldst not give me a beggarly bodle, if thou wert to lay down thy 2 horns for it, so I demand my bond, according to thy pledge. To show thee that I can keep this bond, even conformably to the terms of my own offer just now, and thy pitiful carcass to boot, I'll e'en grant thee another wish, that thou mayest be satisfied thou art past all hope of redemption. Said I not, that if I could not fulfill any wish of thine, even to the compass of all possible things, and the riches of this great globe itself, I would release thee from this bond?" "Yea," said Michael, with an eager assent. "Then wish once more, and mind that it be no beggarly desire. Wish to the very summit of wealth, or the topmost pinnacle of thy ambition, for it shall be given thee." "Then," said the tailor hastily, as though fearful the word would not come forth quick enough from his lips, "I wish thou wert riding back again to thy quarters on yonder dun horse, and never be able to plague me again, or any other poor wretch whom thou hast gotten into thy clutches." The demon gave a roar loud enough to be heard to the very antipodes, and away went he, riveted to the back of this very dun horse, which Michael had seen through the window grazing quietly in the lane, little suspecting the sort of jockey that was destined to bestride him. The tailor ran to the door to watch his departure, almost beside himself for joy at this happy riddance. Dancing and capering into the kitchen, where his wife was almost dying through terror, he related, as soon as he was able, the marvelous story of his deliverance. He relapsed not into his former courses, but lived happily to a good old age, leaving behind him at his death good store of this world's gear, which, as he had no children, was divided amongst his poorer relatives. One of them, having purchased the house where the tailor dwelt, set up the trade of a tapster therein, having for his sign, the Jeweller Upo done, which to this day attests the truth of our tradition, and the excellence of mine host's cheer. Windleshore Abbey, adieu, fond love, farewell, you wanton powers, I'm free again. Thou dull disease of bloud and idle hours, bewitching pain, fly to fools that sigh away their time, my nobler love to heaven doth climb, and there behold beauty still young, that time can ne'er corrupt, nor death destroy, immortal sweetness by fair angels sung, and honoured by eternity and joy, there lies my love, thither my hopes aspire, fond love's decline, this heavenly love grows higher. Beaumont and Fletcher. This ruined chapel, abbey, it is generally styled, is about a mile distant from St. Helens. Little remains now but the belfry, with its luxuriant covering of dark ivy, still preserving it from destruction. More than half a century ago, some ruffian hand nearly severed the stem from the root, but happily without material injury, the incision being incomplete. The burial ground, formerly open, is now enclosed by a stone wall, and on the south side is a stone cross with 3 steps. The whole area has a reputation of great sanctity, many of those who die in the Romish faith, even beyond the immediate neighborhood, being brought hither for interment. There are no records, that we can find, of its foundation, but it may be suspected that the place was dedicated to St. Thomas, for close by is a well of that name, unto which extraordinary virtues are ascribed. The chapel was but small, not more than 12 yards in length, and about 3 in width, the tower scarcely 8 yards high. Its insignificance probably may account for the obscurity in which its origin is involved. It fell into disuse after the dissolution, and its final ruin took place during the civil wars of Charles I. Autumn was lingering over the yellow woods. The leaves, fluttering on their shriveled stems, seemed ready to fall with every breath. Dark and heavy was the dull atmosphere, a melancholy stillness that seemed to pervade and surround every object, a deceitful calm, forerunner of the wild and wintry storms about to desolate and to destroy even these flickering emblems of decay. At times a low murmur would break forth, dying away through the deep woods, like some spirit of past ages wakening from her slumber, or the breath of hoary time sighing through the ruin he had created. There is something indescribably solemn and affecting in the first touches and emblems of the year that has fallen into the sere and yellow leaf. Like the eventide of life, it is a season when the gay and glittering promises of another spring are past, when the fervor and the maturity of summer are ended, when cold and monotonous days creep on, and we look with another eye, and other perceptions, on all that surrounds us. Yet there is a feeling of gladness and of hope mingling with our regrets in the one case, which cannot exist in the other. Autumn, though succeeded by the darkness and dreariness of winter, is but the womb of another spring. That bright season will be renewed, our own, never. Perhaps it might be feelings akin to these which arrested the footsteps of an individual, who, though little past the springtide and youthful ardor of his existence, was yet not disinclined to anticipate another period characterized by the autumnal tokens of decay visible on every object around him. He stood by the deserted chapel of Windleshaw. Time had then but just begun to show the first traces of his power. The building was yet uninjured, save the interior, which was completely despoiled, the walls grey with lichen, and hoary with the damps of age. The ivy was twining round the belfry, but its thin arms then embraced only a small portion of the exterior. A single yew tree threw its dark and gloomy shade over the adjacent tombs, the long rank herbage bending over them, and dripping heavily with the moist atmosphere. An ancient cross stood in the graveyard, of a date probably anterior to that of the main building. A relic or commemoration, it might be, of some holy man who had there ministered to the semi-barbarous hordes, aboriginal converts to the Catholic faith. It was in the autumn of the year 1644. Wars and tumults were abroad, and Lancashire drained the cup of bitterness even to the dregs. The infatuated king was tottering on his throne, even the throne itself was nigh overturned in the general conflict. A short time before the date of our story, the Earl of Derby and Prince Rupert, having brought the siege of Bolton and Liverpool to a satisfactory issue, shortly after the gallant defence of the Countess at Lathom House, were then reposing from their toils at that fortress. The prince, remotely allied to the noble dame, lay there with his train, and was treated not only with the respect and consideration due to his rank, but likewise with a feeling of gratitude for his timely succour to the distressed lady and her brave defenders. After a short stay, the prince marched to York, which was closely besieged by the Earl of Manchester and Sir Thomas Fairfax, and as vigorously and obstinately defended by the Marquis of Newcastle. On the approach of Prince Rupert, the parliamentary generals raised the siege, and, drawing off their forces to Marston Moor, offered battle to the royalists. Here the prince, whose martial disposition was not sufficiently tempered with prudence, unfortunately accepted the enemy's challenge, and obscured the lustre of his former victories by sustaining a total overthrow, thereby putting the king's cause into great jeopardy. The following extract from the Perfect Diurnal of the 9th of July 1644 will show the estimation in which this great victory was held by the Parliament, and the extent and importance of the results. This day Captain Stewart came from the Leaguer at York with a letter of the whole state of the late fight and routing of Prince Rupert, sent by the 3 generals to the Parliament. The effect whereof was this, that, understanding Prince Rupert was marching against them with 20,000 men, horse and foot, the whole army arose from the siege, and marched to Long Marston Moor, 4 or 5 miles from York, and the prince, having notice of it, passed with his army the byway of Borough Bridge, that they could not hinder his passage to York, whereupon our army marched to Todcaster, to prevent his going southward, but before the van was within a mile of Todcaster, it was advertised that the prince was in the rear in Marston Moor, with an addition of 6,000 of the Earl of Newcastle's forces, and was possessed of the best places of advantage both for ground and wind. The right wing of our horse was commanded by Sir Thomas Fairfax, which consisted of his whole cavalry and 3 regiments of the Scots horse. Next unto them was drawn up the right wing of the foot, consisting of the Lord Fairfax and his foot and 2 brigades of the Scots foot for a reserve, and so the whole armies put into a battalia. The battle being begun, at the first some of our horse were put into disorder, but, rallying again, we fell on with our whole body, killed and took their chief officers, and took most part of their standards and colours, 25 pieces of ordnance, near 130 barrels of powder, 10,000 arms, 2 wagons of carbines and pistols, killed 3,000, and 1,500 prisoners taken. Prince Rupert with great precipitation drew off the remains of his army, and retired into Lancashire. In a few days York was surrendered to the parliamentary forces, and the garrison marched out with all the honours of war. Fairfax, occupying the city, established his government through the county, and sent 1,000 horse into Lancashire to join with the parliamentary forces in that quarter, and attend the motions of Prince Rupert. The Scottish army marched northwards after their victory, in order to join the Earl of Callendar, who was advancing with 10,000 additional forces, and likewise to reduce the town of Newcastle, which they took by storm. The Earl of Manchester, with Cromwell, to whom the fame of this great victory was chiefly ascribed, and who was wounded in the action, returned to the Eastern Association in order to recruit his army. 65 such were some of the fruits of this important victory, and such the aspect of affairs at the time when our narrative commences, the fortunes and persons of the Royalists, or Malignants as they were called by the opposite party, being in great jeopardy, especially in the northern counties. The individual before named was loitering about in the cemetery of the chapel, where the bodies of many of the faithful who die in the arms of the Mother Church are still deposited, under the impression or expectancy that their clay shall imbibe the odour of sanctity thereby. The stranger, for such he appeared, was muscular and well-formed. His height was not above, but rather below, the middle size. A bright full eye gave an ardour to his look not at all diminished by the general cast and expression of his features, which betokened a brave and manly spirit, scorning subterfuge and disguise, and almost disdaining the temporary concealment he was forced to adopt. A wide cloak was wrapped about his person, surmounted by a slouched high-crowned hat, with a rose in front, by way of decoration. His boots, ornamented with huge projecting tops, were turned down just below the calf of the leg, above which his breeches terminated in stuffed rolls, or fringes, after the fashion of the time. A light sword hung loosely from his belt, and a pair of pistols, beautifully inlaid, were exhibited in front. Despite of his somewhat grotesque habiliments, there was an air of dignity, perhaps haughtiness, in his manner, which belied the character of his present disguise. He walked slowly on, apparently in deep meditation, till, on turning round the angle of the tower, he was somewhat startled from his reverie on beholding an open grave, at a short distance, just about to be completed. Clods of heavy clay were at short intervals thrown out by the workmen, concealed from observation by the depth to which he had laboured. After a moment's pause, the cavalier cautiously approached the brink, and beheld a strange-looking being, with sleeves tucked up to the shoulders, busily engaged in this interesting and useful avocation. "Good speed, friend," said the stranger, addressing the emissary of death within. The grim official raised his head for a moment, to observe who it was that accosted him, but without vouchsafing a reply, he again resumed his work, throwing out the clods with redoubled energy, to the great annoyance of the inquirer. "Whose grave is this?" he asked again, perseveringly, determined to provoke him to an answer. "The first fools that asks," shouted the man from below, without ceasing from his repulsive toil. "Nay, friend, ye do not dig for a man ere he be dead in this pitiful country of thine? And why not? There's many a head on a man's nape today that will be on his knees tomorrow. Then do ye rig folks out with graves here upon trust?" "Nay," said the malicious-looking replicant, holding up a long lean phalanx of bony fingers, "pay today, trust tomorrow, as old lad at the tavern says. What? Is thy trade so dainty of subjects? Are men become weary, dying of late, that ye must need make tombs for the living? I'll have thee to the justice, sirrah, for wicked malice aforethought, and misprision. Here this hideous ghoul burst forth with a laugh so fearful and portentous that even the cavalier was startled by its peculiarly fierce and almost unearthly expression. The mouth drawn to one side, the wide flat forehead, projecting cheekbones, and pointed chin, sufficiently characterized him as laboring under that sort of imbecility not seldom and mixed with a tact and shrewdness that seemed to be characteristic of this species of disease and deformity. He set one foot on the mattock, ceasing from his labors whilst he cried out, winking significantly with half-shut eyes, when the owl hoots, and the crow cries caw, I can tell a maiden from a jackdaw. Here he began whistling and humming by turns, with a most consummate and provoking indifference. The stranger was evidently disconcerted by this unexpected mode of address, apparently meditating a retreat, from where even victory would have been a poor triumph. He was turning away, when a drop of blood fell on his hand. This disastrous omen, with the grave yawning before him, the narrow dwelling, which, according to the prediction of the artificer, was preparing for his reception, discomposed the cavalier exceedingly, and, in all likelihood, rendered him the more easily susceptible to subsequent impressions. Art bound for Knowsley? Inquired the hunchbacked sexton. Peradventure I may have an errand thither, but I am a wayfaring man, and have business with the commissioners in these parts. There was a tone of conscious evasion in this reply which did not pass unheeded by the inquirer. If thou goest in at the door, said he, mind thee doesn't come out feet foremost, good master wayfarer. He quickly changed his tone to more of seriousness than before. Thou art not safe. Hie thee to Lathom. 'Tis beleaguered again. The Earl being away at his kingdom of man, the hornets are buzzing about his nest. There seems now no resting place, as aforetime, for unlucky travellers. For who? Shouted the sexton, climbing out of his grave with surprising agility. He fixed his eyes on the cavalier, as though it were the aspect of recognition. He then hummed the following distich, a favourite troll amongst the Republican party at that period. The battle was foughten, the prince ran away. Did ever ye see sic a race, well a day? The stranger, turning from his tormentor, was about to depart, but he was not destined to rid himself so readily from the intruder. And so being shut out from Lathom, thou beest a cock-horse for Knowsley. Tush! A blind pedlar, ambling on a nag, might know thee while he was a-winking. Know me, said the cavalier, why, whom thinkest thou that I be? Truly there be more gowks in our good dukedom of Lancaster than either garshawks or hen-sparrows. I am one of little note, and my name not worth the spelling. He assumed an air of great carelessness and indifference, not unmingled with a haughty glance or two, whilst he spoke, but the persevering impertinent would not be withstood. Another laugh escaped him, shrill and portentous as before, and he approached nearer, inquiring in a half-whisper, Where's thine uncle? Whom meanest thou? He waits for thee at Oxford, Manitoba, but he may wait while his porridge cools, I trow, and so good den. The cunning knave was marching off with his mattock, when the cavalier, recovering from his surprise, quickly seized him by the higher shoulder. Stay, knave, thou shalt tarry here a while, until thou and I are better acquainted. Another step, and this muzzle shall help thee on thine errand. And who'll pay the messenger, said the undaunted and ready-witted rogue, not in the least intimidated by the threat, and the mouth of a huge pistol at his breast. Put it by, friend, and I'll answer thee, but while that bulldog is unmuzzled thou shalt get never a word from Steenie listen. Thou knowest of some plot a-hatching, said the stranger, putting aside the weapon. Another drop fell on his hand. I know not, said the sexton, doggedly. Thy meaning, then, returned the stranger, with great vehemence, for, oh my life, thou stirrest not until thou hast explained the nature of these allusions. With a shrill cry and a fleet footstep the other bounded away from his interrogator like some swift hound, and was out of sight instantly. Retreating with some precipitation, the cavalier bent his steps from the graveyard towards a little hostelry close by, where it appears he had taken up his abode for a few days along with a companion, whose sole use and business on their journey seemed to be that of protecting a huge pair of saddlebags and other equipments for their travel, under a mulberry-coloured cloak of more than ordinary dimensions. They had journeyed from Preston thitherwards, their intended route being for Knowsley, and so forward to the coast. Whether their motive for so long a stay at this obscure and homely tavern could be traced to the bright eyes and beautiful image of mine host's daughter, a luminary round which they were fluttering to their own destruction, or that they merely sought concealment, it were difficult to guess. The ostensible object of their journey was to take shipping for Ireland, being bound thither on some commercial enterprise, for the furtherance of which they expected to pass unmolested, being men of peaceable pursuits, who left the trade of fighting to those that hoped to thrive thereby. Such was the general tenor of their converse, but there were some who suspected that the widely extolled beauty of Marian might have some remote connection with the continuance of these guests, and their long stay at the inn was regarded with a jealous eye. So well known was the beauteous Marian, the fair maid of Windleshire, that the present residence of the Cavaliers, if such they were, was the worst that could have been chosen for concealment, inasmuch as her fame drew many customers to the tap who otherwise would have eschewed so humble a halting place as that of Nathan Sumner. Thoughtful, and with a show of vexation upon his features, the stranger entered the house, where breakfast was already prepared, and awaiting his return. In the same chamber were the tapster and his dame, for privacy was not compatible either with mine host's means or inclination. "We have been watching for thee, Egerton," said his companion. "Didst thou meet with a bundle of provender in the graveyard that thy stomach did not warn thee to breakfast?" "Prithee heed it not," was the reply, "I care little thus early for thy confections. Besides, I have been beset by a knave, whose vocation verily remindeth man of his latter end. I've been bandying discourse with the sexton yonder, as I believe." "Heh! Mercy on us! Ye have seen Steenie, belike," said the dame, lifting up one hand from her knee, which had been reposing there as a protection from the fervid advances of a glowing fire before which she Saturday. "Truly, I do suspect this trafficker in ready-made tombs to be none other," said Egerton. "And how kin at a grave? Eh? And with right good will, too. Then look well to your steps, Sir Stranger, that ye fall not into tea, for Stephen never yet made grave that lacked a tenant ere long." "'Tis strange," said the Cavalier, anxiously. "Do ye dig graves here by anticipation? Or, he scents death like a carrion crow, I tell ye, and, if he but digs a grave, somebody or other always contrives to tumble in, and mostly they that first see him busy with the job. Here's the aid here, the live man's sexton." The Cavalier sat down before a well-covered stool, on which was spread a homely but plentiful breakfast of eggs, cheese, rashers of bacon, a flagon of ale, and a huge pile of oat-cake, but he did not falter with the appetite or relish of a hungry man. "Let me reckon," said the host, beginning to muster up his arithmetic. "There was, Nathan Sumner, I say, thou art allies out wi thy motty if a body speaks. Doesn't the beer want tunning, and thou art leasing there thy haunches, at thy wise speeches. Let me alone wi the gentles, and get thee to the Gorkir. Besides, you see that he knoweth not how to disport himself afore people of condition, saving your presence, masters," said the power predominant, as her husband meekly retreated from the despotic and iron rule of his helpmate. "Peradventure he doth himself provide tenants for his own graves," said the Cavalier, thoughtfully, "but I'll split the knave's jowl, if he dare." "You know not him whom you thus accuse," said a soft musical voice from an inner chamber. "I know those who would not see him with his foot in a new-made grave for the best rent-roll in Christendom." The speaker, as she came forward, bent a glance of reproof towards the stranger. "And wherefore, my bonny maiden?" inquired he. "Does he not scent the dying like a raven? When once his eye is upon them they shall not escape. There be some that have seen their last this green earth, and the sky, and yonder bright hills. I trust the destroying angel will pass by this house." "By Our Lady," replied the other hastily, "the varlet, when I asked whose lodging it should be, answered, mine," holding forth his long skinny paw that I might pay him for the job. The maiden listened with a look of terror. She grew pale and almost ghastly, wiping her brow with the corner of her apron, as though in great agitation and perplexity. There was usually a warm and healthy blush upon her cheek, but it waned suddenly into the dim hue of apprehension, as she replied in a low whisper, "Ye must not go hence," and yet, she hesitated, and appeared as though deeply revolving some secret source of both anxiety and alarm. The Cavalier was silent too, but the result of his deliberations was of a nature precisely opposite to that of his fair opponent. "Our beasts being ready, Chisenhall," said he to his companion, we will depart while the day holds on favourable. We may have worse weather, and still worse quarters, should we tarry here till noontide, as we purposed. But, and here he looked earnestly at the maiden, we shall come again, I trust, when they that seek our lives be laid low. She put one hand on his arm, speaking not aloud, but with great earnestness, go not, and your lives peradventure shall be given you for a prey. There is a godly man hereabout, unto whom I will have recourse, and he shall guide you in this perplexity. We be men having little time to spare, and less inclination, higglers too, into the bargain, replied he, with a dubious glance toward his friend Chisenhall, who was just despatching the last visible relics of a repast in which he had taken a more than equal share of the duty. We are not careful to tarry, or to resort unto such ghostly counsel. We would rather listen to the lips of those whose least word we covet more than the preaching of either priest or Puritan, but the time is now come when we must eschew even such blessed and holy. There's a time for all things, said Chisenhall hastily, and as soon as his mouth was at rest from the solid contents with which he had been successfully, and almost uninterruptedly, occupied for the last half-hour, wishful, also, to abate the impression which his companion's indiscreet intimation of dislike to psalm singers and Puritans might have produced. There is a time to buy and to sell, and to get gain, a time to marry, and a time to be merry and be glad. Here he used a sort of whining snuffle, which frustrated his attempts at neutralizing the sarcasms of his friend. Being in haste, he continued, we may not profit by thy discourse, but commend ourselves to his prayers until our return, which, God willing, we may safely accomplish in a se'night at the farthest. If ye depart, I will not answer for your safe keeping. And if we stay, my pretty maiden, I am fearful we shall be in safe keeping. An ambiguous smile curled his lip, which she fully understood. Indeed, her manner and appearance were so much superior to her station, that no lady of the best and gentlest blood might have comported herself more excellently before these gay, though disguised cavaliers. There was a natural expression of dignity and high feeling in her demeanour, as if rank and noble breeding were enclosed in so humble a shrine, visible indeed, but still through the medium of a homely but bewitching grace and simplicity. This, in part, might be the consequence of an early residence at Lathom, where, in a few years, she had risen, from a station among the lower domestics to a confidential place about the person of the Countess. Here she excited no small share of admiration, and it was partly to avoid the fervid advances of some vivacious gallants that she resolved on quitting so exposed and dangerous a position, the more especially as the lowering aspect of the times, and the uncertain termination of the coming struggle, might have left her without a protector, and at the mercy of the lawless ruffians who were not wanting on either side. Retiring home without regret, she had imbibed, from the ministrations of a zealous and conscientious advocate of the Republican party, a relish for the doctrines and self-denying exercises of the Puritans, with whom she usually associated in their religious assemblies. Do you purpose, then, for Knowsley today? She inquired, after a short silence. Yea, unless our present dilemma, and the obstruction thereby, turn aside the current of our intent. Pray heaven it may, said the maiden, with great fervour, for I do fear me that some who are not of a godly sort are abiding there, even they with whom righteous and well-ordered men should not consort withal. Heed not. Being of them who are not righteous overmuch, we can bear unharmed the scoffs of prelatists and self-seekers. There be others, replied she, but the appearance of the dame, who had been overlooking the operations of her helpmate, interrupted the communication. The horses, too, were at the door, led forth by a lubberly serving lad, and they seemed eager to depart, pawing, as though scarcely enduring a momentary restraint. The cavalier, after giving some order about the beasts, would have bidden farewell to the maiden in private, but she had departed unperceived. He was evidently chagrined, lingering long in the house, in hopes of her reappearance, but in vain. He was forced to depart without the anticipated interview. Out of sight and hearing, the cavaliers began to converse more freely. Right fain I am, said Egerton, of our escape from yonder house, for I began to fear me we were known, or, at any rate, suspected by one, if not more, of our good friends behind. By one fair friend, peradventure, said Chisenhall dryly, but, on the word of a soldier, I may be known, and little care I, save that it may be dangerous to be found in my company. In the last siege yonder, at Lathom, I have beaten off more rogues than flies from my trencher, and I would we had but had room and fair play at York, we would have given your, hold, no names, remember that I am plain Master Egerton, there may be lurkers in these tall hedges, so, both indoors and out, I am, what mine appearance doth betoken. Well, Master Egerton, good what, though a better man than myself, which few be nowadays, for these straight-haired roundheads do thin us like coppice trees, and leave but here and there one to shoot at. I would the noble lord had been within his good fortress yonder. I think it would have been too hot to handle, with cold fingers, by the host of old Nick, or Parliament, I care not which. It was partly at my suggesting that he retired to his island of Man. There were heart-burnings and jealousies amongst the courtiers on his account, which were but too readily given ear unto by the king. Grant it may not be for our hurt as well as his own. I had no notion that these wasps would have been so soon again at the honeycomb. Could we in our bands have made entry, we would have shown them some of the old matchwork, and given them a psalm to sing that they would not readily have forgotten. As it is, we are just wanderers and vagabonds, without e'er a house or a homestead to hide us in, should our friends be driven from Knowsley, and our way be blocked up to the coast. What is worse, too, our supplies are nigh exhausted, and our exchequer as empty as the king's. I would we had not tarried here so long, waiting for advices, as thou didst say, Master Egerton, but which advices, I do verily think, were from a lady's lip, and the next tall fellow, with a long face and a fusee, may tuck us under his sleeve, and carry us to his quarters, like a brace of springed woodcocks. Fear not, Chisenhall. We will make directly for the coast, and tomorrow, if we have luck, be under way for Ireland. If, as I do trust, we get our levies thence, down with the rump and the roundheads, say I, and so, we are not bound for Knowsley, then. No, believe me, I have a better nose than to thrust it into the trap, after the foretokenings we have had. The knave who elbowed me in the graveyard, as well as the maiden yonder, warned us of some danger at Knowsley, where, I do verily suspect, the rogues are in ambush, waiting for us, but we will give them the slip, and away for bonny Waterford. The morning was yet raw and misty. A dense fog was coming on, which every minute became more heavy and impervious to the sight. Objects might be heard, long ere they were seen. The rime hung like a frostwork from branch and spray, showing many a fantastic festoon, wreathed by powers and contrivances more wonderful than those by which our vain and presumptuous race are endowed. The little birds looked out from their covers, and chirped merrily on, to while away the hours till bedtime. The rooks cawed from their citadel. To venture abroad was out of the question, lest the rogues should be surprised in some act of depredation, and suffer damage thereby. So chill and searching was the atmosphere that the travellers wrapped their cloaks closely about their haunches, to defend themselves from its attacks. They were scarcely a mile or two on their road when, passing slowly between the high coppice on either hand, Egerton stayed his horse, listening. Whilst thus engaged, another blood drop fell on his hand. "There be foes behind us," said he, softly. His practised and ever-watchful ear had detected the coming footsteps before his friend. "'Tis a fortunate screen this same quiet mist, and so let us away to cover." Without more ado he leaped through a gap in the fence, followed by his companion, and they lay concealed effectually from the view of any one who might be passing on the road. They were not so far from the main path but that the footsteps of their pursuers could be heard, and voices too, in loud and earnest discourse. The latter kept their horses at a very deliberate pace, as if passing forward at some uncertainty. "I say again, heed it as we may, this mist will be the salvation of our runaways. After having dogged them to such good purpose from Lathom, it will be a sorry deed should they escape under this unlucky envelope. Tush, faint heart, thinkest thou these enemies of the faith shall triumph, and our own devices come to naught? Nay, verily, for the wicked are as stubble, and the ungodly as they whom the fire devoureth. But I would rather have a brisk wind than all thy vapours, thy quiddities, and quotations. Yet am I glad they have not ta'en the turn to Knowsley. Which way soever they turn, either to the right hand or to the left, we have them in the net, and snares and pitfalls shall devour them." The remainder of this comfortable assurance was inaudible, and the cavaliers congratulated themselves on their providential escape. "How stand ye for Knowsley now, Sir Captain?" said Chisenhall. "Why, of a surety, friend, there be many reasons why we may pray for a safe passport from this unhappy land, but it seemeth as though our purposes were to be for ever crossed. Towards Knowsley, now, it doth appear that we must proceed, our haven and hiding place, these rogues having got wind that we did not intend to pass by thither, we must countermine the enemy, or rather double upon their route. But how shall we be enabled to proceed? Forward to the right, said Egerton, and we shall be sure to hit our mark, if I mistake not the bearing. 'Tis, I believe, scarcely 2 miles hence, and under this friendly cover we cannot be observed, though we should mistake our way. Changing their course, they now attempted, at all hazards, a running chase along and across hedges and enclosures, in the supposed direction of their retreat. After a somewhat perilous journey for at least an hour in this thick mist, without discovering any object by which they could ascertain their relative situation, Chisenhall at length espied something like a dark square tower before them. Plague, pestilence, and all the saints! Why, if yonder be not that same old ugly grim tower dodging us? He rubbed his eyes, hardly satisfied that his morning indulgences were ended. We are fairly on our way for the grave again, sure enough, said Egerton, or it may be as thou sayest, the graveyard itself is following us. He tried to rally into a smile, but was unable to disport himself in this wise, and it became needful that some way should be hit upon for their extrication, and that speedily. Occupied in earnest discourse, they were not aware of the presence of a third person until a thin squeaking voice accosted them from behind. Back again so soon, W.I. the Illinois at your crupper too. Foul f*** thee, thou screech owl, said Egerton, starting back at that ill-omened sound, we shall ne'er be rid o' this pestilence. He attempted to spring aside from the object of his abhorrence, but in a moment his horse was holden by the bridle with almost more than human strength, and the malicious creature set up an exulting and triumphant laugh that was anything but agreeable in their present evil condition. Chisenhall was almost beside himself with distress and consternation, but Marian, though much concerned, seemed to possess some clue to this enigma. Steenie, thou sayest, was the cause of this untoward disaster? That cursed fiend. I wish all his, nay, friend, thou speakest like to the foolish ones, vain and impious men, whose mouths are full of cursing and bitterness. We had best return, I will think on this matter, and ere the morrow we may have tidings of thy friend, but, here she looked significantly aside as she spoke, but not in her father's hearing. Keep snug here in thy quarters, friend, for since ye left there came divers of the people to inquire, and as he would have it, from me only. Ye be sons of Belial, they said, and cavaliers withal. But ye have eaten and drunken in our dwelling, and though red with the blood of the saints, I cannot deliver you into the hand of your pursuers. Chisenhall reluctantly complied, having no other resource, and judging it best not to stir abroad, as it might be compromising the safety of both parties, without leading to any beneficial result. The horses were unharnessed and turned out to graze, whilst Chisenhall was disposed of in an upper chamber above one of the outhouses. His anxiety for his friend allowed him but little rest, and often he was on the point of issuing forth in quest of intelligence, but happily prudence prevented him from sacrificing his own and another's life to a vain and fruitless impatience. During Chisenhall's concealment Marian was by no means in the same state of idleness and inactivity. She threw on her hood and kerchief, and a clean white apron, girt about her waist, fully displayed the symmetry of her form. Her cloak was adjusted but with little regard to outward show, and an hour was scarcely passed ere she sallied forth, as she was often wont, to the dwelling of Gilgal Snape, a person of great note as a preacher and leader of the faithful in these parts. He was, in truth, a worthy and zealous man, sincerely devoted to the cause he espoused, and the service of his Maker, one widely distinguished from the hypocrites and fanatics of that turbulent era, which, like our own, produced, though in a more exaggerated form, from the stimulus then abroad, the same rank and noxious weeds of hypocrisy and superstition, for man, like a mathematical problem, circumstances and conditions being the same, brings out, invariably, the same results. No form of worship, however ludicrous or revolting, but of its advocates and supporters, and there is nothing which the proud mind and unsubbed heart of man will not put forth, when that heart is made the hotbed of unholy and unsanctified feelings, all monstrous and polluted things ripening, even beneath the warm and blessed sun that revives and beautifies all else by its splendor. Gilgal had, however, his figments and his fancies, inseparable perchance from the times and dispositions by which they were engendered. When men, awaking as from a dream, shaking off the deep slumber of bigotry, but not intolerance, through the medium of their yet unpracticed sense saw, men as trees walking, regarding trivial and unimportant objects as paramount and essential, while others, whose nature was vital and supreme, were hardly discerned, or at best but slightly noticed or understood, when minds long tinctured by superstition brought the whole of their previous habits and instincts to bear upon the newly awakened energies that were heaving and convulsing the moral fabric of society, and the ground of preconceived notions and opinions on which they stood. They could hardly be persuaded that the kingdom of heaven cometh not by observation, that special miracles, and visible manifestations of divine favor, were not again to be vouchsafed to the elect, and that their faith and prayers were not sufficient to remove mountains, and to conquer and subdue every obstacle. There was more pride in these expectations than they were willing to allow, or even to suspect, and in many it was the very pride and naughtiness of their hearts, whilst in others it was but the operation of remaining ignorance, unsubbed lusts, and unsanctified affections. Gilgal was famous in his day for dealing with spiritual wickedness in high places. The prince of the power of the air was subject unto him. In other words, it was said of him that he had cast out devils and healed the possessed. When others failed, Gilgal had wrestled and prevailed. One of the first fruits of this outpouring of his soul was Stenia Listen, who, from his childhood, was subject to periodical and violent affections of the body, contortions that gave him, in the eyes of many, an appearance of one possessed. Stephen had a considerable share of cunning, a sort of knavish sagacity and ready impertinence, peculiar to most of his kind. He was an orphan, early left to the care of chance or charity, and being a follower of bell-ringers, grave-diggers, and the like, assumed a sort of semi-official attitude at all funerals, weddings, and merrymakings in the neighborhood. He was generally suspected of holding intercourse with the powers of evil, and when suffering from disease, the unclean spirit whom he had offended was supposed to be afflicting him, having entered into his body to buffet and torment him for his contumacy and disobedience. So partial was he to the art and occupation of grave-making, that he was observed at times to hew out a habitation for the dead ere a tenant was provided. It was always remarked, nevertheless, that the narrow house failed not ere long to receive an inhabitant, and this apprehension considerably heightened the terror with which he was regarded, and rendered him celebrated throughout the country by the name of the live man sexton. But the worthy minister being much moved with compassion towards this child of Satan, his bowels yearned for him, that he might cast out the unclean spirit, and deliver him from his spiritual bondage. He accordingly girded himself to the work, and a great name did he get throughout the land by this mighty achievement, for the possessed became docile as a little child before him, and was subsequently a sort of erratic follower of the party unto which Gilgal was allied, but he would at times forsake the assemblies of the faithful, when, it is said, the dark spirit of divination again came over him, and he would wander among the tombs, showing symptoms of a disordered intellect, though not of the same violent character as before. Towards the dwelling of Gilgal Snape did Marian direct her steps. It was but a short mile from her own. Often had she been a visitant to the house, where she imbibed the doctrines and instructions of this sincere and zealous confessor of the faith. She frequently mingled in the devotions that were there offered up, but her piety was of a more moderate and amiable cast, less violent and ascetic, not unmixed with love and pity for her enemies and the persecutors of the truth. Her object in this visit was not so much to partake of the crumbs from the good man's spiritual banquet, as to gain some intelligence through him respecting Egerton's disappearance. She recognized the individuals who were in pursuit of him to be scouts from the Republican leaders, with whom the divine was in constant communication. Of the real rank of Egerton she was still ignorant, but she more than suspected his disguise, and scarcely hesitated to conclude, from the anxiety shown for his apprehension, that he was of no little importance in the estimation of his opponents. Musing and much troubled, by reason of many conflicting emotions, she took no note of the lapse of time until her arrival at the habitation of this devout minister of the word. It was built in a sequestered glen, by a narrow brook near to a couple of black, shapeless, scraggy firs, whose long lean arms were extended over the roof. A low porch guarded the door, in which dairy utensils and implements of husbandry were usually placed. The short casement windows were rendered still more gloomy, and in places screened from light, by the creeping woodbine throwing its luxuriant and unrestricted foliage about their deep recesses. A little wicket admitted the visitor into the court, on each side of which was a homely garden, where nothing ornamental was suffered to intrude or encroach upon the space devoted to objects of usefulness rather than indulgence. Marian lifted up the latch, entering upon the precincts of this hallowed abode. She passed on, through the large cold cheerless apartment generally called the house, turning thence towards a little chamber, used as an oratory. She heard a loud voice within. She tapped first upon the door, which she slowly opened, and beheld the good man with the sacred volume spread out before him. He raised his eyes for a moment as she entered, but refrained not from his exercise, nor altered in the least the strenuous tone of his orisons. And he put forth his left hand, and took the dagger from his right thigh, and smote Eglon, the king of Moab, so that he died. Thus perished the ungodly and the oppressor, even as Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, on whom the Almighty rendered the curse of Jotham his brother, and all his wickedness that he had committed, and all the evil of the men of Shechem did God return upon their own heads. Here he raised his eyes, closing the book with a devout aspiration of compliance to the will of heaven. I have sought counsel, he continued, and been much comforted thereby. The wicked shall be utterly cut off, and the ungodly man shall fall by the sword. We may not spare, nor have pity, as Saul spared Agag, whom Samuel hewed in pieces, for the land is cursed for their sakes. Hath Steenie yet returned from vain idols, and the abominations he hath committed? Inquired the maiden. He doth yet hunger after the fleshpots of Egypt, but my bowels yearn towards him, even as my firstborn. I do sorrow lest he be finally entangled in the snares of the evil one. Knowest thou where he abideth, or if he doth attend the outpouring of the word hereabout? Verily, nay, said the divine, but I have heard from Sarah and Reuben Heathcote that he hath been seen in the house of ungodly self-seekers, and notorious papists and malignants, even with our enemies at Garswood. He hath likewise been found resorting unto that high place of papistry, Windleshaw, of late, despising, yea, reviling, the warnings and godly exhortations of the Reverend Master Haydock, who did purpose within himself to win, peradventure it might be to afflict with stripes, this lost one from the fold, that he might bring him back. But he hath sorely buffeted and evil entreated this diligent shepherd with many grievous indignities, such as tying him unto a gate, and vexing him with sundry of Satan's devices. Yet we would fain hope that he is a chosen vessel, though now defiled by the adversary. He will return, peradventure, as heretofore, when the day of his visitation is past. The good man did, indeed, yearn over this erring sinner, and lifting up his voice he wept aloud. There came 2 men to our habitation, where they abode certain days, said Marian. And they departed this morning, said the minister, sharply. Knowest thou that these be enemies of our faith, and contemners of the word? I knew them not, she replied, save that I suspected them as such, ere they departed. Thou wouldest not have them taken with thee in the house, and in that thou judgedst wisely, for I care not that a maiden's thoughts were so soon disposed for deeds like these, which be fitter for iron hearts and brazen hands. Though Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, slew Sisera in her tent, and Rahab the harlot received the spies in peace, yet thou didst, I doubt not, point out the way by which they went to the spies sent by the council of the holy state, to follow after these sons of Belial, and deliver them into their hands. I know not the path they took, said Marian, evasively. Heed not, for the men shall be delivered unto us, even now are they pursued, and, I doubt not, overtaken. Which way soever they turn, their steps are holden, and a snare is laid for their feet, for they shall surely die. The preacher lifted up his eyes in righteous indignation. They have made themselves drunk with the blood of the saints. Will not their lives be given them for a prey? Inquired Marian, apparently in great alarm. I have sought counsel, I tell thee, and the Philistine and the Canaanite shall be destroyed utterly from the land. I fear me they be other than I had imagined, returned the maiden weeping, yet still, and I trust one shall be forgiven. I could not betray them who have abided with us, and eaten of our bread. Thou knowest them not, wench, said Gilgal, and 'tis perhaps well thou shouldest not. Here he looked fiercely from under his brows, as though he would have pierced the very inmost recesses of her soul. Beware, continued he, for thou art comely, and these men do use devilish and subtle devices to allure and to betray. Marian was silent. A swollen tear, the overflowing of an overwhelmed and oppressed heart, slowly wandered down her cheek. It was the very crisis of the conflict, and the old man forbore to break the bruised reed. She seemed uneasy and anxious to depart, but he hindered her for a space. Wilt thou not, as thou art wont, approach with me to the footstool of him who doth not afflict willingly, nor grieve the children of men? Marian felt the rebuke, though it was so finely tempered, and administered so tenderly. She was one of his earlier converts, and his love for her was that of a spiritual parent. Bending the knee, she covered her burning cheeks, and poured out her heart with him in fervor and sincerity. Whether both of them had precisely the same object in view as the end of their supplications, or whether the maiden's fears and inclinations might not lead her to offer up a sincere petition for the safety of others besides those of the household, we will not take upon ourselves to determine, but on leaving the dwelling of Gilgal Snape a suppressed sigh and an involuntary whisper escaped her, "He may yet be spared." She raised her eyes in thankfulness, and a gleam of hope, but not of happiness, irradiated her heart, for she now felt that a great gulf separated them forever. She had ascertained by her converse with the Puritan, who was well informed in all matters connected with his party, that they were yet unacquainted as to the ulterior proceedings of the strangers, and it seemed probable, from this circumstance alone, that at any rate Egerton had not fallen into their hands. Her next object was to find out Steenie, and to elicit from him the knowledge of the stranger's fate, for unless this mischievous personage had in some wild erratic freak or another conveyed him off, she could not tell what mishap could have befallen him. Despite of her prejudices and the true bent of her disposition, which, though it partook not of the furious and headlong intolerance of the times, was yet sufficiently imbued with the spirit of her sect, the cavalier had won so unsuspectingly upon her kindness that she started as though she would have escaped from her own thoughts, when she felt the deep and agonizing shudder which crossed her at the bare possibility that he might fall into the hands of the avenger of blood. At a glance she saw the fearful involutions and the almost inextricable toils by which the fugitives were encompassed. Unaided, she was well aware that their attempts would be fruitless. She knew not the intentions of the crazy sexton on this point. The wayward and apparently capricious movements of this strange compound of Puritanism and Papistry were too dangerous and uncertain to allow any hope for ultimate safety under his management. Whether or not he had a hand in Egerton's removal was still a matter of conjecture. She felt, in addition to this uncertainty, no slight degree of awe and apprehension in her approaches to this solitary being, and a sort of undefined notion that, however modified and controlled by circumstances, yet his communications with the world of spirits were still in operation, imparting to his converse and communion with his fellow men a strange and dubious character which even strangers did not fail to perceive, and to shrink from contact with a being of such doubtful qualities. His predictions and dark sayings were often quoted, and much more importance was attached to them than their real and obvious meaning should have warranted. They derived greater credence, perhaps, from their usually vague and ambiguous character suiting any accident and condition, according to the fancy of the hearer, however remotely allied in their meaning and application. Whatsoever might be the event, there was little difficulty in shaping out an appropriate or equivalent prediction, and it did seem at times sufficiently marvelous that few occurrences should take place which could not be traced to some dark foretokening enveloped in one or other of these mystical revelations. Events happen to ourselves that do occasionally, and not unfrequently, rush back upon our minds with unaccountable and almost appalling force, as though, however novel in reality, they were but facts and feelings with which we had long ago been familiar, yet in what manner we are unable to determine. It might seem that they had suddenly, and for a moment, started forth from the lethe which divides our present existence from some past state of being, that a sudden light had flashed from the portals of oblivion, too rapid or too dazzling, perhaps, to be apprehended or defined. As she returned, the shadows of evening were coming on dim and softly over the quiet glades and dewy meadows. The noisy rooks, having lately ventured forth, were cawing cheerily on their homeward flight, beguiling the way with pleasant intercourse. The lesser birds were flitting towards the bushes, and through the lingering mist wreath, floating still and tranquilly on the moist meadows, came forth at times a solitary twitter, as though the lark had alighted softly and joyously on her nest. The glow and the brightness of evening were gone when Marian passed the threshold of her home, uncertain yet as to the fate of Egerton and the course she should pursue. She allayed, as well as she was able, the fretfulness and impatience of Chisenhall, entreating that he would remain quiet until the morrow, after which it was possible that something would transpire with regard to his friend. The irresistible conclusion, that by venturing forth he would compromise the safety of all parties, alone rendered him tractable and prevented the consequences of any rash exposure. Too much occupied in resolves and plans for tomorrow's enterprise, the maiden on retiring to her chamber felt no inclination for repose, and her little couch was left vacant. It was a low room within the thatch, into which a narrow window, projecting from the roof, admitted the clear mellow radiance of the moon, now shining uninterruptedly from above. So lovely and inviting was the aspect of the night, that, after a long and anxious train of thought, she resolved to enjoy the calm and delicious atmosphere, free and unconfined, hoping to feel its invigorating effects upon her exhausted spirits. It might be within a short half-hour of midnight when she tripped lightly down the stairs, and was soon across the stile which led to the deserted chapel of Windleshore. Attracted by the beauty and the reviving freshness of all around her, fearing no evil and conscious of no alarm, she proceeded, wandering without aim or purpose into the quiet cemetery. In the dark shadow of the building she walked on, fearless and alone. Her bosom had been hitherto the abode of happiness and peace. To the stranger's appearance might be attributed the source of her present disquiet. She would have breathed after communion with heavenly things, but earthly objects mingled in her aspirations, charity, peradventure, for those of another creed, and anxiety for another's fate. But she was not satisfied that this was the sole cause of her unhappiness, and the pang of separation, too, came like a barbed arrow into her soul. She felt alarmed, amazed at the sudden change. She feared that her weak and wandering heart was going back to the world, and resting for support on its frail and perishing interests. Tossed and buffeted with temptation, she still passed on, when, turning the angle of the grey tower, she emerged again into the clear, unbroken moonlight, the little hillocks and upright gravestones alone disturbing the broad and level beam. She was startled from her reverie by dull and heavy sounds near her, as though a pickaxe were employed by invisible hands in disturbing the ground close to where she stood. She paused a moment and listened. The blows were still falling, and she felt the ground vibrating beneath her feet. A sudden thought crossed her. It might be Steenie, even at this untimely hour, plying his accustomed vocation. He had been retarded probably by the accidents of the day, and the occasion being urgent, according to his own anticipations, had led him to labor so late for its completion. It was doubtless the grave which had been so mysteriously assigned to the lot of Egerton. A cold tremor crept upon her. She remembered the denunciation and the uncertain fate of the victim. Even now he might be hastening to his final account, and this horrid gaol might be scenting the dissolution of the body that he was preparing to entomb. Graciously forbid it, Heaven, she inwardly ejaculated, approaching the grave, but so softly, that her footsteps were not heard by the invisible workman, who was deep in the abyss of his own creating. The blows had ceased, and the mattock was now in requisition. Shovelfuls of earth were thrown out, thick and heavy clods were hurled forth in rapid succession. The scene would have driven back many a timid girl, and even some stout hearts and fierce stomachs would have shrunk from the trial. She was within range, and almost within the grasp, of a being whose evil dispositions were known and acknowledged, a being whose mysterious connection with intelligences of an unfriendly nature was universally admitted. A grave, dug in secret, peradventure during some baneful and preternatural process, yawned before her. Midnight, too, was nigh, and she was not devoid of apprehension, that inherent dread of the invisible things of darkness universally bound up with our feeble and fallen nature. Since the day of his first estrangement, man never, even in imagination or apprehension, approaches the dark and shadowy threshold of a world unseen without terror, lest some supernatural communication should break forth. It seems a feeling coeval with the curse on our first parents, when they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden, and were afraid. This apprehension still clings to us, but, though surrounded in light, as well as in darkness, by a world of disembodied spirits, whose attributes and capacities are inconceivably superior to our own, our nature is so material, and our very essence so engrossed and identified with earth, that it is only when the startling realities of their existence become manifest in those visible emblems of their nature, darkness and death, that we shrink back in horror, lest our very being should suffer. Contact with spiritual and eternal things. Concealed from view, Marion stood still at a very short distance from the grave. Steenie was humming a plaintive ditty, or rather dirge, for it partook of a double character, something between an alehouse roundelay and a funeral chant. She soon perceived that each spadeful, as it was thrown out, was accompanied by a separate distich, the meaning of which she could distinctly gather from some uncouth and barbarous rhymes, the remnants, probably, of a more superstitious age, almost cabalistic in their form and acceptation. The following may serve as a specimen, though we have taken the precaution to render them a little more intelligible. Howk, hack, and Dick Spade, tenant ne'er grumbled that grave was ill made. Then came a heavy spadeful of earth again from the narrow house. Another shovelful produced the following doggerel, who said, and castles, and kings decay, but the biggins we big last till doomsday. Some more coarse and less intelligible jargon followed, which it is not needful that we repeat. Again he threw forth a burden of more than ordinary bulk, resting from his labours during the following more elaborate ditty, dark and dreary though it be, thou shalt all its terrors dree, dungeon dark, where none complain, nor scape to tell its woe and pain. Again he bent him to his task, and again the earth went rolling forth, accompanied by something like the following verse, though I dig for him that be living yet, or this narrow gulf he shall never get, the mouth gapes wide that, enough ne'er cries, each clod that I fling on his bosom lies, in darkness and coldness it rests on thee, with the last stroke that falls thy doom shall be. With increasing energy did he work on, as though to accelerate the fate of his victim. Marian felt herself on the brink of the tomb, and its icy touch was perceptible through every part of her frame. The mystic chant was again audible, and more distinct than before, the charm is wound, and this stroke shall be the last, when it falls, of his destiny, save he sell to another his birthright here, then the buyer shall buy both grave and bier. Uttering this malediction, he scrambled out of the grave, and suddenly stood before the astonished maiden, who shuddered as she beheld the unshapely outline of a form which she instantly recognized. He did not seem a whit surprised or startled, though he could not have been aware previously that a listener was nigh. "What ho, wench," said he, "art watching for a husband?" His sharp shrill voice grated on her ear like the cry of the screech owl. "I came to meet thee," said she firmly. He broke forth into a loud laugh at this reply, more terrible than the most violent expression of hate or malignity. No wonder, in those ages, that it was supposed to be the operation of some demon, animate in his form, controlling and exercising the bodily functions to his own malignant designs. "Where is he whom I seek?" inquired the maiden. "Ask the clods of the valley, and the dust unto which man departs," he replied, pointing significantly to the gulf at his feet. "Nay," said Marian, apparently to humour the fantastical turn of his ideas, "thou knowest if he sell that grave to another, he shall escape, and the doom shall be foregone. Lassie, but there be no fools nowadays, I wot, to buy a man's grave over his head for the sake of a bargain. I warrant thee now, Steenie, but thou hast hidden him hereabout." She said this in as careless and indifferent a tone as she could well assume. "I am but keeping of him safe till his time comes. Neither priest nor Presbyterian shall cheat me out of him. He's mine as sure as that grave gives not back its prey. He is living, I trow?" "Good what, I reckon so, but living men may die, and this pick never, for man or woman, opened a mouth that was left to gape long without victuals." "Thou wouldst not harm him?" "I'd not hurt the hair on a midge-tail, though it stung me. But his doom was shown me yesternight," said he, lowering his voice to a whisper, "and I would have him laid here in consecration, that the devil get not his bones to pick, for neither priest nor Puritan can bless the ground nowadays like unto this." Whether the cause of his anxiety was really a wish to provide a hallowed resting place for the cavalier, or this pretense was merely to cover some ulterior purposes of his own, the maiden was left without a clue to form any plausible conjecture. She had heard sufficient, however, to ascertain that he was in some way or another accessory to the disappearance of Egerton, and that in all likelihood he knew the retreat of the unfortunate captive. A woman's wits are proverbially sharpened by exigencies, and Marian was not slow in obeying their impulse. "Where art thou abiding? I would fain speak with thee tomorrow touching thy condition, for thou hast been much estranged from us of late." He pointed to the ivied belfry, where a grated loophole formed a dark cross on the wall. "A man may sleep if the wind will let him, but such fearsome visions I have had of late, that I heart been just nigh reft o' my wits. Wilt be a queen or a queen mother, Marian?" Something spake to me after this fashion, but I was weary with watching. The spirit passed from me, and I comprehended him not. She was silent, apprehensive that his wits were at present too bewildered for her purpose, being always subject to aberration under any peculiar excitement of either mind or body. "I will visit thee yonder tomorrow," said Marian. "Me?" he shouted, in a tone of surprise. "Bless thy pretty face, Marian, I have bolted him in. He is but waiting for his dismissal." "Whither?" Again he pointed to the grave. "Tush," said Marian, "he will not, maybe, get his passport thither so soon, unless, indeed, thou shouldst starve him to death." "Starve him? Nay, by," he stopped just as he was on the point of uttering some well-remembered but long quiescent oath. "I thought not of that before, Marian, ye will want some food." Bless thy little heart, I did not think on tea. But for thee, Marian, I should ha kept him there, and he might ha starved outright, though he will not need it long, I trow, poor fool," said he, with a sigh, ludicrous enough under other circumstances, but now invested with all the solemnity of a supernatural disclosure. "I will away for victuals," said Marian, "stay here until I return." A short time only elapsed ere she came again, laden with provisions and other restoratives, judging that the captive stood in need of some refreshment. Stephen was waiting for her in a deep and solemn fit of abstraction before the low door leading to a staircase at the foot of the tower. He spoke not until she stood beside him. "My brain, Marian, oh! My brain! Here, here!" Seizing her hand, he pressed it hurriedly over his brow, which was hot, almost scorching. The blood beat rapidly through his throbbing temples. Fearful lest the approaching hallucination might prevent her benevolent designs, she soothed and coaxed him to lead the way, which had the desired effect, muttering as he went on, at times unintelligibly, at others speaking with peculiar emphasis and vehemence. "The foul fiend came again, though he was cast out, and I yielded. He promised me gold, if I would dig for tea. And I digged, and digged, but it always shaped itself into a grave, another's grave, and I never found any. Once. Look thee, wench," said he, pulling out a bright Jacobus from his belt, and holding it in the beam that shot through a loophole of the ascent. "Yes, this. The devil brought it that tempted me. No, I sold my own grave for tea. Would it were mine again, I had been where the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest. Nay, there will be no rest for me. I am an apostate, a castaway, the devil that seduced me hath said it again and again, for whom is reserved the blackness of darkness, and the noisome pit for ever. But as long, look thee, as I keep this gold, I die not. No? Though twice 10,000 were on my track, for I sold my grave to a doomed one, nor, till I buy another with the same piece of gold, shall death and hell prevail against me. So saith the fiend." Marian felt actually as though in the presence of the evil one, so completely had the frenzy of this poor deluded idiot developed itself in this short interval. Some violent paroxysm was evidently approaching, and her object was, if possible, to procure the liberation of Egerton before her guide should be rendered either unwilling or incapable. He suddenly assumed a more calm and consistent demeanor, while, to her great joy, she heard him climbing the stair. She followed as closely as the darkness would permit, and heard him pause after ascending a few steps. Then a bolt was withdrawn, her hand was seized, and she was led hastily through the aperture. It was the entrance to a small chamber in the tower, lighted by the grating before named, through which the moonlight came softly, like a wizard stream, into the apartment. By this light she saw something coiled up in a corner, like a human form in the attitude of repose. It was the prisoner Egerton, fast asleep. Nature, worn out with suffering, was unconsciously enjoying for a season the bliss of oblivion. He heard not the intruders until Marian gently touched him, when, starting up, he cried, "Is mine hour come? So soon? I thought, here be victuals, thy grave's not ready yet," said the maniac. Soon the soft voice of the maiden fell calmly and quietly on his bosom, and in that hour Egerton felt how noble, how self-denying, was the spirit guiding the hand that ministered to him in the hour of danger and distress. Her disinterestedness was now manifest. Of another creed, and fully aware, perhaps, that he had been one of the most zealous persecutors of those who aforetime were hunted like the wild roe upon the mountains, he found that she had knowledge of him, generally, as belonging to the royalist party, though not individually as to his rank and character. If she had set herself to win his favour by drafts and love philters, she could not have compassed her design more effectually. His impetuous nature was alike impatient of restraint either in love or in war, but in the latter instance the flame had burnt so rapidly that it was nigh extinguished. This maiden being renowned through the whole neighbourhood for her beauty, as well as the natural and engaging simplicity and gentleness of her manners, appertaining to one of high birth, nurtured in courts, rather than in so humble a station, the cavalier had beforetime looked on her with a favourable glance, but not with eyes at which the god Hymen would have lighted his torch. Now, so strange and wayward is that capricious passion which men call love, that when beset with dangers, his life in jeopardy, and threatened with death on every hand, he seemed to cling even to this lowly one as though his soul were bound to hers. Love, that mighty leveller, for a season threw down every barrier, the pride of birth, and the rank and sphere which were his birthright, nor did a licentious thought find a resting place in his bosom. Young and ardent, he had spoken to her beforetime, though not explicitly, on the subject, and Marian, knowing none other but that he was a wayfaring man, of little note, so he represented himself, regarded his handsome person, his kindness, and his attentions, with still less appearance of disfavour. "Thou shouldest be mine, Marian," said he. "Were I—" "Never," she replied, interrupting him, but a sudden heaving of the breast showed the anguish that one hopeless word cost her. Stephen was in the chamber, still hurrying to and fro, too fully absorbed in his own abstractions to understand or attend to what was passing. "And wherefore?" inquired the cavalier, with some surprise. "Wherefore? Ask your own nature and condition, your pride of station, which I have but lately known, your better reason, why, and see if it were either wise or fitting that one like yourself, though of your precise condition I am yet ignorant, should wive with the daughter of a poor but honest tapster. Suffer this plainness, I might be your bauble today, and your chain tomorrow." "Thou dost wrong me," said the cavalier, and he took her hand tenderly, almost unresistingly, for a moment. "I would wear thee as my heart's best jewel, and inlay thee in its shrine. It is but fitting that the life thou hast preserved should be rendered unto thee." "Nay, sir," said she, withdrawing her hand, "my pride forbids it, a pride equal, if not superior to your own. I would not be the wife of a prince on these terms, nor on any other. Be not unequally yoked. Will not this wholesome precept hold even in a carnal and worldly sense? I would not endure the feeling of inferiority, even from a husband. 'Twould but be servitude the more galling, because I could neither persuade myself into an equality, nor rid me of the chain. Thou dost reason wondrously, maiden. 'Tis an easy conquest, when neither passion nor affection oppose our judgment, when the feelings are too cold to kindle even at the spark which the deity himself hath lighted for our solace and our blessing in this valley of tears. Mine, oh! Say not they are too cold, too slow to kindle. They are too easily roused, too ardent, too soon bent before an earthly idol, but," here she laid her hand on his arm, "but the right hand must be cut off, the right I plucked out. I would not again be their slave, under the tyranny and dominion of these elements of our fallen nature, for all the pomps and vanities which they would purchase. There be mightier obstacles than those of expediency, as thou dost well imagine, to thy suit, but these are neither coldness nor indifference." Here her voice faltered with emotion, and her heart rose, rebelling against her own inflexible purpose, in that keen, that overwhelming anguish of the spirit. She soon regained her composure, as she uttered firmly, "They are my altar and my faith." Egerton felt as though a sudden stroke had separated them forever, as though it were the last look of some beloved thing just wrenched from his grasp. This very feeling, had none other prompted, made him more anxious for its recovery, and he would have urged his suit with all the energy of a reckless desperation, but the maiden firmly resisted. "Urge me not again, not all the inducements I trust that even thou couldst offer would make me forget my fealty. No more, I hear thee not. The tempter I know hath too many allies within the citadel, worldly vanities and unsubbed affections, to suffer me to parley with the traitors and listen to their unholy suggestions. Again I say, I hear thee not." Finding it was in vain, he forbore to persecute her further, and after having merely tasted of the cordial, and partaken of a slight refreshment, he listlessly inquired if the term of his imprisonment would soon expire. "Tarry here for a season, until the heat and energy of the pursuit be overpast, or at least abated. We could not find a more fitting place of concealment. Being straitened for moneys until we can obtain succor from our friends, I cannot reward your hospitality as I would desire, but if we are brought forth and delivered safely from this thrall, thy father's house shall not be forgotten." "We will not touch the least of all thy gifts," said the maiden. "Forbid that we sold our succor to the distressed, though it were to the most cruel and bitter of our enemies." A sudden thought excited this noble-hearted female. She cautiously approached her companion, who, having discontinued his perambulations, had seated himself in a corner, awaiting the termination of their interview. Knowing that he had generally a hoard of moneys about his person, for covetousness was ever his besetting sin, she ventured to solicit a loan, either for herself or the stranger, judging that Egerton's escape would be much impeded, if, as he had just confessed, his finances were hardly sufficient for his ordinary expenditure. "And so I must give my blood and my groats to nourish thy sweethearts, wench," said the surly moneylender. "I have saved this prelatist and malignant from his adversaries, and now," he considered a while, muttering his thoughts and arguments to himself with a most confused and volatile impetuosity of ratiocination. In a short time he seemed to arrive at some satisfactory conclusion through all this obscurity, and drew out a handful of coin, of some low denomination, apparently by the sound, and placed it in the hands of his fair suitor. There, 1, 2, 3. Never mind, wench, I could have counted M once with the best clerkman I of the parish, and for the matter of that, I've told M oft enough, though, but the count always seems to slip from me. It is all I have, save the price of my life, and I would not part with that for a world's worth, for what should it profit me, when with it I had bought my grave?" Marian immediately transferred the long-hoarded treasure into the hands of the cavalier. "Thanks, yet, better than these, for they were a poor recompense, my peerless maiden. I scruple not to receive this loan at thine hands, because it is part of the means thou dost employ for my escape. Yet doubt not of my willingness and ability to repay thee tenfold. Thou wilt not deny me this silly suit." As he said this, he, with the greatest gallantry and devotedness, kissed the hand held forth to supply his exigency. He was accompanying the movement with some fair and courtly speech when a loud and terrible cry startled him. It was more like the howl of some ravenous beast than any sound which human organs ever uttered. Curses followed, horrible, untold, the suggestion of fiends in their bitterness and malignity. Then came the cry, or rather shriek, "Lost! Lost!" at irregular intervals. The cavalier and his companion were much alarmed by this unexpected occurrence. They doubted not that the foul fiend was before them, bodily, in the form of this poor maniac. After a short interval of silence, he cried, approaching them fiercely, "Ye have sold me, soul and body, to the wicked one. May curses long and heavy light on ye. The coin! The coin! Oh, that accursed thing! I have bought thy grave, stranger, and my day of hope is past." The latter part of the speech was uttered in a tone of such deep and heart-rending misery that pity arose in place of terror in the bosom of his auditors. Marian ventured to address him, hoping she might assuage or dissipate the fearful hallucination under which he labored. There is yet hope for the repenting sinner. The hour of life is the hour of grace, for that, and that only, is life prolonged. Turn to him from whom thou hast backslidden, nor add unto thy crime by wilfully rejecting the free offers of his mercy. Mercy, life. Here he laughed outright. "Hearest thou not my tormentor, life? I am dead, wench, and my grave is waiting for me, dug by these accursed fingers. That grave I digged for thee is now mine. Unwittingly have I bought it, and the coin is in thy purse." It seems the poor maniac, in replacing the mysterious coin to which, from some cause or other, he attached such importance, had unthinkingly added it to the common hoard, and in this manner conveyed it to the stranger, whose grave he persisted he had bought by this transfer, and nothing could shake his belief in so marvelous a conclusion. The cavalier attempted to comfort him, and in order to make the delusion subservient to the removal of its terrors, he offered to restore the coin, or even the whole of what he had received, that the simple gravedigger might be certain he had it in possession. "'Tis needless, the token, once from my grasp and in the fingers of another whose grave I have digged, would never change my doom by its return. Keep what thou hast, and may it serve thee more faithfully than it hath served me. But remember, let me say it while my senses hold together, for I feel the blast coming that shall scatter them to the four winds, remember, if thou part therefrom, as I have done, to some doomed one, thou shalt go to the grave in his stead. But a charmed life is thine as long as it is in thy possession. Away, leave me, the master will be here presently for his own. Leave me, I say, for when the fiend cometh, he'll not tarry. But be sure you make fast the door, lest I escape, and mischief happen, should I get abroad." "Stephen," said Marian, "slight not the mercy of thy God, nor dishonor his name, by hearkening to the suggestions of the enemy. His arm is not shortened, nor his ear heavy. I know it, but when the fiend came, and found the house swept and garnished, did he not take unto himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and was not the latter end of that man worse than the first? Yet, said Marian, would he have been delivered if he had cried out to the strong man armed? But he would hear no refutation, persisting in the thought that his crime was unpardonable, since he had relapsed after the devil was cast out. During the present paroxysm, it was in vain to thwart him further. Indeed, their stay was attended with some hazard, of which, it seems, he felt aware inasmuch as he drove them forth without ceremony. Availing themselves of his suggestion, they bolted the door on the outside, thus preventing any further mischief. Here was a perplexing and unforeseen dilemma, and how to dispose of the cavalier was a question of no slight importance. At present the only alternative was to convey him to his fellow-traveller, Chisenhall, who, comfortably established in his narrow loft, was quite unconscious of the events that were passing so near him. As they left the cemetery they heard the groans and cries of the unfortunate victim, suffering, as he imagined, from the resistless power of his tormentor. With the early dawn, Marian again sought the dwelling of Gilgal Snape. She earnestly entreated him that he would make all speed to the chapel, again exercising his peculiar gift in binding the strong man armed, or, in other words, dispossessing the demoniac. The benevolent divine instantly accompanied her, and forthwith proceeded to the relief of the possessed. Howls and shrieks accosted him as he ascended the stair. "I must be alone," said he, "no earthly witness may be nigh. Strong in faith, by the grace that is given me, I doubt not that this also thou wilt vouchsafe to thine unworthy dust." He raised his eyes toward heaven. "Yet should I fail, he will not let me be overcome, nor fall into the snare of the wicked one, for I know, and am assured, that this trial shall turn out to the furtherance of his glory." Marian left him at the entrance. But, with the minister's appearance in the chamber, the agony of the deluded sufferer seemed to quicken, as if the sight of him who was the herald of mercy only added fresh fuel to his torments. Marian was fain to depart, her ears almost stunned with the cries and howlings of the demoniac. She withdrew in great agitation, her knees almost sinking under their burden. Hardly conscious of the removal, she reached her own chamber, where, covering her face with both hands, she wept bitterly. This outburst of tears relieved her, though she still suffered from the recent excitement. Her former resolutions were strengthened by the terrible example she had just witnessed, and the backsliding impenitent she looked upon as a watchlight to warn her from the rocks whereon he had made shipwreck. Some hours passed on, but no tidings came from the abbey. She often looked out across the path, and towards the stile which led to the ruins, but all was undisturbed. The sun shining down, bright and unclouded, all was harmony and peace, all, save the spirit of man, was divine, all fulfilling their Maker's ordinances, and his behest. The sun was creeping down towards the dark low tower of the chapel, and Marian was still at the door, gazing out anxiously for intelligence. She saw a figure mounting the stile. She could not be mistaken, it was the reverend and easily recognized form of Gilgal Snape. She ran down the path to meet him, and she could not help noticing that he looked more sedate than usual, appearing harassed and disquieted, betraying more obviously the approach of age and infirmities. "Have you wrestled with the adversary and prevailed?" inquired she, anxiously. "I have had a fearful and a perilous struggle. The fight was long, but, by the sword of the Spirit, I have prevailed." "Has the backslider been brought again to the fold?" "He hath, I trust, been found of the Good Shepherd, and he now sleepeth in Abraham's bosom." "Dead? Hath the grave so soon demanded its prey?" "I left him not until the spirit was rendered unto him who gave it. He entreated me sore that I would not leave him until I had watched his dismissal from the body. Then do I know of a surety that the evil spirit was cast out, and the lost one restored. There was joy in heaven over a repentant sinner this day. When the dark foe was vanquished, his spirit came again as a little child, and the leprosy of his sin was healed. Verily, the evil one, ere he was overthrown, did utter many strange words touching things to come, and our present perplexities. There seemed to be a spirit of divination within him which did prophesy. Marian, continued the divine, with a scrutinizing look, he did tell of thy dealing with our enemies, and that thou dost even now nourish and conceal those of whom we are in search. If thine enemy hunger, but Marian was hastily interrupted in her plea. But of the secrets which, by virtue of mine office and godly vocation, men do entrust to my safe keeping, I may not use, even to the hurt of our enemies and the welfare of the church, yet buffeted by Satan in the wilderness. Nevertheless, I was sore troubled that thou, even thou, shouldest harbor and abet these wicked men, who have broken the covenant and plucked up the seed of the kingdom. Truly, I wot not where the afflicted church shall find succor when her foes be they of her own household. I knew not that they were enemies when first they sought our habitation. They had eaten and drunken at our board, and these sons of Belial found favor in thy sight, even the chief captain of the king's host. I would not accuse or blame thee rashly, but verily thou hast not judged wisely in this matter, for now must they depart, inasmuch as I cannot use, even to the advantage of our just cause, the knowledge I have gained, nor wilt thou render them up, I trow, but mark me, the avenger of blood is behind them, and though the city of refuge be nigh, they shall not escape, yet there be other marvels this wicked one did set forth, said the minister, with a searching eye directed to the maiden. One of these uncircumcised Philistines did woo thee for his bride. What answer gavest thou? Such answer as becometh one who seeketh not fellowship with the works of darkness. 'Tis well. Now lead me to this Job the son of Zeruiah, this captain of the king's host, for I have a message unto him also. Following the astonished and trembling maiden, the divine, fraught with some weighty commission, was admitted into the temporary concealment of the fugitives. It was a narrow and inconvenient loft above one of the outbuildings, the roof so low that it was only in some places the upright figure of the minister might be sustained. The light penetrated through an aperture in the roof, showing the guests within seated, and enjoying a frugal, but sufficient repast. I am one of few words, said the divine, and so much the rather as that I now stand in the presence of mine enemies. What sayest thou, Prince Rupert, the persecutor of God's heritage, who didst not stay thine hand from the slaughter even of them that were taken captive? What sayest thou that the word should not go forth to kill and slay, even as thou didst smite and not spare, but didst destroy utterly them who, when beleaguered by thine armies in Bolton, were delivered into thine hand? Ha, said the prince, thou, a cockatrice to betray me. She hath not betrayed thee. Yonder poor and afflicted sinner, when in bondage unto Satan, led captive by him at his will, did reveal it by the spirit of prophecy that was in him. But we take not advantage of this to thine hurt, we may not use the devil's works for the building up and welfare of the church, even though she were mightily holpen thereby. But listen, thou hast wooed this maiden to be the wife of thy bosom. In the dark roll of destiny it is written, so spake the unclean spirit, that if thou shouldest wed, a son springing from thy loins shall sit upon the throne of this unhappy realm. He shall govern the people righteously, every one under his own vine and his own fig tree, none daring to make them afraid. Surely it would not be a vain and an evil thing should the maiden be, yet, this is my temptation. Get thee behind me, Satan. May the thought and the folly of my heart be forgiven me. No? Proud and cruel persecutor, this maiden is a pearl of rare price which thou shalt not win, a chosen one who hath had grace given unto her above measure, even above that vouchsafed unto me. I do loathe and abhor myself for the iniquity of my heart, and the unsubbed carnality of my spirit. Your Highness had need of great meekness and patience to endure this grievous outpouring, said Chisenhall to the silent and bewildered prince. Shall I thrust him through, and make sure of his fidelity? Hurt him not, said his Highness to this effectual admonisher unto secrecy. And what if I should not wed, continued he, addressing the divine, and at the same time looking tenderly on the damsel. To this point too was the prophecy accordant. The scepter shall nevertheless be given to one of thy race, thy sister's son shall carry down the line of kings to this people, and the Lord's work shall still prosper. Now, daughter of many prayers, for I have yearned over thee with more than a father's love, choose thee without constraint this day. Thou hearest the words of this prophecy, wilt thou be the mother of kings, or the lowly and despised follower of God's heritage? I will not grasp the bubble of ambition. It bursts, a hollow vapor when possessed. Let me choose rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than obtain all the treasures of Egypt. But tempt me not again, for my soul cleaveth to the dust, flesh and blood shrink from the trial. She sobbed aloud, and threw herself on the old man's neck, who scarcely refrained from joining in her tears. Thou hast come forth as gold from the furnace, thou hast kept the faith, and holden fast thy profession, said the divine, with a glance of triumph. Marian held out her hand to the prince, who grasped it with fervor. She seemed more like to some holy and heavenward thing than a denizen of this polluted earth, more like a type of the confessors and martyrs of the primitive church than a disciple of our own, nurtured in the lap of carnal security, with little show of either zeal or devotion. "Your Highness must depart, but whither?" said she, with an anxious and inquiring glance directed to the minister. "Take no thought for their safety, thy constancy hath earned their deliverance. My safe conduct will carry them unharmed beyond the reach of their enemies, but let them not return. It is at their own peril if they be found again harbored in this vicinage, and their blood be on their own heads." They departed, and the subsequent history of the gallant Rupert is well known. He joined the king at Oxford, and helped him to retrieve his defeat at Newbury, bringing off his artillery left at Dunnington Castle in the very face of the enemy. At the decisive battle of Naseby we find him performing feats of extraordinary valor, but, as before, his headlong and precipitate fury led him into the usual error, and though the loss of the battle was not to be attributed entirely to his imprudence, yet a little more caution would have altered materially the results of that memorable conflict. Harassed and dispirited, he threw himself with the remainder of his troops into Bristol, intending to defend it to the last extremity, but even here his constitutional fortitude and valor seemed to forsake him. A poorer defense was not made by any town during the whole war, and the general expectations were extremely disappointed. No sooner had the parliamentary forces entered the lines by storm, than the prince capitulated, and surrendered the place to General Fairfax. A few days before, he had written a letter to the king, in which he undertook to defend it for 4 months, if no mutiny obliged him to surrender it. Charles, who was forming schemes and collecting forces for the relief of the city, was astonished at so unexpected an event, which was little less fatal to his cause than the defeat at Naseby. Full of indignation, he instantly recalled all Prince Rupert's commissions, and sent him a pass to go beyond sea. 66 several years afterwards we find him in command of a squadron of ships, entrusted to him by Charles II, when an exile in Normandy. Admiral Blake received orders from the Parliament to pursue him. Rupert, being much inferior in force, took shelter in Kinsale, and escaping thence, fled toward the coast of Portugal. Blake pursued and chased him into the Tagus, where he intended to attack him, but the King of Portugal, moved by the favor which throughout Europe attended the royal cause, refused Blake admission, and aided the prince in making his escape. Having lost the greater part of his fleet off the coast of Spain, he made sail towards the West Indies, but his brother, Prince Maurice, was there shipwrecked in a hurricane. Everywhere his squadron subsisted by privateering, sometimes on English, sometimes on Spanish, vessels. Rupert at last returned to France, where he disposed of the remnants of his fleet, together with his prizes. 67 He was never married, peradventure the remembrance of the noble and heroic maiden marred his wiving. He cared not for the presence of those courtly dames by whom he was surrounded, though a soldier, and a brave one. By one of his race the crown of these realms was inherited, and the same line is yet perpetuated in the person of our gracious monarch, whom God preserve. The sister of Rupert, Princess Sophia, by marriage with the Elector of Hanover, became the mother of George I, and thus was that singular prediction of the supposed demoniac strangely and happily verified. Of Marian little remains to be told. The lives of the virtuous and well-doing furnish little matter for the historian. Their deeds are not of this world. The bright page of their history is unfolded only in the next. Clegg Hall, is there no exorcist beguiles the true office of mine eyes, is 't real that I see? Shakespeare. Clegg Hall, about 2 miles n.e. from Rochdale, is still celebrated for the freaks and visitations of a supernatural guest, called Clegg Hall Boggart. So desultory and various are the accounts we have heard, and many of them so vague and unintelligible, that it has been a work of much difficulty to weave them into one continuous narrative, and to shape them into a plot sufficiently interesting for our purpose. The name and character of Nomin are still the subject of many an absurd and marvelous story among the country chroniclers in that region. Dr. Whitaker says it is the only estate within the parish which still continues in the local family name. On this site was the old house built by Bernulf de Clegg and Quenilda his wife as early as the reign of Stephen. Not a vestige of it remains. The present comparatively modern erection was built by Theophilus Ashton of Rochdale, a lawyer, and one of the Ashtons of Little Clegg, about the year 1620. Stubley Hall, mentioned in our tale, was built by Robert Holt in the reign of Henry VIII. The decay of our native woods had then occasioned a pretty general disuse of timber for the framework of dwelling houses belonging to this class of our domestic architecture. Dr. Whitaker says, it is the first specimen in the parish of a stone or brick hall house of the second order, that is, with a centre and 2 wings only. Long before the Holts, appear at this place a Nicholas and a John de Stubley, in the years 1322 and 1332, then follow in succession John, Geoffrey, Robert, and Christopher Holt, from whom descended, though not in a direct line, Robert Holt of Castleton and Stubley, whose daughter, Dorothy, married in the year 1649, John Entwistle of Foxholes. Robert, who built Stubley, and who was grandson of Christopher Holt before mentioned, was a justice of the peace in the year 1528. In an old visitation of Lancashire by Thomas Tong, Norroy, 30 Hen. 8, is this singular entry, Robard Holt of Stubley, Hayes Mar. An old woman, by whom he hays none is so way, and therefore he wold not have her name entried. Yet it appears he had a daughter, Mary, who married Charles Holt, her cousin, descended from the first Robert. Her grandson was the Robert Holt, father to Dorothy Entwistle before named, at whose marriage the events took place which, if the following tradition is to be credited, were the forerunners of a more strange and unexpected development. In the year 1640, 9 years before the date of our story, Robert Holt abandoned Stubley for the warmer and more fertile situation of Castleton, about a mile south from Rochdale. It was so named from the Castellum de Recidum, wherein dwelt Gamel, the Saxon thane, which place and personage are described in our first series of traditions. Castleton was principally abeland belonging to the House of Stanlaw. Part of this township, the hamlet of Marland or Mereland, was, at the dissolution of monasteries, granted to the Radcliffes of Langley, and sold by Henry Radcliffe to Charles Holt, who married his cousin, Mary Holt of Stubley, and was grandfather to Robert, who left Stubley for this place, which we have noticed above. Stubley, with its neighbourhood, was always noted for good ale. From its situation, exposed to all the rigours of that hilly region, the climate was reckoned so cold as to require that their daily beverage should be of sufficient strength to counteract its effects. That habits of intemperance would be contracted from the constant use of such stimuli may easily be inferred. The following letter from Nicholas Stratford, Bishop of Chester, to James Holt of Castleton, son of Robert Holt before named, is but too melancholy a confirmation of this inference. The original is in the possession of the Reverend J. Close of Broughton Hall. Sir, your request in behalf of Mr. Halliwell was easily granted, for I am myself inclined to give the best encouragement I can to the poor curates, as long as they continue diligent in the discharge of their duty. But I have now, sir, a request to make to you, which I heartily pray you may as readily grant me, and that is, that you will for the future abandon and abhor the sottish vice of drunkenness, which, if common fame be not a great liar, you are much addicted to. I beseech you, sir, frequently and seriously to consider the many dismal fruits and consequences of this sin, even in this world, how destructive it is to all your most valuable concerns and interests, how it blasts your reputation, destroys your health, and will, if continued, bring you to a speedy and untimely death, and, which is infinitely more dreadful, will exclude you from the kingdom of heaven, and expose you to that everlasting fire where you will not be able to obtain so much as one drop of water to cool your tongue. I have not leisure to proceed in this argument, nor is it needful that I should, because you yourself can enlarge upon it without I assure you, Senior, this advice now given you proceeds from sincere love and my earnest desire to promote your happiness both in this world and the next, and I hope you will be pleased so to accept from, Senior, your affectionate friend, and humble servant, Chester, November 1699. Ancestrians. Clegg Hall, after many changes of occupants, is now in part used as a country alehouse. Other portions are inhabited by the labouring classes who find employment in that populous and manufacturing district. It is the property of Joseph Fenton, Esquire, of Bamford Hall, by purchase from John Entwistle, Esquire, the present possessor of Foxholes, in that neighbourhood. To Clegg Hall, or rather what was once the site of that ancient house, tradition points through the dim vista of past ages as the scene of an unnatural and cruel tragedy. Not that this picturesque and stately pile, with its gable and zigzag terminations, the subject of our present engraving, was the very place where the murder was perpetrated, but a low, dark, and wooden-walled tenement, such as our forefathers were wont to construct in times anterior to the Tudor ages. The present building, with its little porch, quaint and grotesque, its balustrade and balcony above, and the points and pediments on the four sides, are evidently the coinage of some more modern brain, peradventure in King James's days. Not unlike the character of that learned monarch and of his times, half classical, half barbarous, it combines the puerilities of each, without the power and grandeur of the one, or the rich and chivalric magnificence of the other, and might remind the beholder of some gaunt warrior of the Middle Ages, with lance, and armor, and lady-love, stalking forth, clad in the Roman toga or the stately garb of the senator. The building, the subject of our tale, has neither the gorgeous extravagance of the Gothic nor the severe and stern utility of the Roman architecture. Little bits of columns, dwarf-like, and frittered down into mere extremities, give the porch very much the appearance of a child's plaything, or a Dutch toy stuck to its side. It has the very air and attitude, the pedantic formalities, of the time when it was built. Not so the house on whose ruins it was erected, the square, low, dark mansion, constructed of wood, heavy and gigantic, shaped like the hull of some great ship, the ribs and timbers being first fixed, and the interstices afterwards filled with a compost of clay and chopped straw, to keep out the weather. Of such rude and primitive architecture were the dwellings of the English gentry in former ages. Such was the house built by Bernulf and Quenilda Clegg, in the reign of Stephen, the supposed scene of that horrible deed which gave rise to the stories yet extant relating to Clegg Hall Boggart. Popular story is not precise, generally, as to facts and dates. The exact time when this occurrence took place we know not, but it is more than probable that some dark transaction of this nature was here perpetrated. The prevailing tradition warrants our belief. However fanciful and extravagant the filling up of the picture, common rumor still preserves untouched the general outline. It is said that, sometime about the 13th or 14th century, a wicked uncle destroyed the lawful heirs of this goodly possession, 2 orphan children that were left to his care, by throwing them over a balcony into the moat, that he might seize on the inheritance. Such is the story which, to this day, retains its hold on the popular mind, and ever after, it is said, the house was the reputed haunt of a troubled and angry spirit, until means were taken for its removal, or rather its expulsion. But upon the inhuman deed itself we shall not dilate, inasmuch as the period is too remote, and the events are too vague, for our purpose. The house built by Bernulf Clegg had passed, with many alterations and renewals, into the possession of the Ashtons of Little Clegg. About the year 1620 the present edifice was built by Theophilus Ashton, and 30 years had scarcely elapsed from its erection to the date of our story. Though the original dwelling had, with 1 or 2 exceptions, been pulled down, yet symptoms of the boggart were still manifest in the occasional visitations and annoyances to which the inmates were subject. The hues of evening were spread out, like a rich tapestry, above and behind the long unpicturesque line of hills, the lower acclivities of Blackstone, opposite to the stately mansion of Clegg Hall. The square squat tower of Rochdale Church peered out from the dark trees, high on its dim eyrie, in the distance, towards the southwest, below which a wan hazy smoke indicated the site of that thriving and populous town. To the right, the heavy blue ridge of mountains, bearing the appropriate name of Blackstone, had not yet put on its cold, grey, neutral tint, but the mass appeared to rise abruptly from the green enclosures stretching to its base, in strong and beautiful contrast of colour, such as painters love to express on the mimic canvas. It was a lovely evening in October, one of nature's parting smiles, as she envelops herself in the horrors and the gloom of winter. So soft and balmy was the season that the wild flowers lingered longer than usual in the woods and copses where they dwelt. In the gardens some of the spring blossoms had already unfolded. The wallflowers and polyanthuses had looked out again, unhesitatingly, on the genial sky, deprived, by sophistication and culture, of the instincts necessary to their preservation. The wild untutored denizens of the field and the quiet woods rarely betray such lack of presentiment. But such are everywhere the results of civilization, which, however beneficial to society in the aggregate, gives its objects altogether an artificial character, and, by depriving them of their natural and proper instincts, renders them helpless when single and unaided, while it makes them more dependent upon each other, and on the factitious wants, the offspring of those very habits and conditions into which they are thrown. On the hollow trunk of a decrepit ash the ivy was blossoming profusely, gathering its support from the frail prop which it was fated to destroy. The insects were humming and frolicking about on their tiny wings, taking their last enjoyment of their little day, ere they gave place to the ephemera of the next. How merry and jocund every life-gifted thing looks forth on this our festival! It might be nature holding high jubilee in honour of Holt's daughter on her wedding night. Thus spake Nicholas Haworth to his sister Alice, as they stepped forth from the hall porch, and stayed for a moment by this aged trunk to admire the scene that was fast losing its glory and its brightness. They were bidden to the marriage supper at Stubley, where a masked ball was to be given after the nuptials of Dorothy Holt, the daughter of its possessor, within Twisel, the heir of Foxholes. 68. It may be holiday and gladness too, but I feel it not, said Alice pensively, as she leaned on her brother's arm, while they turned into a narrow lane overarched by irregular groups of beech and sycamore trees. Heed not such idle fancies, said her brother. And so, because, forsooth, an impudent beggarman predicts some strange event that must shortly befall thee, the apprehension doth cast its shadow ere it come, and thou art ready to conjure up some grim spectre in the gloom it hath created. But, in good sooth, here comes the wizard himself who hath raised these melancholic and evil humours. I never pass him without a shudder, said she, at the same time cringing closely to her protector. This awful personage was one of an ancient class, now probably extinct, a sort of privileged order, supplying, or rather usurping, the place of the mendicant friars of former days. Their vocation was not of an unprofitable kind, inasmuch as alms were commonly rendered, though more from fear than favour. Woe betide the unlucky housewife who withheld her dole, her modicum of meal or money to these sturdy applicants. Mischief from some invisible hand was sure to follow, and the cause was laid to her lack of charity. The being, the subject of these remarks, had been for many months a periodical visitor at the hall, where he went by the name of Nomin. It is not a little remarkable that tradition should here point out an adventure something analogous to that of Ulysses with the Cyclop as once happening to this obscure individual, and that his escape was owing to the same absurd equivoque by which the Grecian chief escaped from his tormentor. Our tale, however, with reference to weightier matters, and the brief space we possess permits no further digression. This aged but hale and sturdy beggar wore a grey frieze coat or cloak loosely about his person. Long blue stocking gaiters, well patched and darned, came over his knee, while his doublet and hosen, or body gear, were fastened together by the primitive attachment of wooden skewers, a contrivance now obsolete, being superseded by others more elegant and seemly. A woolen cap or bonnet, of unparalleled form and dimensions, was disposed upon his head, hiding the upper part of his face, and almost covering a pair of bushy grey eyebrows, that, in their turn, crouched over a quick and vagrant eye, little the worse for the wear of probably some 60 years. A grizzled reddish beard hung upon his breast, and his aspect altogether was forbidding, almost ferocious. A well-plenished satchel was on his shoulder, and he walked slowly and erect, as though little disposed to make way for his betters in the narrow path, where they must inevitably meet. When they came nearer he stood still in the middle of the road, as though inclined to dispute their passage. His tall and well-proportioned figure, apparent even beneath these grotesque habiliments, stood out before them in bold relief against the red and burning sky, where an opening in the lane admitted all the glow and fervour of the western sunset. His strange, wayward, and even mysterious character was no bar to his admittance into the mansions of the gentry through a wide circuit of country, where his familiarities were tolerated, or perhaps connived at, even by many whose gifts he received more as a right than as an obligation. He looked steadfastly on them as they approached, but without the slightest show either of respect or goodwill. "Prithee, stand a little on one side, that we may pass by without fear of offence," said Nicholas Haworth, good-humouredly. "And whither away, young master and my dainty miss?" was the reply, in his usual easy and familiar address, such as might have suited one of rank and condition. Haworth, little disturbed thereat, said with a careless smile, "Troth, thou hast not been so long away but thou mightest have heard of the wedding feast tonight, and, peradventure, been foremost for the crumbs of the banquet. I know well there's mumming and foolery going on yonder, and I suppose ye join the merrymaking, as they call it." "That do we, and so, prithee, begone. And your masks will ne'er be the wiser for 't, I trow," said the beggar, looking curiously upon them from beneath his penthouse lids. "But that I could laugh at his impertinence, Alice, I would even now chide him soundly, and send his pitiful carcass to the stocks for this presumption. Hark thee, I do offer good counsel when I warn thee to shift thyself, and that speedily, ere I use the readiest means for thy removal. Gramercy, brave ruffler, but I must e'en gie ye the path, and so pass on to the masking, my Lord Essex and his maiden queen." He said this with a cunning look and a chuckle of self-gratulation at the knowledge he had somehow or other acquired of the parts they were intended to enact. Foul f8 thy busy tongue, where foundest thou this news? I've a month's mind to change my part, Alice, but that there's neither leisure nor opportunity, and they lack our presence at the nuptials. How came he by this knowledge, and the fashion of our masks? Inquired Alice from her brother. Truly, I could join belief with those who say that he obtained it not through the ordinary channels open to our frail and fallible intellects. Mistress Alice, the gentle Alice, was reckoned fair and well-favoured. Strongly tinctured with romance, her superstition was continually fed by the stories then current in relation to her own dwelling, and by the generally received opinions about witches and other supernatural things which yet lingered, loath to depart from these remote limits of civilization. Cleghall Boggart was the type of a notion too general to be disbelieved, yet were the inmates, in all probability, less intimately acquainted with the freaks and disturbances attendant thereon than every gossip in the neighbourhood, for, as it frequently happens, tales and marvels, for the most part originating through roguery, and the pranks of servants and retainers, were less likely to come to the ears of the master and his family than those of persons less interested, but more likely to assist in their propagation. The vagrant and erratic movements of Nomin were, somehow or another, connected with the marvellous adventures and appearances in the Boggart chamber. Though now resident in his more modern, sheltered, and convenient mansion of Castleton, Holt determined that his daughter's wedding should be solemnized in the ancient halls, where Robert Bath, Vicar of Rochdale, who was presented to the living on his marriage with a niece of Archbishop Laud, was invited to perform the ceremony, a man, says Dr. Whitaker, of very different principles from his patron, for he complied with all changes but the last, and retained his benefice till August 24, 1662. When he went out on the Bartholomew Act, and retired to a small house at Deep Leach Hill, near Rochdale, where he frequently preached to a crowded auditory, 69, as they came nigh, lights were already glancing between the mullions of the great hall window, then richly ornamented with painted glass. The guests were loitering about the walks and terraces in the little garden plots, which in that bleak and chilly region were scantily furnished. In the hall, fitted up with flowers and green holly wreaths for the occasion, the father of the bride and his intended son-in-law were pacing to and fro in loving discourse, the latter pranked out in a costly pair of petticoat breeches, pink and white, of the newest fashion, reaching only to the knee. These were ornamented with ribbons and laces at the two extremities, below which silk stockings, glistering like silver, and immense pink shoe roses, completed his nether costume. A silken doublet and waistcoat of rich embroidery, over which was a turned-down shirt-collar of point lace, surmounted the whole. His friends and officials were busily employed in arranging matters for the occasion, distributing the wedding favours, and preparing for the entertainments and festivities that were to follow. Holt and his son-in-law were exempt from duty, save that of welcoming those that were bidden, upon their arrival. Before an oaken screen, beautifully carved with arabesque ornaments and armorial bearings, 70, there was a narrow table, covered with a white cloth, and on it the prayer book, open at the marriage formulary. For stools were placed for those more immediately interested in the ceremony. Rosemary and bay leaves, gilt and dipped in scented water, were scattered about the marriage altar in love knots and many fanciful and ingenious devices. A bride cup rested upon it, in which lay a sprig of gilded rosemary, a relic or semblance of the ancient hymeneal torch. Huge tables, groaning with garniture for the approaching feast, were laid round the apartment, room being left in the central floor for all who chose to mingle in the games and dances that were expected after supper. The company were now assembled, and the ceremony about to commence. The bride, clothed in white, with a veil of costly workmanship thrown over her, was led in by her maidens and a train of friends. The bridegroom taking her hand, they stood before the altar, and the brief but indissoluble knot was tied. The kiss being given, the happy husband led away his partner into the parlour or guest chamber, followed by many of those who had witnessed the ceremony. Alice and her brother were amongst them, and the bride, perceiving their entrance, drew the hand of the maiden within hers, and retained her for a short season by her side. The feast was begun, those who were for the masque took but a hasty refreshment, being anxious to proceed into the tiring rooms, there to array for the more interesting part of the night's revel. In due time issued forth from their crowded bowers lords and ladies gay, buffoons, morris dancers, and the like, gypsies, fortune-tellers, and a medley of giddy mummers, into the hall, where the more sedate or more sensual were still carousing after the feast. "Room for the masks," was the general cry, and the musicians, each after his kind, did pierce and vex the air with such a medley of disquieting sounds that the talkers were fain to cease, and the dancers to fall to in good earnest. Alice and her brother were disguised as the cunning beggar had predicted, to wit, as the Virgin Queen and her unfortunate lover. Masks were often dropping in, so that the hall and adjoining chambers were fully occupied, resounding in wild echoes with noise and revelry. Loud and long was the merriment, increasing even until the roofs rung with the din, and the revellers themselves grew weary of the tumult. Alice was standing by the oaken screen during a temporary cessation on her part from the labours incident to royalty, when there came from behind it a tawny Moor, wearing a rich shawl turban, with a beard of comely aspect. His arms were bare and hung with massive bracelets, and he wore a tight jacket of crimson and gold. His figure was tall and commanding, but his face was concealed by a visor of black crape, which hindered not his speech from being clearly apprehended, though the sound came forth in a muffled tone, as if feigned for the occasion. Immediately there followed an Arabic or Turkish doctor, clad in a long dark robe, and his head surmounted by a four-cornered fur cap. In one hand he held a glass phial, and a box under his left arm. Of an erect and majestic stature, he stood for a moment apparently surveying the scene ere he mingled in the busy crowd. His face also was covered with black crape, and through the eyelet holes a bright and burning glance shot forth, hardly repressed by the shadow from his disguise. Alice, being unattended, shunned these unknown intruders, and mingled again with a merry group who were pelting one another with comfits and candied almonds. The stately Elizabeth beckoned to her maidens, but they merely curtsied to their royal mistress, without discontinuing their boisterous hilarity. Indeed, the mumming hitherto had been more in dress than manners, so little restraint had their outward disguise occasioned, or their behaviour been altered thereby. The two late comers, however, produced a change. It appeared that their business was to enact a play or cunning device for the amusement of the company who, regarding them with a curious eye, one by one left off their several sports to gaze upon the strangers. The rest were generally known to each other, but whispers and inquiries now went round, from which it appeared that the new visitants were strictly concealed, and their presence unexpected. "Now, oh my faith," said Harry Cheetham, whose skill in dancing and drollery had been conspicuous throughout the evening, "yon barbarians be come from the Grand Turk, with his kerchief, recruiting for the seraglio." "Out upon thee," said a jingling Morisco, enacted by young Hellawell of Pike House, "the Grand Signior loveth not maidens such as ours for his pavilion. They be too frosty to melt, even in Afric's sunny clime." This was said with a malicious glance at Alice, whose queen-like dignity and haughty bearing had kept many an ardent admirer at bay through the evening. "Sure the master of the feast hath withheld this precious delectation until now," said Essex, "for they, doubtless, be of his providing." "And give promise of more novel but less savoury entertainment," said Harmer of Harmer. But Holt either knew them not, or his look of surprise, not unmixed with curiosity and expectation, showed that he was playing the masker too, without other disguise than his own proper features, the kind hospitable face of an honest north country squire, ruddy with health and conviviality. At the farther end of the hall the bride and her bridemaidens were standing, with the bridegroom at her side, whispering soft gallantries in her ear. The strangers, on their entrance, rendered neither token nor obeisance, as courtesy required, to the bride and her train, but followed Alice, who had joined her brother in the merry crowd, now watching the motions of these unexpected visitants. They approached with stately and solemn steps, and, without once deigning to notice the rest of the company, the gaudy Moor bowed himself in a most dignified salaam before the Queen. Alice, apparently with some trepidation at being thus singled out from the rest, clung to her brother, she hardly knew why. "My sublime master, Emperor of the world, Lord of the sun, and ruler of the 7 celestial configurations, sendeth his slave unto the most high and mighty Queen, whose beauty, as a girdle, doth encompass the whole earth, with greeting." "And who is he?" said Alice, timidly enough. "The Sultan Ibrahim, Lord of the 7 golden towers, the Emerald Islands, and ruler over 100 nations. He bade his slave kiss the hem of his mistress's garment, and beseech her to put her foot on the neck of his bondsman, her slave's slave, and accept his gift." "And who is this thy companion?" said Alice, growing bolder, while the company were gradually gathering round them. "This, whom your unworthy slave hath brought, most gracious Queen, is the renowned Dr. Abulfarez, High Conjurer to the Khan of Tartary and physician to the Great Mogul. He doth drive hence all pains and diseases whatsoever, and will cure your great majesty of any disorder of the spirit, by reason of charms or love philters heretofore administered. With a slight bend of his illustrious person, as though the high conjurer to the Khan of Tartary, and physician to the great Mogul, thought himself too nearly on an equality with her high mightiness, the Queen, the learned doctor for the first time broke silence. Will it please the Queen's grace to command an ensample of mine art? We must first be assured unto what purpose. Hast thou not heard, said Alice, with increasing confidence, that it is treason to put forth strange or unlawful devices before the Queen? The stranger bowed. But your grace hath traitors in those fair eyes which do prompt treason if they practice none. This gallant speech was much applauded by the company, and relieved Alice from the necessity of a speedy and suitable answer, for she began to be somewhat perplexed by the address of these bold admirers. Look at this precious phial, the incomparable elixir, the pabulum of life, the grand arcanum, the supernaculum, the mother and regenerator of nature, the source and the womb of all existence, past, present, and to come. The learned doctor paused, more from want of breath than from scarcity of epithets wherewith to blazon forth the great virtues of his discovery. Soon, however, he breathed again through the mouth slit in his mask, and blew on the phial, when lo! A vapour issued from within, curling in long-drawn wreaths down the side, in a manner most wonderful to behold. This trick roused the admiration of his audience, but he made a sign that they should be still, as their breath and acclamations might disturb the process. He now thrust one finger into the vapour, when it appeared to wind round his hand, then, letting the bottle drop, it fell, suspended from the finger by this novel and extraordinary chain, the vapour seeming to be the link by which it hung. This unexpected feat repressed the noisy burst of applause which might have been the result of a less wonderful device. Every one looked anxiously and uneasily at his neighbour, and at the renowned Dr. Abulfurez, not feeling comfortable, perhaps, or even safe, in the presence of so exalted a personage. But new wonders were at hand. The mysterious visitor uttered some cabalistic words, and lo! Flames burst forth from the magic phial, to the additional wonder and dismay of the beholders. When the Queen's grace doth will it, this box shall be opened, but it will behove her to be discreet in what may follow, lest the charm be evaded. The Moorish slave was silent during this procedure, standing with arms folded, as though he had been one of the mutes of his master's harem, rather than ambassador to his lady love. With the assent of Alice, the doctor took in one hand the casket, which he cautiously unlocked. The lid flew open by a secret spring, and a peacock of surprising beauty and glittering plumage rose out of the box, imitating the motions of the real bird to admiration. The mimic thing, being placed on the floor, flapped its wings, and unfolded its tail with all the pride and precision of the original. "Beshrew me," said Holt, approaching nearer to the performer, "but thou hast been bred to the black art, I think. Some own ye have catered excellently for our pastime." But who it was none could ascertain, each giving his neighbour credit secretly for the construction of these dainty devices. Yet new wonders were about to follow, when the bride and bridegroom, though wedded to each other's company, came forward to see the spectacle. Not a guest was missing. Even those most pleasantly occupied at the tables left their sack and canary, their spices and confections. The musicians, too, and the menials, seemed to have forgotten their several duties, and stood gaping and marvelling at the show. Suddenly there flew open a little door in the breast of the automaton bird, and out jumped a fair white pigeon, which, after having performed many surprising feats, in its turn became the parent of another progeny, to wit, a beautiful singing bird, or nightingale, which warbled so sweetly, fluttering its wings with all the ecstasy of that divine creature, that the listeners were nearly beside themselves with ravishment and admiration. The nightingale now opened, and a little humming-bird of most surprising brilliancy hopped forth, and jumping up to the Queen, held out its beak, having a label therein, apparently beseeching her to accept the offering. She stooped down to receive the billet, which she hastily unfolded. What effect was visible on her countenance we cannot pretend to say, inasmuch as the mask precluded observation, but there was an evident tremor in her frame. She seemed to be overpowered with surprise, and held out the note as though for the moment incapable of deciding whether to accept it or no. Then with a sudden effort she crumpled it together, and thrust it behind her stomacher. Wonder sat silent and watchful on the face of every beholder. The actors in this strange drama had replaced the automata in the box again, closing its lid. The Moor had made his salaam, the doctor his obeisance, disappearing behind the screen from which they had so mysteriously come forth. But at their departure a train of fire followed upon their track, and a lambent flame played curiously upon the wooden carcass for a few seconds, and then disappeared. Now was there a babel of tongues unloosed, at first by sudden impulses and whispers, then breaking forth by degrees into a loud and continuous din of voices, all at once seeking to satisfy their inquiries touching this strange and unexpected visit. Their host was mightily pestered and besieged with questions and congratulations on the subject, which he has promptly and peremptorily disclaimed, attempting to fix the hatching of the plot upon the astonished bridegroom. But even he would not father the conceit, and, in the end, it began to be surmised that these were indeed what their appearance betokened, or something worse, which cast a sudden gloom on the whole assembly. Some sallied out of the door to watch, and others blamed the master for not seizing and detaining these emissaries of Satan. Alice was closely questioned as to the communication she had received, but she replied, evasively perhaps, that it was only one of the usual stale conceits appropriate to the masque. Nothing more was heard or seen of them, and it was now high time they should accompany the bridegroom to his own dwelling at Foxholes, a goodly house situate on a pretty knoll near the town of Rochdale, and about 2 miles distant from Stupley. Now was their mustering and hurrying to depart. An unwieldy coach was drawn up, into which the bride and her female attendants were forthwith introduced, the bridegroom and his company going on foot. On arriving at Foxholes, the needful ceremonies were performed. Throwing the stocking, a custom then universally practiced, was not omitted, which agreeable ceremony was performed as follows: the female friends and relations conducted the bride to her chamber, and the men the bridegroom. The latter then took the bride's stockings, and the females those of the bridegroom. Sitting at the bottom of the bed, the stockings were thrown over their heads. When one of the hurlers hit the owner, it was deemed an omen that the party would shortly be married. Meanwhile the posset was got ready, and given to the newly married couple. 71 It was past midnight, yet Alice sat, solitary and watchful, at her little casement. One fair white arm supported her cheek, and she was gazing listlessly on the silver clouds as they floated in liquid brightness across the full round disk of the moon, then high in the meridian. Her thoughts were not on the scene she beheld. The mellow sound of the waterfalls, the murmur from the river, came on with the breeze, rising and falling like the deep pathos of some wild and mysterious music. Memory, that busy enchanter, was at work, and the scenes she had lately witnessed, so full of disquietude and mystery, mingled with the returning tide of past and almost forgotten emotions. We have said that the prevailing bent or bias of her disposition was that of romance, and this idol of the imagination, this love of strange and enervating excitement, had not been repressed by the occurrences of the last few hours. On the contrary, she felt as though some wondrous event was impending, some adventure which she alone should achieve, some power that her own arm should contend with and subdue. She took the billet from her bosom, the moonlight alone fell upon it, but the words were so indelibly fixed upon her imagination that she fancied she could trace every word on that mystic tablet. Tomorrow, at midnight, in the haunted chamber. If thou hast courage, tarry there a while. Its occupant will protect thee. Wherefore am I so bent on this adventure? To visit the beggar in his lair, thought she, and again she threw her eyes on the billet. Peril threatens thine house, which thy coming can alone prevent. Shouldest thou reveal but one word of this warning, thy life, and those dear to thee, will be the forfeit. From thine unknown monitor, these. The guest in the boggart chamber was Nomin, to whom it had been allotted, and though he told of terrible sights and harrowing disclosures, he seemed to brave them all with unflinching hardihood, and even exulted in their repetition. To remain an hour or two with such a companion was in itself a sufficiently novel adventure, but that harm could come from such a source scarcely entered her imagination. A feeling of irrepressible curiosity stimulated her, and prevailed over every other consideration. It was not like spending the time alone, this certainly would have been a formidable condition to have annexed. Besides, would it not be a wicked and a wanton thing to shrink from difficulty or danger when the welfare and even life of one so dear as her brother, peradventure, depended on her compliance? Another feeling, too, more complicated, and a little more selfish it might be, was the hidden cause to which her inclinations might be traced. Mine unknown monitor, she repeated the words, and 1,000 strange and wayward fancies rose to her recollection. Often had she seen, when least expecting it, a stranger, who, in whatsoever place they met, preserved a silence respectful but mysterious. She had seen him in the places of public resort, in the solitary woods, and in the highways, but his reserve and secrecy were unbroken. When she inquired, not an individual knew him, and though his form and features were indelibly traced on her memory, she could never recall them without an effort, which, whether it was attended with more of pain than of pleasure, we will not venture to declare. Once or twice she had fancied, when awaking in the dead stillness of the night, that an invisible something was near and gazing upon her, but this feeling was soon forgotten, though often revived whenever she was more than usually sensitive or excited. The figure of the Moor was wonderfully similar to the form of the mysterious unknown. But the secret was now, at any rate, to be divulged, and a few hours would put her into possession of the key to unlock this curious cabinet. So thought Alice, and her own secret chambers of imagery were strangely distempered thereby. Was she beloved by one of a high order of beings, a denizen of the invisible world, who tracked her every footstep, and hovered about her unseen? She had heard that such things were, and that they held intercourse with some favoured mortals, unlimited duration, and a nature more exalted, subject to no change, being vouchsafed to the chosen ones. The exploits at Stubley seemed to favour this hypothesis, and Alice fell into a delicious reverie, as we have seen, well prepared for the belief and reception of any stray marvels that might fall out by the way. Looking upon the moat which lay stagnant and unruffled beneath the quiet gaze of the moon, she thought that a living form emerged from the bushes on the opposite bank. She could not be mistaken, it was her unknown lover. Breathless she awaited the result, but the shadows again closed around him, and she saw him not again. Bewildered, agitated, and alarmed, the day was springing faintly in the dim east when her eyelids lay heavy in the dew of their repose. Morning was high and far risen in the clear blue atmosphere, but its first and balmy freshness was past when Alice left her chamber. She looked paler and more languid than she was wont, and her brother rallied her playfully on the consequences of last night's dissipation, but her thoughts were otherwise engrossed, and she replied carelessly and with an air of abstraction far different from her usual playful and unrestrained spirit. The mind was absorbed, restricted to one sole avenue of thought, all other impressions ceased to communicate their impulse. Her brother departed soon afterwards to his morning avocations, but Alice sat in the porch. She looked out on the hills with a vacant, but not unwistful eye. Their slopes were dotted with many a fair white dwelling, but the rigour of cultivation had not extended so far up their barren heathery sides as now, yet many a bright paddock, green amid the dark waste, and the little homestead, the nucleus of some subsequent and valuable inheritance, proclaimed the unceasing toil, the primeval curse, and the sweat of the brow, that was here also. To enjoy the warmth and freshness of the morning, Alice had removed her spinning wheel into the porch. Here she was engaged in the primitive and good old fashion of preparing yarn for the wants of the household, an occupation not then perfected into the system to which it is now degraded. The wives and daughters of the wealthiest would not then disdain to fabricate material for the household linen, carrying us far back into simpler, if not happier times, when Homer sung, and kings' daughters found a similar employment. Alice was humming in unison with her wheel, her thoughts more free from the very circumstance that her body was the subject of this mechanical exercise. "Good morrow, Mistress Alice," said a sonorous voice at the entrance. Turning suddenly, she espied the athletic beggar standing erect, with his staff and satchel, on one side of the porch. "Ha ye enormous today, lady?" He doffed his cap and held it forth, more with the air of one bestowing a favour than soliciting one. "Thou hast been at the kitchen, I warrant," said Alice, "by the breadth of thy satchel." "And what the worse are ye for that?" replied the saucy mendicant. "Your hounds and puppies would lick up the leavings, if I did not." "Go to," said Alice, impatiently, "thou dost presume too far to escape correction. Begone. This air, I reckon, this blessed air, is as free unto my use as thine," said Nomin, sullenly, and without showing any symptoms of obedience. "My brother shall know of thine insolence, and the menials shall drive thee forth. Thy brother, tell him, pretty maiden, that though he is a lawyer, and his uncle, he who built this house to boot, he hath little left in this misgoverned realm but to deal out injustice. Other folks' money sticks in their skirts that have precious little o' their own. I wis, I know not the nature of thine illusions, nor care I to bandy weapons with such an adversary. Hark ye, lady! It was to sodder down as pretty a piece of roguery as one would wish to leave to one's heirs that Theophilus Ashton, thine uncle, thy mother's brother, now deceased, went to London when he had builded this house. Roguery, mine uncle Ashton. Darest thou? The same. The spoils of my patrimony built this goodly dwelling, and the battle of Marston Moor gave thy brother wherewith to buy the remainder of the inheritance. I was made a beggar by my loyalty, he a rich man by his treason. What means this foul charge? Said Alice, astounded by the audacity of this accusation. But fear not. Had it not been for thee and another, whose well-being is bound up in thine own, long ago would this goodly heritage have been spoiled, for revenge is sweeter even than possession, so good morrow, Mistress Alice. What, then, is thy business with me? Wentest thou not from the mask with thy pretty love-billet behind thy stomacher? Insolent vagrant, this folly shall not go unpunished. Hold, wench. Provoke not an, he paused for 1 second, but in that brief space there came a change over his spirit, which in a moment was subdued as though by some overmastering effort, an impotent old man. His voice softened, and there was a touch even of pathos in the expression. Tonight, fail not, even I, will protect thee. Fear not, thy welfare hangs on that issue. Saying this, with an air of dignity far superior to his usual bluntness and even rudeness of address, he slowly departed. Thoughts crowded, like a honey swarm, to this hive of mystery, nor could she throw off the impression which clung to her. She had been warned against revealing this communication, but at one time she felt resolved to make her brother acquainted with the whole, and to claim his protection, but then came the warning, or rather threat, of some hidden mischief that must inevitably follow the disclosure. Surely, in her own home, she might venture to walk unattended. The beggar she had known for some time in his periodical visits, and though she felt an unaccountable timidity in his presence, yet she certainly was minded to make an experiment of the adventure, and in this happy state of doubt and fluctuation she remained until eventide, when a calm bright moon, as it again rose over the hill, saw Alice at the casement of her own chamber, looking thoughtfully, anxiously, down where the dark surface of the stagnant moat wore a bright star on its bosom. The scene, the soft and tender influence which it possessed, the hour, soothing and elevating the mind, freed from the harassing and petty cares of existence, to a romantic and imaginative disposition, these were all favourable to its effects, the development of that ethereal spirit of our nature, that enchanter whose wand conjures up the busy world within, creating all things according to his own pleasure, and investing them with every attribute at his will. She felt her fears give way, and her resolution was taken, the die was cast, and she committed herself to the result. What share the handsome, dark, and melancholy-looking stranger had in this decision she did not pause to inquire, nor indeed could she have much if any suspicion of the secret influence he excited. There was danger, and this danger could only be averted by her interference. What might be curiosity was at any rate her duty, and she, feeling mightily like some devoted heroine, would not shrink from the trial. When once brought to a decision she felt a load taken from her breast, she breathed more freely, and her tread was more vigorous and elastic. She left her chamber with a lofty mien, and the gentle Alice felt more like the proud mistress of an empire than the inhabitant of a little country dwelling when she re-entered the parlour, yet there was a restless glance from her eye which ever and anon would start aside from visible objects and wander about, apparently without aim or discrimination. Her brother was busied, happily, with domestic duties, too much engaged to notice any unusual disturbance in her demeanour, and Alice employed her time to little profit until she heard the appointed signal for rest. As they bade the usual good night, her heart smote her. She looked on the unconscious, unsuspecting aspect of her brother, and the whole secret of her heart was on her tongue. It did not escape her lips, but the tears stood in her eye, and as she closed the door it sounded like the signal of some long separation, as though the portal had forever closed upon her. Wrapped in a dark mantle, with cap and hood, the maiden stepped forth from her little closet about midnight. She bore a silver lamp that waved softly in the night wind as she went with a noiseless, timid step through the passages to the haunted chamber. The room wherein the beggar slept was somewhat detached from the rest of the dormitories. A low gallery led by a narrow corridor to a flight of some 2 or 3 steps into this room, now used for the stowage of lumber. It was said to have been one of the apartments in the old house, forming a sort of peduncle to the new, not then removed, like a remnant of the shell sticking to the skirts of the new-fledged bird. This adjunct, the beggar's dwelling, is now gone. An ancient door-case with a grotesque carving disclosed the entrance. She paused before it, not without a secret apprehension of what might be going on within. For the first time, she felt the novelty, not to say imprudence, of her situation, and the unfeminine nature of her exploit. She was just hesitating whether or not to return when she heard the door slowly open. A tall, gaunt figure looked out, which she immediately recognized to be that of the mendicant. Somewhat reassured, and her courage strengthened by his appearance, she did not attempt to retreat, but stood silent for a space, and seemingly not a little abashed, yet the purity of her motives, as far as known to herself, soon recurred to her aid, and her proud and somewhat haughty spirit immediately roused its energies when she had to cope with difficulty and danger. "I come to thy den, old man, that I may unriddle thy dark sayings." "Or rather," replied he, slowly and emphatically, "that thou mayest unriddle that pretty love billet thou hast read. I am here in my brother's house, and surely I have both the right and the power to walk forth unquestioned or unsuspected of an intrigue or assignation," replied she, quick and tender on the point whereon her own suspicions were disagreeably awakened. "Come in, lady," said he, "and thou shalt be safe from any suspicions but thine own." Alice entered, and the door was closed and bolted. Her feelings were those of uneasiness, not unmixed with alarm. Before her stood the athletic form of the mendicant. She was at some distance from the rest of the family, none caring to have their biding place in the immediate vicinity of the haunted chamber, in the power, it might be, of this strange and anomalous being. A miserable pallet lay on the floor in one corner, and the room was nearly filled with useless lumber and the remains of ancient materials from the old apartments. Probably it was from this circumstance that the ghosts had their fancies for this room, haunting the relics of the past, and lingering around their former reminiscences. The light she held gleamed athwart the face of her companion, and his features were strangely significant of some concealed purpose. "Whom do we meet in this place?" she inquired. "Prithee, wait, thou wilt see anon. But let me counsel thee to remain silent, what thou sayest note, but make no reply. Be not afraid, for no harm shall befall thee. But let me warn thee, maiden, that thou shrink not from the trial." He now slowly retired, and she watched his receding figure until it was hidden behind a huge oaken bedstead in the corner. But he returned not, and Alice felt terrified at being so unexpectedly left alone. She called out to him, but there was no answer. She sought for some outlet, but no trace was visible whereby he could have departed from the chamber. As she was stooping down, suddenly the light was blown out, and she felt herself seized by invisible hands. "Be silent for thy life," said a strange whisper in her ear. She was hurried on through vaults and passages. The cold damp air struck chilly on her, and she felt as though descending into some unknown depths, beneath the very foundations of her own dwelling. Darkness was still about their steps, but she was borne along, at a swift pace, by persons evidently accustomed to this subterraneous line of communication. "No harm shall happen thee," said the same whisper in her ear as before. Suddenly a vivid light flashed out from an aperture or window, and she heard a groaning or rumbling and the clank of chains, but this was past, and a pale dull light showed a low vaulted chamber, into which Alice was conveyed. An iron lamp hung from the ceiling in what seemed to have been one of the cellars of the old house, though she was unaware before time of such a dangerous proximity. The door was closed upon her, and again she was left alone. So confused and agitated was she for a while that she felt unable to survey the objects that encompassed her. By degrees, however, she regained sufficient fortitude to make the examination. Her astonishment was extreme when she beheld, ranged round the vault, coffers full of coin, heaps of surprising magnitude exposed, the least of which would have been a king's ransom, fair and glistering too, apparently fresh from the hands of some cunning artificer. Her curiosity in some measure getting the better of her fears, she ventured to touch one of these tempting heaps, not being sure but that her night visions were answerable for the illusion. She laid her hand on a hoard of bright nobles. Another and another succeeded, yet each coffer held some fresh denomination of coin. There were moneys of various nations, even to the Spanish pistole and Turkish bezant. Such exhaustless wealth it had never yet entered into her imagination to conceive. The very idea was too boundless even for fancy to present. "Surely," thought she, "I am in some fairy palace, where the combined wealth of every clime is accumulated, and the king of the genii, or some old and ugly ogre, has certes fallen in love with me, and means to present it for my dowry." Smiling at this thought, even in the midst of her apprehensions, for the blow which severed her from her friends was too stunning to be felt immediately in all its rigor, she stood as one almost transported with admiration and surprise. Yet her situation was far from being either enviable or pleasant, though in the midst of a treasure house of wealth that would have made an emperor the richest of his race. No solution that she could invent would at all solve the problem, no key of interpretation would fit these intricate movements. Here she stood, a prisoner perhaps, with the other treasures in the vault, and assuredly the miser, whosoever he might be, had shown great taste and judgment too in the selection. But the crisis was at hand. The door opened, and she heard a footstep behind her. A form stood before her whom she immediately recognized and perhaps expected. The mysterious stranger was in her presence. With a respectful obeisance he folded his hands on his bosom, but he spoke not. "What wouldst thou? And why this outrage?" inquired she. The intruder pointed to the surrounding treasures, then to himself, by which she understood, so quickly interpreted is the mute eloquence of passion, that he was in love with her, and devoted them all exclusively to her service. But what answer she gave, permit me, gentle reader, for a season to detain, for truly it is an event of so marvellous a nature whereon our tradition now disporteth itself, that, like an epicure hindering the final disposal of some delicate mouthful, of which, when gulped, he feeleth no more the savour, so we would, in like manner, courteous reader, do thee this excellent service, in order that the sweetness of expectation may be prolonged thereby, and the solution, like a kernel in the shell, not be crushed by being too suddenly cracked. Turn we now to the inmates at the hall, where, as may easily be understood, there was a mighty stir and commotion when morning brought the appointed hour, and Mistress Alice came not to the breakfast meal. Her brother was at his wits' end when the forenoon passed, and still there were no tidings. Messengers were sent far and near, and no place was left untried where it was thought intelligence might be gained. She was not to be found, nor any trace discovered of her departure. Nicholas was returning from Foxholes, Stubley, and Pike House. Passing, in a disconsolate mood, through the gate leading from the lane to his own porch, he met Nomin, apparently departing. The beggar, seeing his approach, assumed his usual stiff and inflexible attitude, pausing ere he passed. A vague surmise, for which he could not account, prompted the suspicions of Nicholas Haworth towards this unimportant personage. "What is thy business today abroad?" he inquired hastily. "A word in thine ear, master," said the beggar. "Say on, then, and grant that it may have an inkling of my sister." "She hath departed." "That I know." "But whither?" "Ask the little devilkins I saw yesternight. I have told ye oft the sights and terrible things that have visited me in the boggart chamber, and that the ghost begged hard for a victim." "What? Thou dost not surely suppose he hath borne away my sister?" "I have said it," replied the mendicant, with an air of mystery. "We'll have the place exorcised, and the spirit laid, and thou," said Nicholas, pausing, "have a care that we hale thee not before the justice for practising with forbidden and devilish devices. I cry thee mercy, Master Haworth, but for what good deed am I to suffer? I have brought luck to thine house hitherto, and what mischief yon ghost hath wrought is none o' my doing. If thou wilt, I can rid thee of his presence, and that speedily, even if 'twere Beelzebub himself." "But will thy conjurations bring back my sister?" said the wondering, yet half-credulous squire. "That is more than I can tell. But, to prove that I am not in league with thine enemy, I will cast him out. Hath Alice been strangled, or in any wise hurt, by this wicked spirit?" "Nay," said the beggar solemnly, "I guess not, but I heard him pass by, and the chains did rattle fearfully through mine ears, until I heard them at her bedchamber. He may have spirited her away to fairyland for aught I know, and yet she lives." "Save us, merciful disposer of our lot," said Nicholas, much moved to sorrow at this strange recital, yet in some wise comforted by the assurance it contained. "We are none of us safe from his visitations, now they are extended hitherto. I dreamt not of danger before time, though I have heard sounds, and seen unaccountable things, yet I imagined that in the old chamber only he had power to work mischief, and, even there, I did disbelieve much of thy story, as it respected his freaks and the nature and manner of his visits. The rumblings that I fancied at times in the dead of night were in the end disregarded and almost forgotten. I too have heard the like, but I knew it was the spirit, and, beware, old man, for I do verily suspect thee as an abettor of these unlawful practices. And so the reward for my testimony is like to end in a lying accusation and a prison." Canst thou win her back by driving from me this evil spirit? I can lay the ghost, I tell thee, if thou wilt, but as for the other, peradventure it lieth not within the compass or power of mortal man to accomplish. What thou canst, let it be done without delay, for I would fain behold a sight so wonderful, yet will I first take precaution to put thee in durance until it be accomplished, perchance it may quicken thee to this good work, and I do bethink me too, thou knowest more than thou wouldest fain acknowledge of this evil dealing toward my sister. The beggar sought not to escape, he knew it would be in vain, for the menials had surrounded them, and he was conveyed to the kitchen until he should be ready for the important duties he had to perform. Tomorrow was appointed for the trial, but fearful was the night that intervened, rattling of chains, falling of heavy weights, loud rumblings, as though a coach and six were driving about the premises. These, intermingled with shrieks and howlings, were not confined to the old room, where the beggar lodged as heretofore, but were heard and felt through the whole house. It seemed as though his presence had hitherto confined them to the locality we have named, and that they had burst their bounds on his departure. Little rest had the household on that fearful night, and the morning was welcome to many who had been terrified so that they scarcely expected to see the light of another sun. With the earliest dawn Nicholas Haworth hied him to the kitchen, where the beggar, a close prisoner, was comfortably nestled on his couch. "What ho!" said the squire, "thou canst sleep when others be waking. Thy friends have been seeking thee through the night, mayhap. There have been more shaking limbs than hungry stomachs, I trow. I know of naught that should keep me waking, my conscience made no echo to the knocking without, and so good morrow, Master Nicholas." There came one at this moment running in almost breathless, to say that the cart horses were all harnessed and yoked ready in the stable by invisible hands, and that no one durst take them from their stalls. On the heels of this messenger came another, who shouted out that the bull, a lusty and well-thriven brute, was quietly perched, in most bull-like gravity, upon the haymow. It being impossible, or contrary to the ordinary law of gravitation, that he could have thus transported himself, what other than demon hands could or durst have lifted so ponderous and obstinate a beast into the place? In short, such were the strange and out-of-the-way frolics that had been committed, that Satan and all his company seemed to have been let loose upon the household on this memorable night. "Thou shalt rid us of these pests, or by the head of St. Nicholas," said his namesake, "the hangman shall singe thy beard for a fumigation. Let me go, and the spirit shall not trouble thee. Nay, Gaffer, thou dost not escape me thus, my sister, we have yet no tidings of her, and, it may be, those followers or familiars of thine can help me to that knowledge. I tell thee I'll lay the ghost while the holly's green, or mire in Durnley Clough, should it so please thee, Master Nicholas, but I must first be locked up for a space in the haunted chamber alone. Keep watch at both door and loophole, if thou see fit, but I give thee my word that I'll not escape." "Agreed," said Haworth, "but it shall not avail thee, thou crafty fox, for we will watch, and that right diligently, unless the Illinois fly away with thee, thou shalt not escape us." The bargain was made, and Nomin was speedily conducted to the chamber. Sentinels were posted at the door, and round the outside, to prevent either entrance or exit. A long hour had nigh elapsed, and the watchers were grown weary. Some thought he had gone off in a chariot of smoke through the roof, or in a whirlwind of infernal brimstone, while others, not a few, were out of doors gazing steadfastly up towards the chimneys, expecting to see him perched there, like a daw or starling, ready for flight. But when the hour was fulfilled, the beggar lifted up the latch, and walked forth alone, without let or molestation. "Whither away, Sir Greyback?" said Nicholas, "and wherefore in such haste? We have a word or so ere thou depart. Art thou prepared?" "Ay, if it so please thee." "And when dost thou begin thine exorcism?" "Now, if so be that thou have courage. But I warn thee of danger therefrom. If thou persist, verily in this chamber shall it be done. Then return, we will follow, as many as have courage, that is," said Nicholas Haworth, looking round and observing that his attendants, with pale faces and mewling stomachs, did manifest a wondrous inquietude, and a sudden eagerness to depart. Yet were there some whose curiosity got the better of their fears, and who followed, or rather hung upon their master's skirts, into the chamber, which, even in the broad and cheerful daylight, looked a gloomy and comfortless and unhallowed place. Nomin commanded that silence should be kept, that not even a whisper should breathe from other lips than his own. He drew a line with his crutch upon the floor, and forbade that any should attempt to pass this imaginary demarcation. The auditors were all agape, and but that the door was fastened, some would doubtless have gone back, repenting of their temerity. After several unmeaning mummeries and incantations, the chamber appeared to grow darker, and a low rumbling noise was heard, as from some subterraneous explosion. Dominus vobiscum, said the necromancer, and a train of fire leapt suddenly across the room. A groan of irrepressible terror ran through the company, but the exorcist, with a look of reprehension for their disobedience, betook himself again to his ejaculations. Retiring backwards a few paces to a corner of the room, he gave 3 audible knocks upon the floor, which, to the astonishment and dismay of the assembly, were distinctly repeated, apparently from beneath. Thrice was this ceremony gone through, and thrice 3 times was the same answer returned. "Restless spirit," said the conjurer, solemnly, and in a voice and manner little accordant with those of an obscure and unlearned beggar, "why art thou disquieted, and what is the price of thy departure?" No answer was given, though the question was repeated. The adjurer appeared, for one moment, fairly at a nonplus. "By thine everlasting doom, I conjure thee, answer me." Still there was no reply. "Thou shalt not evade me thus," said he, indignant at the slight which was put upon his spells. He drew a little ebony box from his bosom, and on opening it smoke issued therefrom, like the smell of frankincense. With this fumigation he used many uncouth and horrible words, hard names, and so forth, which probably had no existence save in the teeming issue of his own brain. During this operation groans were heard, at first low and indistinct, then loud and vehement. Soon they broke into a yell, so shrill and piercing that several of the hearers absolutely tried, through horror and desperation, to burst the door, but this was secure, and their egress prevented thereby. "Now answer me what thou wouldst have, and tell me the terms of thy departure hence." A low murmur was heard. The beggar listened with great attention. "This wandering ghost of Ucheth," said he, after all was silent, "that there be 2 of them, and that they rest not until they have taken possession of this house, and driven the inhabitants therefrom." "Hard law this," said Nicholas Haworth, "but, for all their racket, I shan't budge." "Then must they have a sacrifice for the wrong done when they were at the body, being slain, as they say, by their guardian, a wicked uncle, that he might possess the inheritance." Again he made question, looking all the while as though talking to something that was present and visible before him. "What would ye for your sacrifice, evil and hateful things? For I know, in very deed, that ye are not the innocent and heavenly babes whose spirits are now in glory, but devilish creatures who have been permitted to walk here unmolested, for the wickedness that hath been done. Again, I say that your unwillingness sufficeth not, for ye shall be driven hence this blessed day." Another shriek announced their apprehension at this threat, and again there was a murmuring as before. "He saith," cried the exorcist, after listening a while, "they must have a living body sacrificed, and in 4 quarters it must be laid, then shall these wicked spirits not return hither until what is severed be joined together. With this hard condition we must be content. Then, by Our Lady's grace, if none else there be, thou shalt be the holocaust for thy pains," said Nicholas, "for I think we need not any other. What say ye, shall not this wizard be the sacrifice, and we then rid the world of a batch of evil things at once?" He looked with a cruel eye upon the mendicant, for he judged that his sister had, in some way or another, fallen a victim to his devilish plots, and he would have thought it little harm to have poured out his blood on the spot. The beggar seemed aware of his danger, but with a loud and peremptory tone he cried, "There needeth not so costly an oblation. Bring hither the first brute animal ye behold, any one of you, on crossing the threshold of the porch." A messenger was accordingly sent, who returned with a barn-door fowl in his hand, a well-fed chanticleer, whose crow that morning had awakened his cackling dames for the last time. With great solemnity the conjurer went forth from the chamber, and in the courtyard the fowl was named John, sponsors standing in due form, as at an ordinary baptism. Then the bird was dismembered, or rather divided into 4 parts, according to the directions they had received. These were afterwards disposed of as follows: 1 was buried at Little Clegg, in a field close by, another under one of the hearth flags in the hall, another at the Beal Bridge, by the river which runs past Belfield, and the remaining quarter under the barn floor. Nicholas continued to look on with a curious eye until the ceremony was concluded, when, after a brief pause, he inquired, "Have there been no tidings yet from Alice? Can thine art not disclose to me whither she be gone?" "The maiden lives," said the beggar doggedly. Thou knowest of her hiding, then, said her brother sharply, and with a cunning glance directed towards the speaker. The spirit said so, replied Nomin, as though wishful to evade or to shrink from the question. And what else? Inquired the other, for by my halidome thou stirrest not hence until she be forthcoming, alive or dead. I verily suspect, nay, more, I charge thee with forcibly detaining her against her own privity or consent. The beggar looked steadily upon him, not a whit either moved or abashed at this bold accusation. Peradventure thou speakest without heed and unadvisedly. I tell thee again, thou wouldest have been driven hence ere now had it not been for others whom that spirit must obey. Who art thou? Said the perplexed inquirer, for thou art either worse or better than thou seemest. Once the rightful heir, now a beggar, in these domains, wrested from me by rapine and the harpy fangs of injustice misnamed law. Theophilus Ashton, from whom ye took your share of the inheritance when death dislodged it from his gripe, won it himself most foully from my ancestors, and have I not a right to hate thee? And so thy vengeance hath fallen upon a defenceless woman? Nay, I said not so, but if I had so minded I might have been glutted with vengeance, to my heart's core. Hark thee. Secrets I have learned that will bind the hidden things of darkness, and bow them to my behest. The unseen powers and operations of nature have been opened to my gaze. Long ago my converse and companionship were with the learned doctors and sages of the East. In Spain I have walked in the palace of the Moorish kings, the Alhambra at Grenada, and in Arabia I have learned the mystic Kabbalah, and worshipped in the temple of the Holy Prophet. And yet thou comest a beggar to my door. Truly thy spells have profited thee little. The beggar smiled scornfully. Riches inexhaustible, unlimited are mine, while nature is unveiled at my command. Thou speakest riddles, old man, or thou dost hug the very spectres of thy brain, which men call madness. I am not mad, save it be madness that I have not hurled thee from this thy misgotten heritage. A power of mighty and all-pervading energy hath hindered me, and, it may be, rescued thee from destruction. Unto what unknown intercessor do I owe this forbearance? Love, said the mendicant, with an expression of withering and baneful scorn, a silly hankering for a puling girl. Thee, in love? And is it so strange, so hard and incapable of belief, that in a frosty but vigorous age, the sap should be fresh though the outward trunk look withered and without verdure? Nicholas shuddered. A harrowing suspicion crossed him that his beloved sister had fallen a victim to the lawless passions of this hoary delinquent. Thou dost judge wrongfully, said the beggar, she appertaineth not to me. 'Tis long since I have drunk of that maddening cup, a woman's love. Would that another had not taken its intoxicating draught. Thou but triflest with me, said Haworth, let the maiden go, or beware my vengeance. Thy vengeance? Weak, impotent man. What canst thou do? Thy threats I hold lighter than the breath that makes them, thy cajolements I value less than these, and thy rewards, why, the uttermost wealth that thou couldst boast would weigh but as a feather against the riches at my disposal. Then give her back at my request. I tell thee she is not mine, nor in my charge. But thou knowest of her detention, and where she is concealed. What if I do? Will that help thee to the discovery? Point out the place, or conduct me thither, and, the mendicant here burst forth into a laugh so tantalizing and malicious that Nicholas, though silent, grew pale with choler. Am I a fool, said the exorcist, an everyday fool? A simpleton of such a dastardly condition that thou shouldest think to whine me from my purpose? Never. Scarcely was the word spoken when a loud and awful explosion shook the building to its foundations. Horror and consternation were seen upon the hitherto composed features of the beggar. He grasped his crutch, and with a yell of unutterable anguish he cried, ruined, betrayed. May the fiends follow ye for this mischance. He threw himself almost headlong down the steps, and ran with rapid strides through the yard, followed by Nicholas, who seemed in a stupor of astonishment at these mysterious events. Passing round to the other side of the house, he saw a smoke rising in a dense unbroken column from an outbuilding beyond the moat, towards which Nomin was speedily advancing. Suddenly he slackened his pace. He paused, seemingly undecided whither to proceed. He then turned sharply round and made his way into the kitchen, passing up a staircase into the haunted chamber, still followed by Nicholas Haworth and not a few who were lookers-on, hoping to ascertain the cause of this alarm. To their great surprise, the beggar hastily displaced some lumber, and, raising a trapdoor, quickly disappeared down a flight of steps. With little hesitation the master followed, and keeping the footsteps of his leader within hearing, he cautiously went forward, convinced that in some way or another this opportune but inexplicable event would lead to the discovery of his sister. Suddenly he heard a shriek. He felt certain it was the voice of Alice. He rushed on, but some unseen barrier opposed his progress. He heard noises and hasty footsteps beyond, evidently in hurry and confusion. The door was immediately opened, and he beheld no man bearing out the half-lifeless form of Alice. Smoke, and even flame, followed hard upon their flight, but she was conveyed upwards to a place of safety. "There," said the mendicant, when he had laid down his burden, "at the peril of all I possess, and of life too, I have rescued her. My hopes are gone, my schemes forever blasted, and I am a ruined, wretched old man, without a home or a morsel of bread." He walked out through the porch, Nicholas being too busily engaged in attending to the restoration of Alice to heed his escape. Two other men, strangers, had before emerged from the avenue. In the confusion of the moment their flight was effected, and they were seen no more. When Alice was sufficiently recovered, Nicholas, to his utter surprise and dismay, learned that she had been doomed to be imprisoned, even in her own house, until she consented to be the wife of one whom, however he might have won upon her regard by fair and honest courtship, she hated and repulsed for this traitorous and forcible detention. Yet they had not dared to let her go, lest the secrets of her prison house should be told. The false beggar, whose real name was Clegg, having become an adept in the art of coining, acquired during his residence abroad, and likewise having arrived at the knowledge of many chemical secrets long hidden from the vulgar and uninitiated, had leagued himself with one of the like sort, together with his own son, a handsome well-favoured youth, whose mother he had rescued from a Spanish convent, for the purpose of carrying on a most extensive manufacture and issue of counterfeit money of several descriptions. His former knowledge, when young, of his ancestors' mansion at Clegg Hall suggested the fitness of this spot for their establishment. Its situation was sequestered, and the ancient vaults, though nearly filled with rubbish, might yet be made available for their purpose. The secret entrance, and, above all, the currently believed story of the ghost, might afford facilities for frightening away those who were disposed to be curious, and any noises unavoidable in the course of their operations might be attributed to this fruitful source of imposture. By a little dexterity, possession of the haunted chamber was obtained, the feigned beggar being a periodical visitant, thence a ready entrance was contrived, and all materials were introduced that were needful for their fraudulent proceedings. Many months their traffic was carried on without discovery, and in the beggar's wallet counterfeit money to a considerable amount was conveyed, and distributed by other agents into general circulation. Well might he say that boundless wealth was at their command, the means employed in disposing of the proceeds of their ingenuity were well calculated for the purpose. They had proposed, by machinations and alarms, to drive away utterly the present inhabitants and possessors of the hall. The reign of terror was about to commence, plans being already matured for this purpose, had not the younger Clegg seen Alice Haworth, and love, that mighty controller of human affairs and devices, most inopportunely frustrated their intentions. The elder Clegg, too, was induced to aid the design, hoping that, should a union take place, the inheritance might revert into the old channel. We have seen the result, the wilfulness and obduracy of Alice, and the infatuation of the lover, who had thought to dazzle her with the riches he purposely spread before her, prevented the success of their schemes. She peremptorily refused and repulsed him, accusing him of a gross and wanton outrage. What might have been the end of this contention we know not, seeing that an unforeseen accident caused the explosion which led to her escape and the flight of her captors. What remained of the old house was pulled down. The vaults and cellars, which were found to extend for a considerable distance even beyond the moat, were walled up, and every vestige that was left, together with an immense hoard of counterfeit money, was completely destroyed. The mermaid of Martin Mere, now the dancing sunbeams play o'er the green and glassy sea, come with me, and we will go where the rocks of coral grow. Little needs to be said by way of introduction or explanation of the following tale. Martin Mere is now in process of cultivation, the plough and the harrow leave more enduring furrows on its bosom. It is a fact, curious enough in connection with our story, that some years ago, in digging and draining, a canoe was found here. How far this may confirm our tradition, we leave the reader to determine. It is scarcely 2 miles from Southport, and the botanist, as well as the entomologist, would find themselves amply repaid by a visit. Martin Mere, the scene of the following story, we have described in our first series of traditions, where Sir Tarquin, a carnivorous giant, is slain by Sir Lancelot of the Lake. These circumstances, and more of the like purport on this subject, we therefore omit, as being too trite and familiar to bear repetition. We do not suppose the reader to be quite so familiar with the names and fortunes of Captain Harrington and Sir Ralph Molyneux, though they had the good fortune to be born 1100 years later, and to have seen the world, in consequence, 1100 years older. We wish we could say wiser and better tempered, less selfish and less disposed to return hard knocks, and to be corrupted with evil communications. But man is the same in all ages. The external habits and usages of society change his mode of action, clothe the person and passions in a different garb, but their form and substance, like the frame they inhabit, are unchanged, and will continue until this great mass of intelligence, this mischievous compound of good and evil, this round rolling earth, shall cease to swing through time and space, a mighty pendulum, whose last stroke shall announce the end of time, the beginning of eternity. Our story gets on indifferently the while, but a willing steed is none the worse for halting. Harrington and his friend Sir Ralph were spruce and well-caparisoned cavaliers, living often about court towards the latter end of Charles II's reign. What should now require their presence in these extreme regions of the earth, far from society and civilization, it is not our business to inquire. It sufficeth for our story that they were here, mounted, and proceeding at a shuffling trot along the flat, bare, sandy region we have described. "How sweetly and silently that round sun sinks into the water," said Harrington. "But doubtless," returned his companion, "if he were fire, as thou sayest, the liquid would not bear his approach so meekly. Why, it would boil if he were but chin deep in yon great seething pot." "Thou art quicker at a jest than a moral, Molyneux," said the other and graver personage. "Thou canst not even let the elements escape thy gibes. I marvel how far we are from our cousin islands at Lydiate. My fears mislead me, or we have missed our way. This flat bosom of desolation hath no vantage ground whence we may discern our path, and we have been winding about this interminable lake these 2 hours, without so much as a blade of grass or a tree to say, 'Good neighbor,' to," said Molyneux, interrupting his companion's audible reverie. "Crows and horses must fare sumptuously in these parts. This lake, I verily think, follows us, or we are stuck to its side like a lady's bauble. And no living thing to say, 'Goodbye,' were it fish or woman, or mermaid, which is both." Scarcely were the words uttered when Harrington pointed to the water. "Something dark comes upon that burning track left on the surface by the sun's chariot wheels." "A fishmonger's skiff belike," said Sir Ralph. They plunged through the deep sandy drifts towards the brink, hastening to greet the first appearance of life which they had found in this region of solitude. At a distance they saw a female floating securely, and apparently without effort, upon the rippling current. Her form was raised halfway above the water, and her long hair hung far below her shoulders. This she threw back at times from her forehead, smoothing it down with great dexterity. She seemed to glide on slowly, and without support, yet the distance prevented any very minute observation. "A bold swimmer, oh, my troth," said Molyneux, "her body tapers to a fish's tail, no doubt, or my senses have lost their use." Harrington was silent, looking thoughtful and mysterious. "I'll speak to yon sea wench. For mercy's sake, hold thy tongue. If, as I suspect, and there be such things, 'tis said, in God's creation, thou wilt, but the tongue of this errant knight would not be stayed," and his loud musical voice swept over the waters, evidently attracting her notice, and for the first time. She drew back her dark hair, gazing on them for a moment, when she suddenly disappeared. Harrington was sure she had sunk, but a jutting peninsula of sand was near enough to have deceived him, especially through the twilight, which now drew on rapidly. "And thou hast spoken to her," said he gravely, "then be the answer thine." "A woman's answer were easier parried than a sword thrust, methinks, and that I have hitherto escaped. Let us be gone speedily. I like not yon angry star spying out our path through these wilds. Thou didst use to laugh at my superstitions, but thine own, I guess, are too chary to be meddled with." "Laugh at me an thou wilt," said Harrington. "When Master Lilly cast my horoscope he bade me ever to eschew travel when Mars comes to his southing, conjunct with the Pleiades, at midnight, the hour of my birth. Last night, as I looked out from where I lay at Preston, methought the red warrior shot his spear athwart their soft scintillating light, and as I gazed, his ray seemed to ride halfway across the heavens. Again he is rising yonder. And his meridian will happen at midnight. Even so, replied Harrington. Then gallop on. I'd rather make my supper with the fair dames at Lydiate than in a mermaid's hall. But their progress was a work of no slight difficulty, and even danger. Occasionally plunging to the knees in a deep bog, then wading to the girth in a hillock of sand and prickly bent grass, the arundo arenaria, so plentiful on these coasts, the horses were scarcely able to keep their footing, yet were they still urged on. Every step was expected to bring them within sight of some habitation. What is yonder glimmer to the left? Said Molyneux. If it be that hideous water again, it is verily pursuing us. I think I shall be afraid of water as long as I live. As sure as Mahomet was a liar, and the Pope has excommunicated him from paradise, 'tis the same still, torpid, dead-like sea we ought to have long since passed. Then have our demonstrations been in a circle, in place of a right line, and we are fairly on our way back again. Sure enough there was the same broad, still surface of the mere, though on the contrary side, mocking day's last glimmer in the west. The bewildered travellers came to a full pause. They took counsel together while they rested their beasts and their spur-owls, but the result was by no means satisfactory. One by one came out the glorious throng above them, until the heavens grew light with living hosts, and the stars seemed to pierce the sight, so vivid was their brightness. Yonder is a light, thank heaven, cried Harrington. And it is approaching, thank your stars, said his companion. I durst not stir to meet it, through these perilous paths, if our night's lodging depended on it. The bearer of this welcome discovery was a kind-hearted fisherman, who carried a blazing splinter of antediluvian firewood dug from the neighbouring bog, a useful substitute for more expensive materials. It appeared they were at a considerable distance from the right path, or indeed from any path that could be travelled with safety, except by daylight. He invited them to a lodging in a lone hut on the borders of the lake, where he and his wife subsisted by eel-catching and other precarious pursuits. The simplicity and openness of his manner disarmed suspicion. The offer was accepted, and the benighted heroes found themselves breathing fish odours and turf smoke for the night, under a shed of the humblest construction. His family consisted of a wife and one child only, but the strangers preferred a bed by the turf embers to the couch that was kindly offered them. The cabin was built of the most simple and homely materials. The walls were pebble stones from the sea beach, cemented with clay. The roof tree was the wreck of some unfortunate vessel stranded on the coast. The whole was thatched with stargrass or sea-reed, blackened with smoke and moisture. You are but scantily peopled hereabouts, said Harrington, for lack of other converse. Why, returned the peasant, but it matters naught, our living is mostly on the water. And it might be with more chance of company than on shore. We saw a woman swimming or diving there not long ago. She is there, said the woman, but she likes not the presence of strangers. Get thee out to her, Martin, and persuade her to come in. The man was absent for a short time. When he entered, his face displayed as much astonishment as it was possible to cram into a countenance so vacant. She says our lives were just now in danger, and that the child's enemies are again in search, but she has put them on the wrong scent. We must not tarry here any longer, we must remove, and that speedily. But she would fain be told what is your business in these parts, if ye are so disposed. Why truly, said Harrington, our names and occupation need little secrecy. We are idlers at present, and having kindred in the neighbourhood, are on our way to the islands at Lydiate, as we before told thee. Verily, there is but little of either favour or profit to be had about court nowadays. Naught better than to loiter in hall and bower, and fling our swords in a lady's lap. But why does the woman ask? Has she some warning to us? Or is there already a spy upon our track? I know not, said Martin, but she seems mightily afeard o' the child. If she will entrust the babe to our care, said Harrington, after a long pause, I will protect it. The shield of the Harringtons shall be its safeguard. The fisherman went out with this message, and on his return it was agreed that, as greater safety would be the result, the child should immediately be given to Harrington. A solemn pledge was required by the unseen visitant that the trust should be surrendered whenever, and by whomsoever, demanded. Likewise a vow of inviolable secrecy was exacted from the parties that were present. Harrington drew a signet from his finger. Whoever returned it was to receive back the child. He saw not the mysterious being to whom it was sent, but the idea of the mere woman, the lake, and the untold mysteries beneath its quiet bosom, came vividly and painfully on his recollection. Long after she had departed, the strange events of the evening kept them awake. Inquiries were now answered without hesitation. Harrington learned that the mere woman's first appearance was on a cold wintry day, a few months before. She did not crave protection from the dwellers in the hut, but seemed rather to command it. Leaving the infant with them, and promising to return shortly, she seemed to vanish upon the lake, or rather, she seemed to glide away on its surface so swiftly that she soon disappeared. Since then she had visited them thrice, supplying them with a little money and other necessaries, but they durst not question her, she looked so strange and forbidding. In the morning they were conducted to Lydiate by the fisherman, who also carried the babe. Here they told a pitiable story of their having found the infant exposed, the evening before, by some unfeeling mother, and, strange to say, the truth was never divulged until the time arrived when Harrington should render up his trust. Years passed on. Harrington saw the pretty foundling expand through every successive stage from infancy to childhood, lovelier as each year unfolded some hidden grace, and the bloom brightened as it grew. He had married in the interval, but was yet childless. His lady was passionately fond of her charge, and Grace Harrington was the pet and darling of the family. No wonder their love to the little stranger was growing deeper, and was gradually acquiring a stronger hold on their affections. But Harrington remembered his vow, it haunted him like a spectre. It seemed as though written with a sunbeam on his memory, but the finger of death pointed to its accomplishment. It will not be fulfilled without blood, was the foreboding that assailed him. His lady knew not of his grief, ignorant happily of its existence, and of its source. Their mansion stood on a rising ground but a few miles distant from the lake. He thus seemed to hover instinctively on its precincts, though, in observance of his vow, he refrained from visiting that lonely hut, or inquiring about its inhabitants. Its broad smooth bosom was ever in his sight, and when the sun went down upon its wide brim his emotion was difficult to conceal. One soft, clear evening, he sat enjoying the calm atmosphere, with his lady and their child. The sun was nigh setting, and the lake glowed like molten fire at his approach. "'Tis said a mermaid haunts yon water," said Mrs. Harrington. "I have heard many marvellous tales of her, a few years ago. Strange enough, last night I dreamed she took away our little girl, and plunged with her into the water. But she never returned." "How I should like to see a mermaid," said the playful girl. "Nurse says they are beautiful ladies with long hair and green eyes. But," and she looked beseechingly towards them, "we are always forbidden to ramble towards the mere. Harrington, the night wind makes you shiver. You are ill." "No, my love. But, this cold air comes wondrous keen across my bosom," said he, looking wistfully on the child, who, scarcely knowing why, threw her little arms about his neck, and wept. "My dream, I fear, of strange omens in it," said the lady thoughtfully. The same red star shot fiercely up from the dusky horizon, the same bright beam was on the wave, and the mysterious incidents of the fisherman's hut came like a track of fire across Harrington's memory. "Yonder is that strange woman again that has troubled us about the house these 3 days," said Mrs. Harrington, looking out from the balcony. "We forbade her yesterday. She comes hither with no good intent." Harrington looked over the balustrade. A female stood beside a pillar, gazing intently towards him. Her eye caught his own. It was as if a basilisk had smitten him. Trembling, yet fascinated, he could not turn away his glance. A smile passed on her dark red visage, a grin of joy at the discovery. "Surely," thought he, "'tis not the being who claims my child." But the woman drew something from her hand, which, at that distance, Harrington recognized as his pledge. His lady saw not the signal. Without speaking, he obeyed. Hastening downstairs, a private audience confirmed her demand, which the miserable Harrington durst not refuse. 2 days he was mostly in private. Business with the steward was the ostensible motive. He had sent an urgent message to his friend Molyneux, who, on the 3rd day, arrived at H, where they spent many hours in close consultation. The following morning Grace came running in after breakfast. She flung her arms about his neck. "Let me not leave you today," she sobbed aloud. "Why, my love?" said Harrington, strangely disturbed at the request. "I do not know," replied the child, pouting. "Today I ride out with Sir Ralph to the mere, and as thou hast often wished, because it was forbidden, I guess, thou shalt ride with us a short distance. I will toss thee on before me, and away we'll gallop, like the Prince of Trebizond on the fairy horse." "And shall we see the mermaid?" said the little maiden quickly, as though her mind had been running on the subject. "I wish the old nurse would not put such foolery in the girl's head," said Mrs. Harrington impatiently. "There be no mermaids now, my love." "What? Not the mermaid of Martin Mere?" inquired the child, seemingly disappointed. Harrington left the room, promising to return shortly. The morning was dull, but the afternoon broke out calm and bright. Grace was all impatience for the ride, and Rosalind, the favourite mare, looked more beautiful than ever in her eyes. She bounded down the terrace at the first sound of the horse's feet, leaving Mrs. Harrington to follow. The cavaliers were already mounted, but the child suddenly drew back. "Come, my love," said Harrington, stretching out his hand, "look how your pretty Rosalind bends her neck to receive you." Seeing her terror, Mrs. Harrington soothed these apprehensions, and fear was soon forgotten amid the pleasures she anticipated. "You are back by sunset, Harrington?" "Fear not, I shall return," replied he, and away sprang the pawing beasts down the avenue. The lady lingered until they were out of sight. Some unaccountable oppression weighed down her spirits. She sought her chamber, and a heavy sob threw open the channel which hitherto had restrained her tears. They took the nearest path towards the mere, losing sight of it as they advanced into the low flat sands, scarcely above its level. When again it opened into view, its wide waveless surface lay before them, reposing in all the sublimity of loneliness and silence. The rapture of the child was excessive. She surveyed with delight its broad unruffled bosom, giving back the brightness and glory of that heaven to which it looked. To her it seemed another sky and another world, pure and spotless as the imagination that created it. They entered the fisherman's hut, but it was deserted. Years had probably elapsed since the last occupation. Half-burnt turf and bogwood lay on the hearth, but the walls were crumbling down with damp and decay. The two friends were evidently disappointed. At times they looked out anxiously, but in vain, as it might seem, for they again sat down, silent and depressed, upon a turf heap by the window, while the child ran playing and gambolling towards the beach. Harrington sat with his back to the window, when suddenly the low murmuring noise he had heard on his former visit was repeated. He turned pale. "Thou art not alone, and where is the child?" All words to this purport were uttered in a whisper. He started aside. The sound, as he thought, was close to his ear. Molyneux heard it too. "Shall I depart?" said he, cautiously. "I will take care to keep within call." "Nay," said his friend, whispering in his ear, "thou must ride out of sight and sound too, I am afraid, or we shall not accomplish our plans for the child's safety. Depart with the attendants, I fear not the woman. Say to my lady I will return anon." With some reluctance Sir Ralph went his way homewards, and Harrington was left to accomplish these designs without assistance. Immediately he walked out towards the shore, but he saw nothing of the child, and his heart misgave him. He called her, but the sound died with its own echo upon the waters. The timid rabbit fled to its burrow, and the seagull rose from her gorge, screaming away heavily to her mate, but the voice of his child returned no more. Almost driven to frenzy, he ran along the margin of the lake to a considerable distance, returning after a fruitless search to the hut, where he threw himself on the ground. In the agony of his spirit he lay with his face to the earth, as if to hide his anguish as he wept. How long he remained was a matter of uncertainty. On a sudden, instantaneously with the rush that aroused him, he felt his arms pinioned, and that by no timid or feeble hand. At the same moment a bandage was thrown over his eyes, and he found himself borne away swiftly into a boat. He listened for some time to the rapid stroke of the oars. Not a word was spoken from which he could ascertain the meaning of this outrage. To his questions no reply was vouchsafed, and in the end he forbore inquiry, the mind wearied into apathy by excitement and its consequent exhaustion. The boat again touched the shore, and he was carried out. The roar of the sea had for some time been rapidly growing louder as they neared the land. He was now borne along over hillocks of loose sand to the sea beach, when he felt himself fairly launched upon the high seas. He heard the whistling of the cordage, the wide sail flap to the wind, with the groan of the blast as it rushed into the swelling canvas. Then he felt the billows prancing under him, and the foam and spray from their huge necks as they swept by. It was not long ere he heard the sails lowered, and presently they were brought up alongside a vessel of no ordinary bulk. Harrington was conducted with little ceremony into the cabin, the bandage was removed from his eyes, and he found himself in the presence of a weather-beaten tar, who was sitting by a table, on which lay a cutlass and a pair of richly embossed pistols. "We have had a long tug to bring thee to," said the captain, "but we always grapple with the enemy in the long run. If thou hast aught to say why sentence of death should not pass on thee, and be executed straightway too, say on." "What? Not a shot in thy locker? Then may all such land sharks perish, say I, as thus I signify thy doom." He examined his pistols with great nicety as he spoke. Harrington was dumb with amazement, whilst his enemy surveyed him with a desperate and determined glance. At length he stammered forth, "I am ignorant of thy meaning, much less can I shape my defence. Who art thou?" The other replied, in a daring and reckless tone, "I am the free rover, of whom thou hast doubtless heard. My good vessel and her gallant crew ne'er slackened a skyraker in the chase, nor backed a mainsail astern of the enemy. But pirate as I am, hunted and driven forth like the prowling wolf, without the common rights and usages of my fellow men, I have yet their feelings. I had a child. Thy fell, unpitying purpose, remorseless monster, hath made me childless. But thou hast robbed the lioness of her whelp, and thou art in her gripe. As my hope is to escape thy fangs, I am innocent of the crime. Maybe thou knowest not the mischief thou hast inflicted, but thy guilt and my bereavement are not the less. My child was ailing, we were off this coast, when we sent her ashore secretly until our return. A fisherman and his wife, to whom our messenger entrusted the babe, were driven forth by thee one bitter night without a shelter. The child perished, and its mother chides my tardy revenge." "'Tis a falsehood," cried Harrington, told to cover some mischievous design. "The child, if it be thine, was given to my care, by whom I know not. I have nurtured her kindly. Not 3 hours ago, as I take it, she was in yonder hut, but she has been decoyed from me, and I am here thy prisoner, and without the means of clearing myself from this false and malicious charge." The captain smiled incredulously. "Thou art lord of yonder soil, I own, but thou shouldest have listened to the cry of the helpless. I have here a witness who will prove thy story false, the messenger herself. Call hither Oneida," said he, speaking to the attendants. But this personage could not be found. "She has gone ashore in her canoe," said the pirate, "and the men never question her. She will return ere mid-watch. Prepare, thou showedst no mercy, and I have sworn." Harrington was hurried to a little square apartment, which an iron grating sufficiently indicated to be the state prison. The vessel lay at anchor. The intricate soundings on that dangerous coast rendered her perfectly safe from attack, even if she had been discovered. He watched the stars rising out, calm and silently, from the deep, ere yon glorious orb is on the zenith, thought he, I may be, what? He shrank from the conclusion. Surely the wretch will not dare to execute his audacious threat. He again caught that red and angry star gleaming portentously on him. It seemed to be his evil genius, its malignant eye appeared to follow out his track, to haunt him, and to beset his path continually with suffering and danger. He stood by the narrow grating, feverish and apprehensive. Again he heard that low murmuring voice which he too painfully recognized. The mysterious being of the lake stood before him. "White man," she spoke in a strange and uncouth accent, "the tree bows to the wing of the tempest, the roots look upward, the wind sighs past its withered trunk, the song of the warbler is heard no more from its branches, and the place of its habitation is desolate. Thine enemies have prevailed. I did it not to compass thine hurt, I knew not till now thou wert in their power, and I cannot prevent the sacrifice. Restore the child, and I am safe," said Harrington, trembling in his soul's agony at every point, "or withdraw thy false, thine accursed accusations. Thou knowest not my wrongs and my revenge. Thou sayest the arrow, but not the poison that is upon it. The maiden, whose race numbers 1,000 warriors, returns not to her father's tribe ere she wring out the heart's lifeblood from her destroyer. Death were happiness to the torments I inflict on him and the woman who hath supplanted me. And yet they think Oneida loves them, bends like the bulrush when the wind blows upon her, and rises only when he departs. What? Give back the child? She hath but taken my husband and my bed, as soon might ye tear the prey from the starved hunter. This night will I remove their child from them, to depart, when a few moons are gone, it may be to dwell again with my tribe in the wigwam and the forest. But I have not wronged thee. Thou art of their detested race. Yet would I not kill thee. Help me to escape. Escape, said this untamed savage, with a laugh which went with a shudder to his heart. As soon might the deer dart from the hunter's rifle as thou from the cruel pirate who has pronounced thy death. I could tell thee such deeds of him and these bloody men as would freeze thy bosom, though it were wide and deep as the lakes of my country. Yet I loved him once. He came a prisoner to my father's hut. I have spilled my best blood for his escape. I have borne him where the white man's feet never trod, through forests, where aught but the Indian or the wild beast would have perished. I left my country and my kin, the graves of my fathers, and how hath he requited me? He gave the ring of peace to the red woman, but when he saw another and a fairer one of thy race, she became his wife, and from that hour Oneida's love was hate, and I have waited and not complained, for my revenge was sure. And shall I now bind the healing leaf upon the wound, draw the arrow from the flesh of mine enemies? Thou must die. For my revenge is sweet. I will denounce thee to him, fiend. I will reveal, he will not believe thee. His eye and ear are sealed. He would stake his life on my fidelity. He knows not of the change. But he will discover it, monster, when thou art gone. He will track thee to the verge of this green earth and the salt sea, and thou shalt not escape. With a yell of unutterable scorn she cried, he may track the wild bee to its nest, and the eagle to his eyrie, but he discerns not one footprint of Oneida's path. The pangs of death seemed to be upon him. He read his doom in the kindling eye and almost demoniac looks of the being who addressed him. She seemed like some attendant demon waiting to receive his spirit. His brain grew dizzy. Death would have been welcome in comparison with the horrors of its anticipation. He would have caught her, but she glided from his grasp, and he was again left in that den of loneliness and misery. How long he knew not, his first returning recollection was the sound of bolts and the rude voices of his jailers. In this extremity the remembrance of that being in whom, and from whom, are all power and mercy, flashed on his brain like a burst of hope, like a sunbeam on the dark ocean of despair. God of my fathers, here, escaped from his lips in that appalling moment. His soul was calmed by the appeal. Vain was the help of man, but he felt as if supported and surrounded by the arm of omnipotence, while silently, and with a firm step, he followed his conductors. One dim light only was burning above. Some half-dozen of the crew stood armed on the quarter-deck behind their chief, their hard, forbidding faces looked without emotion upon this scene of unpitying, deliberate murder. To some question from the pirate Harrington replied by accusing the Indian woman of treachery. As soon yonder star, which at midnight marks our meridian, would prove untrue in its course. Harrington shuddered at this ominous reference. I cannot prove mine innocence, said he, but I take yon orb to witness that I never wronged you or yours. The child is in her keeping. Call her hither, if she be returned, said the captain, and see if he dare repeat this in her presence. He thinks to haul in our canvas until the enemy are under way, and then, yo-ho, boys, for the rescue. But we shall be dancing over the bright Solway ere the morning watch, and thy carcass in the Illinois locker. If not for mine, for your own safety. My safety. And what care I, though 10,000 teeth were grinning at me, through as many portholes? My will alone bounds my power. Who shall question my sentence, which is death? He gnashed his teeth as he went on. And your halls shall be too hot to hold your well-fed drones. Thy hearth, proud man, shall be desolate. I'll lay waste thy domain. Thy race, root and branch, will I extinguish, for thou hast made me childless. The messenger returned with the intelligence that Oneida was not in the ship. On shore again, if I were to bind her with the main chains, and an anchor at each leg, she would escape me to go ashore. No heed, we will just settle the affair without her, and he shall drop quietly into a grave ready-made, and older than Adam. I would we had some more of his kin, they should swing from the bowsprit, like sharks and porpoises, who devour even when they have had enough, and waste what they can't devour. Thou wilt not murder me thus, defenceless, and in cold blood. My child was more helpless, and had not injured thee. Ye give no quarter to the prowling beast, and yet, like me, he only robs and murders to preserve his life. How far is it from midnight? 5 minutes, and yon star comes to his southing, said the person he addressed. Then prepare, that moment marks thy death. The men looked significantly towards their rifles. Nay, cried this bloodthirsty freebooter, my arm alone shall avenge my child. He drew a pistol from his belt. Yonder is Oneida, sang out the man at the maintop, she is within a cable's length. Heed her not. When the bell strikes, I have sworn thou shalt die. A pause ensued, a few brief moments in the lapse of time, but an age in the records of thought. Not a breath relieved the horror and intensity of that silence. The plash of a light oar was heard, a boat touched the vessel. The bell struck. Once, shouted the fierce mariner, and he raised his pistol with the sharp click of preparation. Twice. The bell boomed again. Thrice. Hold, cried a female, rushing between the executioner and the condemned, but the warning was too late, the ball had sped, though not to its mark. Oneida was the victim. She fell, with a faint scream, bleeding on the deck. But Harrington was close locked in the arms of his little Grace. She had flown to him for protection, sobbing with joy. The pirate seemed horror-struck at the deed. He raised Oneida, unloosing his neckcloth to staunch the wound. The Great Spirit calls me, she spoke with great exertion, the green woods, the streams, land of my forefathers. Oh, I come. She raised herself suddenly with great energy, looking towards Harrington, who yet knelt, guarded and pinioned, the child still clinging to him. White man, I have wronged thee, and I am the sacrifice. Murderer, behold thy child. She raised her eyes suddenly towards the pirate, who shook his head, supposing that her senses grew confused. It was for thy rescue, again she addressed Harrington. The Great Spirit appeared to me, he bade me restore what I had taken away, and I should be with the warriors and the chiefs who have died in battle. They hunt in forests from which the red deer flies not, and fish in rivers that are never dry. But my bones shall not rest with my fathers, I come. Lake of the Woods, farewell. She threw one look of reproach on her destroyer, and the spirit of Oneida had departed. The pirate stood speechless and bewildered. He looked on the child, a ray of recollection seemed to pass over his visage. Its expression was softened, and this man of outlawry and blood became gentle. The savage grew tame. The common sympathies of his nature, so long dried up, burst forth, and the wide deep flood of feeling and affection rolled on with it like a torrent, gathering strength by its own accumulation. Years after, in a secluded cottage by the mansion of the Harringtons, dwelt an old man and his daughter. She soothed the declining hours of his sojourn. His errors and his crimes, and they were many and aggravated, were not unrepented of. She watched his last breath, and the richest lady of that land was the pirate's daughter. George Fox, O thou who every thought pervades, my darkened soul inform, with equal hand thy goodness guides a planet or a worm. On the eastern side of Swarthmoor, about a mile from Ulverstone, stands Swarthmoor Hall. This bleak elevation took its name from Colonel Martin Swart, or Swartz, an experienced and valiant soldier, of a noble German family, to whom the Duchess of Burgundy, in 1486, entrusted the command of the troops which were sent to support Lambert Simnel in his claim to the English crown. A more detailed account of this transaction will be found in the first volume of our present series, in the tradition relating to the Pile of Foldry. Suffice it to say that the rebel army was defeated here with great slaughter, and Swartz, along with several of the English nobility, was slain, an event which entailed the name of this chieftain on the place of his overthrow. The Hall, about 180 years ago, was the residence of Thomas Fell, commonly called Judge Fell, Vice-Chancellor of the Duchy Court at Westminster, and one of the judges that went the Welsh circuit, a man greatly esteemed both in his public and private capacity. His wife was a lady of exemplary piety. She was born at Marsh Grange, in the parish of Dalton, in the year 1614, and was married before she had attained to the age of 18. The judge and his lady being greatly respected, and much hospitality being displayed in their house to ministers and religious people, George Fox, in the year 1652, on his first coming into Furness, called at Swarthmoor Hall, and preaching there, and also at Ulverstone, Mrs. Fell, her daughters, and many of the family adopted his principles. The judge was then upon the circuit. On his return he seemed much afflicted and surprised at this revolution in his family, and in consequence of some malicious insinuations from those who met him with the intelligence, he was greatly exasperated against George Fox and his principles. By the prudent intervention of two friends, however, his displeasure was greatly mitigated, and Fox, returning hither in the evening, answered all his objections in so satisfactory a manner, that the judge assented to the truth and reasonableness thereof. The tranquillity of the family was restored, and from that time, notwithstanding numerous attempts to detach him from the cause, he continued a steady friend to the members of the society and its founder on all occasions where he had the power. A weekly meeting was established in his house the following Sunday. But his patronage did not last many years. He departed this life in September 1658, his health having been for some time before considerably on the decline. Here is shown the study of George Fox in all its pristine plainness and simplicity. On one side of the hall is an orchard, looking almost coeval with the building. The house stands high, and the upper windows command an extensive and beautiful prospect. The meeting house is a neat plain building, in perfect repair, still used by the Friends at Ulverstone and the neighbourhood for religious worship. Over the door is the following inscription, Ex Dono G. F. 1688. There is a burial place surrounded with trees attached to the chapel. George Fox did not reside constantly at Swarthmoor after his marriage. The greater part of his time was spent in itinerancy. He travelled nearly over the whole of Great Britain and several parts of America in the exercise of his ministry. After encountering innumerable sufferings, oppositions, and afflictions, this indefatigable missionary departed this life on the 13th of November 1690, in the 67th year of his age, at a house in White Hart Court, London. He was interred in the Friends Burying Ground, near Bunhill Fields. The author is aware that the following remarkable account of a special interposition has been attributed to other names and later dates, and is recorded as having happened to individuals at different places both in England and Ireland. The same fact attaching itself to different localities and persons, probably according to the caprice or partialities of the several narrators, is, as he has found in the course of his researches, no unusual occurrence. He does not attempt to decide in favour of any of the conflicting claims or authorities, but merely to give the tale as it exists, selecting those places and circumstances which are most suitable for his purpose. The supremacy of a special providence, guiding and overruling the affairs of men, is a doctrine which few will have the hardihood to withstand and still less to deny. It is interwoven with our very nature, and seems implanted in us for the wisest and most beneficent of purposes. It is a doctrine full of comfort and consolation, our stay and succour in the most appalling extremities. There does seem, at times, vividly bursting through the most important periods of our existence, a ray from the secret place of the Most High. We see an opening, as it were, into the very arrangements and counsels of the skies. We catch a glimpse of the machinery by which the universe is governed. The wheels of Providence are for a moment exhibited, palpable and unencumbered by secondary causes, while we, stricken prostrate from the consciousness of our own insignificance, acknowledge with awe and admiration the protecting power of which we are so unworthy. Of the special interference we have just noticed the following narrative, true as to the more important particulars, is a striking instance. Events, apparently happening out of the ordinary way, seem brought about by this direct interposition at a period when the most eminent display of human foresight and sagacity would have been unavailing. One chill and misty evening in the year 1652, being the early part of a wet and, as it proved, tardy spring, two strangers were benighted in attempting to cross the wild mountain ridge called Cartmel Fell. They had proposed taking the most direct route from Kendal to Cartmel, having, however, missed the few points which indicated their track. They had for several hours been beating about in the expectation of finding some clue to extricate themselves, but every attempt seemed only to fix them more inextricably in a state of doubt and bewilderment. A dense fog had been rapidly accumulating, and they began to feel something startled with a vague apprehension of a night watch amongst the hills, unprovided as they were with the requisite essentials for either food or lodging. The elder of the two, though not more than midway between 30 and 40 years old, was clad in a strange uncouth garb of the coarsest materials, and his lank long hair hung matted and uncombed upon his shoulders from a brim of extravagant dimensions. This style of dress was not then recognized as the distinctive badge of a religious sect, as it is now of the people called Quakers, or, as they are more favorably designated, Friends. The person of whom we speak was the founder of this society, George Fox, who, only about 5 years previous to the date of our story, after much contemplation on religious subjects, took upon himself the public ministry. In the year 1650 he was imprisoned at Derby for speaking publicly in the church after divine service. On being brought before a magistrate, he bade the company tremble at the word of the Lord. The expression was turned into ridicule, and he and his friends received the appellation of Quakers. His appearance was stout and muscular, and his general demeanour of that still, undisturbed aspect which, if not one of the essentials of his own religion, is at least looked upon as its greatest ornament, betokening the inward grace of a meek and quiet spirit. He was, says John Gough, the historian of this people, a man of strong natural parts, firm health, undaunted courage, remarkable disinterestedness, inflexible integrity, and distinguished sincerity. The tenor of his doctrine, when he found himself concerned to instruct others, was to wean men from systems, ceremonies, and the outside of religion in every form, and to lead them to an acquaintance with themselves by a most solicitous attention to what passed in their own minds, to direct them to a principle of their own hearts, which, if duly attended to, would introduce rectitude of mind, simplicity of manners, a life and conversation adorned with every Christian virtue, and peace, the effect of righteousness. Drawing his doctrine from the pure source of religious truth, the New Testament, and the conviction of his own mind, abstracted from the comments of men, he asserted the freedom of man in the liberty of the gospel against the tyranny of custom, and against the combined powers of severe persecution, the greatest contempt, and keenest ridicule. Unshaken and undismayed, he persevered in disseminating principles and practices conducive to the present and everlasting well-being of mankind, with great honesty, simplicity, and success. The companion of this reformer was arrayed in a more worldly suit, a mulberry-coloured cloak and doublet, with a hat of grey felt, that, for brevity of brim, would almost have vied with that of the brass basin worn by the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, whose history may be consulted at length in the writings of that veracious historian, Don Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. His movements were of a more irregular and erratic nature than comported with the well-ordered and equable gait of his companion. The rarely occurring remarks of the latter were anything but explicit as to the state of his feelings in contemplation of an event, the possibility of which increased with every step, a night's lodgings in these inhospitable wilds. The sun was now evidently beneath the horizon, darkness came on with frightful rapidity, and they had, as yet, no reason to divest themselves of so disagreeable an anticipation. To one in the full glare of daylight, or with a sound roof-tree over his head and a warm fire at his elbow, the idea of a night vigil may not appear either unpleasant or extraordinary, but, wrapped in a sheet of grey mist, the wet heath oozing beneath his feet, with the cold and benumbing air of the hills for his supper, there could be little question that he would be apt to regard it as a condition not far removed from the extremity of human suffering, especially if at the same time he had just exchanged a snug fireside and an affectionate neighbourhood of friends for these appalling discomforts. "I know not what we shall do," said the younger traveller. "It never entered into my head beforehand to imagine the possibility of such an event. Surely, we are not to live through a whole night in these horrid wilds. Pray, do speak out, and let me at least have the comfort of a complaint, for we are past consolation." "I have been ruminating on this very matter," replied the other, "and it does appear that we are as safe in this place verily as though we were encompassed with walls and bulwarks. Methinks, friend, thou speakest unadvisedly. In future, when thee knowest not what to do, wait. The more thee pulls and hauls, and frets and kicks, depend on it thou wilt be the less able to extricate thyself thereby. We are not left quite without comfort in this dreary wilderness. Here is a goodly and a well-set stone, I perceive, just convenient. Verily, it is a mercy if we get a little rest for our limbs. Many a meek and holy disciple, of whom the world was not worthy, has ere now been fain of a slice of hard rock for his pillow. And, In truth, we are as likely as the holiest of them to refresh ourselves all night on a stone bolster, pettishly replied the unthankful youth, as he seated himself beside his friend. It was not long ere a slight breeze began to roll the mist into irregular masses of cloud. The dense atmosphere appeared to break, and a star twinkled for a moment, but disappeared as suddenly as it came forth. Ralph Seaton, the younger of the pedestrians, pointed out the friendly visitant to his companion. It seemed as though the eye of mercy were beaming visibly upon them. "I have seen it," said the man of quiet endurance, "and now gird up thy loins to depart. The fog will rapidly disperse, and it may be that some distant light will guide us to rest and shelter." While he was speaking, the mist coiled upwards, driving rapidly across the sky in the shape of a heavy scud. A few stars twinkled here and there through the lucid intervals, few and far between, but they were continually changing place, closing and unfolding as the wind mingled or separated their shapeless fragments. "It is even as I said. Sayest thou yonder light?" "I see not anything," replied Seaton. "Just beneath that bright star to our left?" again inquired the elder traveller. "I only see a dark hill rising there abruptly against the lowering swell of the sky." Our friend was silent for a space, when he replied in a tone of deep solemnity, "It is the inward light of which I have spoken to thee before, a token of no ordinary import. Tonight, or I am deceived, we are called on to pass through no common allotment of toil and tribulation. Oft hath this light been outwardly manifest, and as often has it been the precursor of some sharp and fiery trial. Again, but thou sayest it not. Yet mayest thou follow in my steps. Take heed thou turn not either to the right hand or to the left." But the speaker's voice here grew fearfully ominous and emphatic. "Hast thou courage to do as I shall bid thee? I must obey the will of the Spirit, but unless thou hast faith to follow the light that is within me, rather pass the night on that cold unsheltered rock than draw back from his witness. Remember, it is no slight peril that awaits us." Not without a struggle and certain waverings, which indicated a faith somewhat less implicit than was desirable on such an occasion, did the disciple promise to obey, to the very letter, every command that might be given. Peradventure, a well-founded apprehension of spending the night companionless on the cold and wet dormitory to which his evil stars had conducted him, had some influence in this determination. Suffice it to say, never did disciple resolve more faithfully to obey than did our young adventurer in this perilous extremity. Their path now appeared to wind precipitately down a steep and narrow defile, through which a rapid torrent was heard foaming and tumbling over its rugged bed. Following the course of the stream to a considerable distance, a rude bridge was discerned, sufficiently indicating a path to some house or village in that direction. The wind was rising in sharp and heavy gusts. The moon, not yet above the hills, was brightening the dark clouds that hung behind them like a huge curtain. The sky was studded, in beauteous intervals, with hosts of stars. This light enabled them to follow a narrow footpath, which, abruptly turning the head of a projecting crag, showed them a distant glimmer as though from some friendly habitation. Seaton bounded past his more recondite companion, and it was not long ere a fierce growl challenged him as he approached nearer to the dwelling. He threw open the door, and discovered what was sufficiently distinguishable as a public house, a homely interior, dignified by the name of tavern. Two grim-looking men sat before a huge pile of turf, glowing fiercely from the wide expanse appropriated to several uses beside that of fireplace and chimney. Liquor and coarse bread were near them on a low three-legged table, while Seaton, overjoyed at his good fortune and happy escape, thought the rude hut a palace, and the smell of turf and oatcake a refection fit for the gods. "Be quiet, vixen." The fierce animal, at this rebuke from her mistress, slunk into a dark corner beside the chimney, whence two hideous and glaring eyes were fixed on the strangers for the rest of the evening. Wherever Seaton turned, he still beheld them, intently watching, as though gloating on their prey. The female who had thus spoken did not welcome her guests with that cheerful solicitude which the arrival of profitable customers generally creates. She bustled about unceasingly, but showed neither anxiety nor inclination to offer them any refreshment. Short and firm-set in person, she looked more muscular than was befitting her sex. Her hair was grizzled, and the straggling tresses hung and trammelled about her smoke-dried and hard-lined visage. Her features wore a dubious and unpleasant aspect, calculated to create more distrust than seemed desirable to their owner. Every effort, however, to disguise their expression only rendered them the more forbidding and repulsive. Near the turf stack, by the chimney, sat a being to all appearance in a state of mental derangement almost approaching to idiocy. His eye rested for a moment, with a vacant and undefined stare, upon the strangers, then, with a loud shrill laugh, which made the listeners shudder, he again bent his head, basking moodily before the blaze. The moment Seaton had thrown down a light portmanteau that he carried, the dame, with a low tap, summoned two stout fellows from an inner room, who, with a suspicious and overacted civility, inquired the destination and wishes of their guests. The elder of the travellers, now coming forward as spokesman, inquired about the possibility of obtaining lodgings for the night, and was informed that a room, detached from the rest, was generally used as a guest chamber on all extra occasions. "There's a bed in tea fit to streak down the limbs of a king," said one of the gruff helpers, "and maybe the gentlemen will sleep as sound here as they could wish. Rabbit thee, Will, but the luggage will break thy back. Have a care, lad. Let me feel, it's as light as a church pause box. The Illinois flow noir with all the shiners, I think, for it's lang sin I heard a good old-fashioned jink in a traveller's pack." This was said more by way of comment than conversation, as he handled the stranger's valise. The features of these men exhibited a strange mixture of ferocity and mirth. Savage, and almost brutal in their expression, still an atmosphere of fun hovered about them, a will-o'-the-wisp sort of playfulness, unnatural and decoying, like the capricious gambols of that renowned and mischievous sprite. The Quaker seated himself on a low bench before the fire. He took from his neck a huge handkerchief, spreading it out on his knees. He then drew off a pair of long worsted stocking boots, leisurely untied his shoes, and extending his ample surface in the most convenient manner to the blaze, appeared, with eyes half shut, pondering deeply some inward abyss of thought, yet not wholly indifferent to the objects around him. His tall and bony figure looked more like some stiff and imitative piece of mechanism than a living human frame with flexible articulations, so fashioned was every motion of the body to the formal and constrained habits and peculiarities of the mind. Seaton had observed, with no slight uneasiness, the suspicious circumstances in which they were placed, but he was fearful of betraying his mistrust, lest it should accelerate the mischief he anticipated. He looked wistfully at his friend, but there was no outward manifestation that could elucidate the inward bent of his thoughts. The keen expression of his eye was not visible, but his other features wore that imperturbable and stolid aspect which suited the stiff and unyielding substance of his opinions. Seaton was now reminded of his supper by an inquiry from the female as to their intentions on that momentous subject. A flesh pie, as she termed it, was drawn from its lair, a dark hole used as a cupboard, and set before the guests. The very name sounded suspicious and disgusting. In the present state of his feelings, the most trivial circumstance was sufficient to keep alive the apprehensions that haunted him. He endeavored to rally himself out of his fears, and had in some measure succeeded, thrusting his knife deep into the forbidden envelope. At that moment a slight rustling caused him to look aside. The idiot was gazing on him. He shrank from this unexpected glance, and the knife loosened in his grasp. He thought the creature made a sign with his finger, forbidding him to eat. It might be fancy, but nevertheless he felt determined not to touch the food, and the former, with that natural cunning which, in characters of this description, almost assumes the nature of instinct, again appeared crouching over the blaze, and incapable either of observation or intelligence. This transaction passed unnoticed by the rest of the party, and Seaton, afraid that some horrible and unnatural food had been set before him, secretly motioned to his friend, who, apparently unheeding, helped himself to a portion of the mysterious dish. For a moment it occurred to Seaton that the cunning half-wit, apprehensive lest too great a share of the savoury victuals should fall to their lot, had contrived to forbid this appropriation. After a few mouthfuls, however, he observed that his friend had as little relish for the provision as himself, remarking that a rasher of bacon would be preferred, if the hostess could furnish him with this delicacy. A whisper was the result of this request, but, in the end, a savoury collop was set upon the table. Beer was added, as a matter of course, but neither of them partook of the beverage. Though Seaton, to all appearance, drank a portion, yet his fears got the better of his fatigue, and some apprehension of treachery made him careful to convey away the liquor unobserved. Fox now drew up his gaunt figure in the attitude which indicated a change of position. With great deliberation he rose, and addressed the hostess, "Canst thee show us to bed?" Answering in the affirmative, she snatched up a light, and leading the way across a narrow yard, she pointed out a small stepladder outside the building. Giving the candle into the hands of the grave personage who followed her, she left them after bidding good night. They scrambled up the ladder, entering the room appropriated to their use. It was low, and of scanty dimensions. The walls were bare, and the damp oozed through chinks and crevices, where the wind met with slight interruption, though it clamoured unceasingly for admission. The only furniture in the apartment was a low bedstead, on which a straw mattress reposed in all the accumulated filth of past ages. A coverlid of coarse woolen partly concealed a suit of bed linen that would have stricken terror amongst a tribe of Eskimos. Neither party appeared wishful to tempt the mysteries that were yet unseen, or to divest himself of clothing. They flung their luggage on the floor, and sat upon it, each awaiting the first word of intercourse from his companion. After a while there was a heavy groan from the Quaker, and Seaton something hastily intimated his suspicions respecting the occupation and pursuits of the party below. "I am of the like persuasion with thyself," was the reply. Verily, the warning was not in vain. This night may not pass ere faith shall have its test. I have had a sore struggle. Our safety will be granted, but through inward guidance rather than from our own endeavours. Yet must we use the means. I see no way of escape, returned Seaton, provided they be what we have unhappily too good cause to apprehend. Unarmed, and without the means of defence, how can we cope with men whose object, doubtless, with the robbery, will be the concealment of their crime? Follow my example. It is thine only chance for deliverance. Question me not, but be silent, and obey. I have said it. While the speaker relapsed into one of his usual reveries, Seaton cast his eyes inquiringly round the room. Their feeble light was ready to expire. The rude gusts rocked the frail tenement, as if he had agues, and the walls groaned beneath their pressure. There was a small casement, stuffed with paper and a matchless assortment of parti-coloured rags, near the roof, directly over the bed. He ascended softly to examine the nature of this outlet, but, to his further alarm, he found it guarded outside with iron bars. This was a direct confirmation of his surmises. A cold shudder crept over him. He felt almost stiffening with horror as he looked down upon his thoughtful companion, doomed, he doubted not, as well as himself, to fall a prey to the assassin. He gazed wildly round the apartment, as if with some desperate hope of deliverance. His head grew dizzy, objects seemed to flit past him, and more than once he fancied that footsteps were creeping up the ladder. This acute burst of agony subsiding, he listened to the short and rapid whirl of the wind eddying by, and never had the sound fallen upon his ear so fearfully. It seemed like the wail of a departing spirit, or like some funeral dirge, moaning heavily and deep through the sudden pauses of the blast. He threw himself on the bed. Fatigue and long abstinence had enervated his frame. Nature, forced almost beyond the limit of endurance, had become passive, and almost incapable of suffering. A deep slumber stole upon him, yet could he not escape the horrors by which he was surrounded. Daggers reeking in blood, spectres covered with hideous wounds, murderers on the rack, gibbets, and 1,000 forms, shapeless and unimaginable, crowded past with inconceivable rapidity. A huge figure approached. In its hand a weapon was uplifted, as if to destroy him. He made a vehement effort to escape, but was holden, without the power of resistance. Just as it was descending he awoke. For a while he was unable to recollect precisely the nature of his situation. The apartment was quite dark. He groped confusedly about him, but to no purpose. At that instant a ray seemed to glide from the casement. It was a moonbeam struggling through that almost impervious inlet. By this light he beheld a figure intently gazing towards the window. At the first glance he did not recognize his companion, but, as he started from the couch, the former approached him, and, laying one hand on his shoulder, whispered that he should be still. He obeyed, and remained motionless. The reason for this admonition was soon apparent. He heard a slight pattering at intervals on the few brittle fragments which the window yet retained. Seaton at first thought it might be the rain, especially as the wind had considerably abated, but he soon found there must be some other cause, from the rattling of sand and other coarser materials upon the floor and bed. He crept close to the window, looking out below, but was unable to find out the reason of this disturbance. Suddenly a volley of pebbles bounded past his face, and the moon shining forth at the same instant, a figure was distinguished anxiously attempting to arouse and excite their attention. To his great astonishment he recognized the wayward being whose glance had startled him so disagreeably a few hours before. He recollected the idiot's former signal, and felt convinced that this was a more direct and friendly interference. Seaton carefully pulled away a portion of the stuffing, and was thus enabled to bring his head closer to the bars. This movement was observed, and with an admonition to silence, the strange creature pointed to the ground. At the same time he appeared as if urging them to escape. Seaton comprehended his meaning, but the iron fastenings were an apparently insurmountable impediment. He laid hold of one of the bars with considerable force, and to his great joy it yielded to the pressure. Apparently there was no other individual beneath, or this friendly warning would not have been given. It seemed as if the tenants of the hovel were too secure of their prey to set a watch. He descended cautiously to his companion. A few whispers were sufficient to convey the intelligence. Again he mounted to the window, and, on looking down, found that their providential monitor had disappeared. There was no time to be lost. Seaton again tried the bar, and succeeded in removing it. Another was soon wrenched from its hold, and a few minutes more saw him safely through the aperture, from which he let himself down with little difficulty to the ground. His companion immediately followed, and once more outside their lodging, a new difficulty presented itself. Seaton knew of no other path than the one by which they had previously gained the cottage, and this would, in all probability, afford a leading track to their pursuers, who might be expected shortly to be aware of their escape. But he was relieved from this dilemma by his companion making a signal that he should follow. "Remember thy promise," said he. Seaton was prepared to obey, feeling a renewed confidence in the discretion of his guide. Turning into a pathway near the place where they had alighted, their course was towards a river which they beheld at no great distance twinkling brightly in the moonbeams. They cautiously yet rapidly proceeded down a narrow descent, fear hastening their flight, for they expected every moment to hear the footsteps of their pursuers. In a little while they turned out of the road, and, by a circuitous path, which the guide seemed to tread with unhesitating confidence, they came to the river's brink. By the brawling of its current and the appearance it presented, the water was evidently shallow, and might be crossed without much difficulty. Seaton was preparing to make the attempt, but was prevented by his comrade. "I have some inward impression that we may not cross here. We shall be pursued, and our adversaries will imagine that we have passed over what is doubtless the ford of this Jordan. I know not why, but we must follow its banks, and for some distance, ere we pass." Seaton urged the danger and folly of this proceeding, and proposed crossing immediately, but met with a decided and unflinching refusal from his companion. They now kept along the river's brink, but with much difficulty. The rain having swollen the waters, they were often forced to wade up to the knees through the little creeks and rivulets that intersected their path. They journeyed on for a considerable time in silence, when the elder traveller made a sudden pause. "It is here," said he. Seaton looked on the river, but the broad and deep wave rolled past with frightful impetuosity. The moonbeams glittered on a wide and rapid flood, whose depths were unknown, but to which, nevertheless, it seemed that they were on the point of committing themselves. "The river is both wide and deep," said the youth. "Nevertheless, we must cross," replied his more taciturn companion. Without further parley the latter plunged boldly into the stream. Urged on by his fears, and preferring death in any shape to the death that was pursuing him, Seaton followed his example. For some time they struggled hard with the full sweep of the current, and it seemed little short of a miracle when they arrived, almost breathless and exhausted, on the opposite side. Praised be his name who hath given strength. Though deep waters have encompassed us, yet his arm is our deliverance. With a holy and ardent outpouring of soul did this good man render thanksgivings unto him whose hand had been so visibly stretched out for their protection. Just as he had made an end of speaking, a distant but distinct howl was borne down upon the wind. They listened eagerly, as the sound evidently grew nearer. It was like the short but stifled cry of a hound in full chase. "Peril cometh as a whirlwind," said George Fox, "but fear not, a way will be left for our escape." "It is that malicious hound," replied Seaton shuddering, as he remembered the beast which had gazed so intently on him, and which was evidently trained for the present purpose. "We must climb up to those tall bushes with all speed," said the companion of his flight, at the same time leading the way with considerable haste and agility. From this height they saw, at some distance up the river, 3 men on horseback, preceded by a large hound, who, true to the scent, was following steadily on their footsteps. They approached rapidly to the place where the fugitives had gone over, when the dog made a dead halt, and looked wistfully across. "Loo, Loo," said the foremost rider, "hie on, lass." But the beast would not move. "Sure now, Mike," said he, as the others came up, "if they've taken the water at this unlucky hole, they'll need no drowning by this anyhow." "It's the brute, bad luck to her," replied his comrade. "She's on the wrong scent. Why, they are over the ford by this, and we shall have the bloody thief catchers here before we can open the door for 'em." "If the bitch had followed my nose, instead of her own beautiful scent," said the remaining speaker, "we should ha' been over the ford too, long ago. They'd as soon think of swimming o'er the bay in a cabbage leaf as cross at this place. Back, back, and we'll shoulder 'em yet, my darlings. Come along, boys, one of you take the ford, and watch the road over the hill. Have a care, now, that the rogues be not skulking round the bog. I'll keep the road hereabout, and thou, Mike, later with the hound when thou art on the other side. Maybe they'll not find it just so easy to beat us in the hunting while we've a leg to lay on after them." The worthy triumvirate here withdrew. The animal was with much difficulty forced from her track, but by the help of a stout cord she was dragged off, yelping and whining, to the great joy of their intended victims. Seaton could not but recognize the very finger of Providence which had pointed out the means of preservation. No other way was left apparently for their escape. Whatsoever course they had taken, save this, must have inevitably thrown them into the very toils of their pursuers, and he determined to follow, fearlessly and without question, the future impulses of his companion. "Shall we attempt to flee, or must we tarry here a space?" he hesitatingly inquired. "Nay, friend," said his guide, "I wis not yet what we shall do, but methinks we are to abide here until morning." Seaton shivered at this intimation. His clothes were drenched, and his whole frame stiffened and benumbed with cold. His position, too, crouching amongst decayed branches and alder twigs, was none of the most eligible or easy to sustain. He felt fully resolved, however, to follow the leadings of his friend, being convinced that his ultimate safety depended on a strict adherence to this determination. The country was very thinly inhabited, and their enemies were in possession of the only outlets by which they could escape to the nearest village. Aided, too, by the sagacity of the dog, their track would inevitably be discovered before daylight enabled them to find shelter. These considerations were too important to be overlooked, and Seaton quietly resolved to make himself as comfortable as circumstances would permit. He wrung out the wet from his clothes, chafed his limbs, and ere long, to his inexpressible relief, the first symptoms of the dawn were visible in the east. Just as a glowing rim of light was gliding above the horizon, they ventured to peep forth cautiously from their retreat. To their great mortification, they saw, at a considerable distance, a horseman stationed on the brow of a neighboring hill, evidently for the purpose of a more extended scrutiny. Signals would inevitably betray their route should they emerge from their concealment, and escape now seemed as hopeless as ever. In this fresh difficulty Seaton again sought counsel from his friend, who replied with great earnestness, "There is yet another and a more grievous trial." He lifted up his eyes, darkening already with the energy of his spirit, "but I trust our deliverance draweth nigh. We must return." "Return?" cried Seaton, his lips quivering with amazement. "Whither? Not to the den we have just left?" "Even so," said the other with great composure. "Then all hope is lost," mournfully returned the inquirer. "Nay," replied his companion, "but let me ask what chance, even according to thine own natural and unaided sense, there is of deliverance in our present condition. Hemmed in on every hand, without a guide, and strangers to the path we should take, if the watchman from the hill miss our track, there is the hound upon our scent." There was no gainsaying these suggestions, but still a proposal that they should return to the cabin, whence they had with such pains and difficulty made their escape, in itself was so absurd and inexplicable a piece of manoeuvring, that common sense and common prudence alike forbade the attempt. Yet, on the other hand, common sense and common prudence appeared to be equally unavailing as to any mode of escape from the toils in which they were entangled. Again he determined to follow his friend's guidance, who, addressing himself immediately to the task, made the best of his way to the ford which he had refused to cross the preceding night. They now took the direct road to the house. The morning was sharp and clear. Seaton felt the cold and raw atmosphere cling to his frame, already chilled to an alarming degree, but the excitation he had undergone prevented further mischief than the temporary inconvenience he then suffered. As they came nearer the hut, his very faculties seemed to escape from his control. A sense of danger, imminent and almost insupportable, came upon him. Bewildered, and actuated with that unaccountable but instinctive desperation which urges on to some inevitable doom, he rushed wildly into the dwelling. It was not as they had left it. Several horses were quietly standing by the door, and a party, who had merely called for the purpose of half an hour's rest and refreshment, were then making preparations to depart. Seaton took one of them aside, and disclosed the terrible circumstances we have related. By a judicious but prompt application of their forces they prevented any one from leaving the house, and were prepared to seize all who should return thither. A close search soon betrayed the quality and calling of its inmates. A vast hoard of plunder was discovered, and proofs too abundant were found that deeds had been there perpetrated of which we forbear the recital. The old woman was seized, and her capture was followed by the apprehension of the whole gang, who shortly after met with the retribution merited by their crimes. The maniac proved to be a son of the old beldam. At times, the cloud unhappily clearing from his mental vision had left him for a short space fearfully cognizant of the transactions he was then doomed to witness. On that night to which our history refers, a sudden providential gleam of intelligence flashed upon him, and an unknown impulse prompted his interference in behalf of the unfortunate, and, as he thought, unsuspecting victims. Ere leaving the country they saw him comfortably provided for, and, as far as the nature of his malady would permit, his mind was soothed, and his darkest moments partly relieved from the horrors which humanity alone could mitigate, but not prevent. The demon of the well, avaunt, thou senseless thing, can grave an image mimic life, and glare its stony eyeballs, grin, make mouths at me, go to, it is possessed, some demon lurks within its substance. Peggy's well, the subject of our engraving, is near the brink of the Ribble, in a field below Waddow Hall, Brunkley stepping stones not being far distant, where several lives have been lost in attempting to cross, at times when the river was swollen by a rapid rise, which even a day's rain will produce. These calamities, along with any other fatal accidents which happened in the neighborhood, are usually attributed to the malevolence of Peggy. The stepping stones are alluded to in our first volume as the place where King Henry VI was taken, after escaping from Waddington Hall. Some stones are still visible at low water, but whether these are the original pins, or the foundations of a wooden bridge which succeeded them, and was borne down by the ice at the breaking up of the frost in the year 1814, is not known. The stone image by the well, depicted in our engraving, has been the subject of many strange tales and apprehensions, being placed there when turned out of the house at Waddow, to allay the terrors of the domestics, who durst not continue under the same roof with this misshapen figure. It was then broken, either from accident or design, and the head, some time ago, we have understood, was in one of the attic chambers at Waddow Hall. One loud, roaring, and tempestuous night, the last relics of the year 1660, some half-dozen boon companions were comforting themselves beside a blazing fire, and a wassail cup, at the ingle of a well-ordered and well-accustomed tavern within the good borough of Clitheroe, bearing on its gable front, over a grim and narrow porch, a marvellous portraiture apparently of some four-footed animal, by common usage and consent denominated, the bull. What recked they of the turmoil that was abroad, while good liquor lasted, and the troll and merry tale went round? The Yule log was blazing on the hearth, and their cups were bright and plenished. Odds bodikins, Nic, and that's a parson's oath, said a small waspish figure from the farther chimney corner, in a sort of husky wheezing voice, I'll lay thee a thimbleful of pins thou darena do it. And I'll lay thee a grey lapstone, and a tashin end to boot, that I run our tea hipping stones tonight, and never a wet soul, but a bus and a wet lip I'll bring fro the bonniest maiden at Waddow. Like enough, though thou'st to brag 40, said the first speaker tauntingly, an old customer of the house, and a compiler of leathern extremities for the good burghers and their wives. Give all your gostering, said another, non omnes qui citharam tenent, sunt citharidi. Many talk of Robin Hood who never shot from his bow. Know ye not 'tis Peggy's year, and her oblation hath not been rendered? Eschew therefore the rather your bravery until this night be overpast. This learned harangue betrayed the schoolmaster, who was prone to make Gaffer Wiswall's chimneyside a temporary refuge from the broils and disturbances of his own, where his spouse, by way of enticing him to remain, generally contrived either to rate him soundly or to sulk during their brief communion. "Who cares for Peg?" said the hero who had boasted of his blandishments with the maids. "She may go drown herself at the Red Sea for aught I care." This heretical, unbelieving, and impious scorner was a man of shreds and patches, a pot-valiant tailor, whose ungartered hosen, loose knee-strings, and thin shambling legs, sufficiently betokened the sedentary nature of his avocations. "I wonder the parson hasn't gien her a lift Pharaoh and his host ere this," continued he. Or the schoolmaster, said that provoking little personage, the first speaker, whose sole aim was to throw the apple of discord amongst his fellows. "And pray who may this lady be whom ye so ungallantly devote to perdition?" inquired a stranger from behind, who had hitherto been silent, apparently not wishful to join the hilarity of those he addressed. The party quesited was in the midst of a puff of exhalation more than usually prolonged when the question was put, so that ere he could frame his organs to the requisite reply the pragmatical tailor, whose glibness of tongue was equalled only by his assurance, gave the following by way of parenthesis: "Plague on thee, where's you been at thy life? Doesn't know Peg O'Nelly, man." "Deuce tack thee for a saucy lout," said the suitor, "I'll brack thy spindleshanks my pipe stump. Be civil if thou can, Nicky, to thy betters." "Sir, if it please ye to listen, we'll have ye well instructed in the matter by the schoolmaster here." He cast a roguish look at the pedagogue as he spoke. "But I pray you draw in with us, and make one the rest." The scholar adjusted himself, passed one hand thoughtfully upon his brow, and with a gentle inclination commenced with a loud hem, or clearance of aught that might obstruct the free communication of his thoughts. Peg, or Peggy, as some do more euphoniously denominate her, was maid, woman, or servant, ancilla, famula, ministra, not pedisequa, or one who attends her mistress abroad, but rather a servant of all work, in the house yonder at Waddow, many years past. Indeed, my grandmother did use to speak of it as ex vita foma, traditionary, or appertaining unto the like. I tell thee what, gossip, if thee doesn't get on faster thy tale, Peggy's ghost will have a chronicle of another make. I can see Nic's tongue is yammering to take up a stitch in thy narrative, interrupted the leathern artificer. And I'd bring it up in another guess way, said Nicholas, tartly, than scraps and scrapings fro galliparts, and remnants mass books. Pray ye, friends, be at peace a while, or I may be dealt with. Never a word to my question, said the stranger beseechingly. Go on, rejoined the peremptory occupant of the chimney corner, but let thy discourse be more akin to thy text. The schoolmaster, thus admonished, again set forward. As I was saying precedent or prior to this unseasonable interruption, medium sermonum, I crave your mercy, but I was born, as I may say, with the Latin, or the lingua latialis in my mouth, rather than my mother tongue, so, as I was saying, this same Peggy, filial or daughter to Ellen, if I mistake not, seeing that Peg O'Neill doth betoken, after the manner and use of these rude provincials, that the genitrix or mater is the genitive or generator, being, now a murrain light on all fools. Coxcombs, and, tailor's shins, hang thee, for thou hast verily split mine thy gillipegs. They are as sharp as a pair of hatchets, said an unfortunate neighbour who had the ill luck to encounter the gyrations of these offensive and weapon-like appendages to the trunk of Nicholas Slater, who, in his great ardour and distress at the floundering and abortive attempts of the scholar, threw them about in all directions, to the constant jeopardy and annoyance of those more immediately within their sphere of operation. Keep them out ot gate then, said the testy aggressor, angry at the interruption, being fearful of losing so lucky an opportunity. Peg O'Nelly, sir, was a maid-servant once at Waddow, killed first, and then drowned at the well by one o' the men for concubinage, as the parson says, and so for the wrong done, her ghost ne'er having been laid. You see she claims every 7th year an offering which must be somewhat wick, and, while he hesitated another took up the thread of his narrative. This is the last night o' the year, you see, said the other in continuation, and we be just thinking to bid goodbye to th, old chap, and greet th new one, with a wag of his paw, and a drink to his wheel doing. But the first cause o' this disturbance was by reason of its being Peggy's year, and as she hasn't had her sop yet, we thought as how it would be no bad job to get rid o' this drunken tailor here, and he might save some better man, so we have been daring him to cross hipping stones tonight, for there is but an hour or two to spare before her time's up." "It is not too late," said the stranger, with great solemnity. Every eye was bent upon him. He still sat in the broad shadow projected by one huge chimney corner, his face overhung by a broad felt hat, girt with a band and buckle. A drooping draggled feather fell over its crown. His whole person was so curiously enveloped in a loose travelling cloak that nothing but a dark unshapely mass, having some resemblance to the human form, could be distinguished. Concealment was evidently the object. Every one was awed down into silence. The few words he had spoken seemed to have dried up, or rather frozen at its surface, the babbling current of their opinions, that ran, whilom, with unceasing folly and rapidity. "Silence!" cried the suitor from the opposite Ingleside. This command operated like a charm. The ice was broken, and the current became free. Without more ado, as if in opposition to the self-constituted authority from the high-backed chair, the guests, with one exception only, commenced with a vigorous discharge of airy missiles, which by degrees subsided into a sort of desultory sharpshooting, but their words were neither few nor well applied. It was evident that a gloom and disquietude was upon the assembly. There was a distinct impression of fear, though a vague notion as to its cause, a sort of extempore superstition, a power which hath most hold on the mind in proportion as its limits and operations are least known or understood. The bugbear, owing its magnitude and importance to obscurity and misapprehension, becomes divested of its terrors when it can be surveyed and appreciated. "Te miserit, miserescat, velka miserescat mai," quoted the schoolmaster, who, before he could find an equivalent in his mother tongue, was tripped up by the nimble constructor of raiment. "The jeweller and his dam are verily let loose on us," said he. "Our Lady and her Grace forfend," cried he of the awl and lapstone, whose pipe having unaccountably been extinguished, was just in the act of being thrust down into the red and roaring billets when he beheld a blue flame hovering on them. A spiral wreath of light shot upwards, and the log was reduced to a mass of glowing ashes and half-burnt embers. At this critical moment the stranger deliberately approached the hearth. He threw a whole flagon of liquor wilfully upon the waning faggots, and in a moment fizz, splutter, and smoke proclaimed that the warfare of the elements, like many others, had ended in the destruction of both the contending belligerents. The Yule log was extinguished. There was a general rush and a consternation of so unequivocal a nature, that tables, benches, platters, and drinking utensils were included in one vast overthrow. Some thought they saw the glowing emblem of Yule transferred to the stranger's eyes, which twinkled like twin loopholes to the furnace within. "I have thee now," said he, but who this unfortunate might be whom they had so left, even in the very claws of the evil one, they knew not, nor did they care to inquire. Each, too happy to escape, rushed forth hatless and sore dismayed into the street, with all the horrors of a pelting and pitiless night upon his head, and thought himself well off by the exchange, and too much overjoyed that his own person was not the victim in the catastrophe. In the morning Isabel, the landlord's ward, and his coal-black steed were a-missing. Now, it was but a mile or so from this ancient borough to Brunkerley, or Bromley Hip-Pin, stepping stones, across the Ribble, where, upon this insecure but long-used mode of transit, the steps of our forefathers were guided over the ford. These same stepping stones were quite as often the instruments or executioners of Peggy's vengeance as the well itself dignified by her name. It need not, therefore, be a matter of surprise that when the appalling and fearful events of the preceding night were bruited forth in the public thoroughfares upon New Year's morning, a season when news-carriers and gossips, old and young, are more particularly prone to a vigilant exercise of their talents and avocations, we say it need not be a source of either suspicion or surprise that many of these conduit pipes of intelligence, even before the day was broad awake, did pour forth an overwhelming flood of alarm and exaggeration. According to these voracious lovers of the marvellous, shrieks were heard about the requisite time, and in the precise direction where it must needs follow that Isabel was just in the act of being whisked off by one of Peg's emissaries, and that ere now she was doubtless offered as one of the septennial sacrifices to her revenge. It was a brave and comely morning, and a brave sight it was to see old and young go forth to the river on that blessed day. The crisp and icy brink of the brawling Ribble was beset by groups of idle folk, some anxiously looking out for symptoms or traces of the body, others occupied with rakes and various implements for searching the unknown regions beneath the turbid and angry waters. Beyond were the antlered and hoary woods of Waddow, every bough laden with the snows of yestereven, sparkling silently in the broad and level sweep of light, pouring in one uninterrupted flood over the wide and chilly waste, a wilderness of snow, a gay and gorgeous mantle glittering on the bosom of death and desolation. Gaffer Wiswall was there. The old man, almost beside himself with grief, heart-stricken with the blow, felt alone, a scathed trunk, doomed to survive when the green verdure of his existence had departed. Wet and weary were the searchers, and their toil unremitting, but the body was not found. The well, Peg O'Nellie's well, was tried, with the like result. Surely this was a visitation of more than ordinary spite and malignity. Hitherto the bodies of the victims, with but few exceptions, had been rendered back to their disconsolate survivors, the revengeful ghost apparently satisfied with their extinction, but it is now high time to make the attempt, if possible, to rid themselves of her persecutions. "Look here," said one of the bystanders, pointing to the river's margin, "there hath gone a horse, or it may be two, along these slippery banks, but a few hours ago, and the track seems to come from the river." "Let us see to the other side," said another, "if there be a fellow to it." And, sure enough, on the opposite bank, there were footmarks corresponding thereto, as though one or more adventurous horsemen had swam the swollen waters recently, a little higher up than the ford, pursuing their slippery way by the very margin, along the woods, for some distance, when their track was lost amid these deep and almost pathless recesses. "Mercy o' me," said one, "it is deep enough thereabouts to drown the castle and hill to boot." Neither horse nor man could wade that hurly-burly there last night, for the waters were out, and the footboy from Waddow told me that nobody could even cross the hipping stones at 8 o'clock. He came round by the bridge. "But if the beasts could swim," said another, of more knowledge and shrewdness than the rest. "Swim, go to," said the small leathern-aproned personage whose functions we have before adverted to at the bright and merry ingle of old Wiswall. Neither man nor beast could have held breast against the torrent. This was a complete negation to the whole. Nevertheless something had crossed, whether cloven-footed or not they were unable to distinguish, inasmuch as the demon, or whatsoever it might be, had taken the precaution to make its passage in a pair of horseshoes. The probability was, that Peggy had varied the usual mode of her proceedings, and sent a messenger with a strong arm and a fiery steed to seize her victim. "We're none on us safe," cried one, "fro, this she div, save us. I'd like to ha' made a bad job on tea." "The bloody vixen is ne'er satisfied," said an old gossip, whose nose and chin had been gradually getting into closer fellowship for at least a long score of winters. "I'll hie me to bet at the alleys for a charm that'll drive or tea hobgoblins to the Illinois again. When I wore a wee lassie, the scummer in Dixie's didn't use to go rampaging about this gate." There was now to do, but off to priest, and job war done. Nowadays, what new lights, doctrines, and lollipops, Anabaptists and Presbyterians, they are too throng wrangling one another to tack care o' the poor sheep, which Satan is worrying and hurrying like hay go mad, and not a soul to set the dog at him, nor a callant to tack him by horns, and say, bo. It seems, the good old times, even in those days, were objects of regret, still clung to with fondness and delight, reversing the distich, for, man never is, but always has been, blessed. It is a principle in our very nature that we should look back with yearnings to our youthful years, when all was fresh and joyous, when our thoughts were in all the prime, the springtide of their existence, and our emotions, young and jocund as ourselves, bubbled forth fresh and clear as the mountain spring from its source. The change is not in the objects around us, it is in ourselves. Looking through the medium of our own jaded and enervated feelings, we fancy all things have the same worn-out aspect, and contrast the present with the freshness and vigor of our former existence. Turn we now to the former inmates at Waddow, an old-fashioned building in that old-fashioned age, now re-edified and rebuilt. It is beautifully situated on a slope on the Yorkshire side of the Ribble, beyond the hipping stones we have named. In a low, dark chamber, panelled with dingy oak, into which the morning sun burst joyously, its garish brightness ill-assorting with the solemnity and even sadness of the scene, there sat an elderly matron, owner and occupier of the place. The casements were so beset with untrimmed branches and decayed tendrils that her form looked dim and almost impalpable, seen through the mist, the vagrant motes revelling in the sunbeams. It seemed some ghostly, some attenuated shape, that sat, still and stately, in that gloomy chamber. Before her stood a female domestic, antique and venerable as herself, and the conversation was carried on scarcely above a whisper, as though silence brooded over that mansion, rarely disturbed by voice or footstep. I heed not these idle tales. A hammer and a willing hand will pound yon bugbear into dirt, said the dame. If there be none else, I'll try what the hand of a feeble but resolute woman can do. Yon Dagon, yon graven image of papistry, which scares ye so, shall be broken for the very beasts to trample on. But the dins last night were, tell me not of such folly. When yonder senseless thing is gone, ye shall be quiet, maybe, if the rats will let ye. Send Jock hither, and let Jim the mason be sent for, and the great iron mallet. Quick, Moors, at my bidding. We shall see whether or not yonder grim idol will dare to stir after it is cast down. With a look of surprise, and even horror, at this impious intent, did the ancient housekeeper move slowly forth to execute her commands. The innocent cause of all this broil was a certain stone figure, rudely sculptured, which, time out of mind, had been the disturbing but undisturbed inmate of an obscure corner in the cellar beneath an uninhabited wing of the mansion at Waddow. Superstition had invested this rude misshapen relic with peculiar terrors, and the generation having passed to whom its origin was known, from some cause or another it became associated with Peggy's disaster, who, as it was currently believed, either took possession of this ugly image, or else employed it as a kind of spy or bugbear to annoy the inhabitants of the house where she had been so cruelly treated. There did certainly appear some connection between Peggy's freaks and this uncouth specimen of primitive workmanship. Though bearing evident marks of some rude effigy, the spoliation of a religious house at some reforming, or, in other words, plundering, era, the ideal similitude probably of a Romish saint, yet, whenever Peggy's emissaries were abroad and a victim was to be immolated, this disorderly cast out from the calendar was particularly restless, not that any really authenticate, visible cases were extant of these unidol-like propensities to locomotion, but noises and disturbances were heard for all the world like the uncouth and awkward gambols of such an ugly thing. At least, those who were wiser than their neighbours, and well skilled in iconoclastics, did stoutly aver that they had heard it, clump, 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 precisely like the jumping and capering of such a misshapen, ill-conditioned effigy, when inclined to be particularly merry and jocose. Now this could not be gainsaid, and consequently the innocent and mutilated relic, once looked upon as the genius or tutelary guardian of the house, was unhesitatingly assigned to the evil domination of Peggy. It might be that the rancour she displayed was partly in consequence of an adequate retribution having failed to overtake her betrayer, and the family, then resident at Waddow, not having dealt out to him the just punishment of his deserts. Thus had she been permitted to pervert the proper influences and benevolent operations of this mystic disturber to her own mischievous propensities, and thenceforth a malignant spirit troubled the house, heretofore guarded by a saint of true Catholic dignity and stolidity. But it seemed the time was now come when these unholy doings were to be put an end to. The present owner of Waddow, tired, as we have seen, of such ridiculous alarms, and the terrors of her domestics, and wishful to do away with the evil report and scandal sustained thereby, was now resolved to dissipate these idle fears, to show at once their folly and futility. Well, Moors, the old lady will have her way, I know, but if she doesn't rue her cantrips, my name's not Jock, that's all. And here the speaker stamped with a heavy clouted foot upon the kitchen hearth, whither the lady's message had been conveyed. Thou maun get thy hammer and pick, lad, and soon, too, I tell thee, said Moors. I'll do aught that she asks me, but, to run like some goopan warlock to the wame o' destruction, once in open, it's what no Christian will do that hasn't forsworn his baptism. Maun I tell her so? Inquired Moors, with a significant emphasis. No, just so, but thee maun, wait a bit, let's see. Here he began to beat about anxiously for an excuse which did not present itself with the same facility as the expression of his unwillingness to undertake the job. Me, Jock Tattersall, herd and bailiff now these 20 years, that I should be brought to such a pass, and war, through these plaguy women. Well, but if a good stiff lie, Moors, would sarve my turn, I wouldna care so me here's to me, owd wench, tell mistress I'm gone kite to water, Peg's well being frozen up. Tell her thy sail, said the indignant Moors, and then one lie may sarve. I'll no go to the jeweller upo thy shout hers. There's Bob I at the yard yon, win that he do for her instead. I tell thee what, Jock, said Moors, mistress'll hearty done in her own way, so we may as well budge sooner as later. But let's go together, and I warrant our dame will be the first, and she'll stand gap if aught should happen. Besides, courage comes company, thee knows, and there's a round dozen of us. This proposal, in the present exigency, seemed the best that could be adopted. The whole household were full of misgivings about the result, yet, sheltered under the authority of their mistress, and themselves not consenting to the deed, they trusted Peggy would consider it in the same light, and if she should break forth upon them, doubtless she would possess sufficient discrimination to know the real aggressor, and wreak her vengeance where it was due. Moores was dispatched to their mistress, who, after a short period, starched and pinned, her aspect as stiff and unyielding as her disposition, consented to take the lead, and shame the unwillingness and cowardice of her domestics. Immediately behind walked, or rather lagged, the executioner with his weapons, looking more like unto one that was going to execution. Moores came next, then the remainder of the household, not one of them disposed to quarrel about precedency. The room to which they were tending was low, dark, and unfurnished, save with the exuvie of other parts of the premises. Rats and lumber were its chief occupants. A few steps accomplished the descent, the chamber having less of the nature of cellarage than that of a dairy, which, in former times, and until a more eligible situation had been found, was the general use and appropriation to which it was allotted. Seldom visited, Peggy, or rather her mysterious representative, reigned here without molestation or control. At times, as we have before seen, the image, awaking from its stony slumber, played the very shame amongst the chattels in the lumber room. Its activity and exertions against social order were now destined to be forever ended. Irrevocable was the doom, and the lowering aspect of the proud Dame of Waddell, as the door unclosed, and a faint light from the loophole opposite revealed her enemy in all the mockery of repose, grim, erect, and undisturbed, showed the inflexibility of her purpose. "Now to work," said she, "come hither with thy torch. How, why dost loiter so? And where's Jock and the mason with the tools?" But Jock and his compeer were loath to come, and the lady's voice grew louder and more peremptory. "Shame on ye, to be cowed thus by a graven image, a popish idol, a bit of chiselled stone. Out upon it, that nature should have put women's hearts into men's bosoms. Nay, 'tis worse than womanhood, for they have the stouter stomach for the enterprise, I trow. Bring hither the hammer, I say. Doth the foul apprehension of a trumpet terrify you that has been dead and rotten these 100 years?" Thus did the sturdy dame strive to quell their fears and stimulate them to the attack. Yet they lingered, and were loath to begin. Nay, one whispered to his fellow that the image grinned and frowned horribly during this harangue, and made mouths at the trenchant dame. "It's no use," said Jock, "I'd arena strike." "Thou craven kestrel," said she, angrily, "and what should ail thee to shy at the quarry? Give me the weapon." And with that she seized the hammer as though rendered furious by the pusillanimity of her attendants. The whole group were paralyzed with terror. Not a word was spoken, scarcely a breath was drawn, every eye was riveted upon her, without the power of withdrawal. They saw her approach, as though endowed with tenfold strength, and lending the whole weight of her long, thin arm to the blow, with a right good will added thereto, she dealt a powerful stroke at the head of this dumb idol. A headless trunk tumbled on the floor, but with that there came a shriek, so wild, woeful, and appalling, that the cowardly attendants fled. The torchbearer threw down the light, and the whole of the domestics, with dismal outcries, rushed pell-mell through the narrow passage, fearful, inconceivable horror urging their flight. The dame was left alone, but what she saw or heard was never divulged. An altered woman she looked when she came forth, like one of the old still portraits that had slipped down from its frame in the gloomy oaken chamber. She spoke not again even to Moores that day, but seemed as if bent on some deep and solemn exercise. Abstracted from every outward impression, she sat, the image of some ancient sibyl communing with the inward, unseen pageantries of thought, the hidden workings of a power she could not control. Towards night she seemed more accessible. Naturally austere and taciturn, she rarely spoke but when it was absolutely necessary, yet now there was a softened, a subdued tone of feeling, and even a bland expression in her address, which for years had not been felt. Some bitter, some heart-searing disappointment, had dried up the sources of feeling, and left her spirit withered, without nurture, and without verdure, without so much as a green spot in the untrodden wilderness of her existence. "I've seen him, Moores," said she, as though half in earnest, half musing, when the faithful domestic came to warn her mistress that the time of rest was at hand. Seen who, my lady? Bless thee, silly wench, I've seen William. Nay, nurse, it was thy boy, as thou didst use to call him, and as sure as these aged eyes have wept themselves dry at his departure and decease, I saw his vision this morning in the image chamber. Eh? The good saints guide and preserve us, said the aged menial, crossing herself very devoutly, more by way of conjuration or countercharm, than from any proper feeling of reverence or faith in the mystic symbol of our redemption. There's death at the door, then, sure enough, she continued, all this gramarye and foretokening isn't for naught, so who's to pay for it? When the light was gone, said the dame, as though scarcely heeding the interpolation of her domestic, I stayed a brief space, but what passed? Here she raised her dim and hollow eyes for a moment. No matter now, Moors, suffice it that my nephew, who was drowned 7 long years ago, stood before me. But young master, heaven rest his soul, what can he want from yonder bright mansion of glory, where you always said he was gone, replied Moors, that he should come again to this pitiful world? Me. That Peggy should Claude, so fair a victim. Peace, Moors, never would I believe it. Nor even now will I, for one moment, apprehend that heaven would put any of its creatures, for whom its care is continually going forth, into the power of a base and vindictive harlot, that the all-merciful and all-good would render up an innocent victim to her malice. Better worship Moloch and the devils, unto whom our forefathers did offer a vain and cruel sacrifice. No, Moors. Believe me, our faith forbids. The light of revealed truth shows no such misrule in the government of the deity. The powers of evil are as much the instruments of good in his hand as the very attributes of his own perfections. And yet, strange enough that my devoted William should appear at the very time, and in the very place, when the destruction of the ugly image was accomplished, as though the charm were then broken, and he were set free. I am distressed, bewildered, Moors, the links are too strong to be undone by my feeble and unassisted reason. That he was reckoned by common report as a doomed one to that vindictive ghost, I know, and that the mutilation of yonder image should apparently have called forth his very substance from the dark womb where he had lain, transcends my imperfect knowledge. Beshrew me, but I could readily become tinctured with the prevailing belief, did not my firm hold on the goodness and the omnipotence of the great ruler of all sustain my faith and forbid my distrust. I know not what wiser heads may think, but if I'd seen his wraith rising fro the image, I should thought, what I do yet, and so, tarry with me through the night, Moors. This vision haunts me strangely, and I do feel more heavy and debilitate than I have been wont. Whether